Chapter 407. P.S. Thanks to He Jingxiong for his monthly vote. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan, Divine Emperor Hao Tian, and Little Bai for their tips. Despicable, too despicable. Freak, really freak. This guy has already killed nearly 1,000 dynasty disciples. Why doesn't his primordial vitality seem to be used up? Which dynasty disciple is this? He kills people like he's chopping vegetables. He's too violent, too bloody. It's too scary. How does this guy cultivate? After Lin Fei killed another person, there was an uproar in the plaza. The reason for the uproar was that Lin Fei's methods were ruthless. Each time he attacked, he left no one alive. Every time he fired a shot, he would fire a cannon, constantly killing dynasty disciples. Most people would not dare to do such a thing, especially when he was facing dozens of dynasty disciples at once and had killed them all. The people in the plaza saw their dynasty disciples being killed with their own eyes. Their eyes widened, followed by endless resentment and hatred. As Lin Fei's kills succeeded again and again, he had unknowingly offended many dynasty disciples. This is really troublesome. Monday secretly transmitted his voice and looked at the screen expressionlessly, afraid of attracting attention. Lin Fei has offended all the dynasty disciples. It's not good for him to enter the sect. Yinxiang did not know what to say. In the past few days, Lin Fei had almost killed nearly 1,000 dynasty disciples. Even he was beginning to worry. Is junior brother Lin Fei not thinking about the consequences? It's not a good thing to offend so many dynasty disciples. I hope junior brother Lin Fei doesn't run into any powerful dynasty disciples. Yinxiang also whispered, I just heard them say that there are many masters in the dynasty this time. The top combat power has reached mystique venerable rank. Autumn Moon Fairy was meticulous, unlike Monday and Yinxiang who were worried. Junior brother Lin Fei must have a reason for doing this, we don't have to worry about it. Don't forget, junior brother Lin Fei is a big monster. I have full confidence in junior brother Lin Fei. Even if he meets a top expert, there is nothing to worry about. Monday and Yinxiang didn't know what to say. What he said made sense. On the high platform, Lin Fei was like a dark horse that had risen abruptly. In less than 3 to 5 days, he had killed close to 1,000 dynasty's disciples, and this caused everyone's eyes to light up. They wouldn't care about the casualties of the dynasty's disciples. The appearance of genius disciples was not accompanied by bloodshed. Geniuses who did not experience slaughter could not be considered true geniuses. They could only be regarded as flowers in a greenhouse. Therefore, the deaths of 1,000 disciples of the dynasty was nothing. Blood and slaughter created genius disciples. When Lin Fei used a real treasure as bait to kill a group of dynasty's disciples, it immediately attracted their attention. The Divine Sword School has met a good seedling this time, Saint Anyo said with a smile. The 7th swordsman's eyes fell on this young man. At first, he took a glance and didn't pay much attention, but unexpectedly, this young man went against the trend and suddenly showed his talent in swordsmanship. He is indeed a good seedling. The 7th swordsman smiled. Saint Anyo continued, this young man's murderous aura is too strong, and he doesn't hold back when he attacks. He looks like a sword immortal, especially the sword technique he used before, which is mainly murderous. It seems to be the cultivation method of a sword immortal. Whether he is a master of swordsmanship or a sword immortal, the Divine Sword School will welcome him. The 7th swordsman waved his hand. Swordsmanship is all about decisiveness, otherwise we wouldn't have been unable to recruit a disciple in hundreds of years. Look, a real expert has appeared. One of the disciples that the Saber sect admires. Lin Fei's aggressive killing naturally attracted people's attention. When they saw the figure rushing to the place, everyone's attention was on him. The Heaven Secret Sect Saint of the Heavenly Secret Sect suddenly said with a smile, Sky Saber Saint, 7th Sword Saint, the disciple that you like is going to fight. Why don't I be the banker and set up a bet? Let's have some fun together. The 2nd grade sects, 3rd grade sects, and so on all understood the meaning behind it. The Divine Sword School and the Saber sect had always been on bad terms. The sword was the king of swords, and the saber was the overlord of weapons. They fought each other, and their relationship had never been harmonious. The Heaven Secret sect was clearly trying to sow discord. The Wanshou sect had always been afraid of chaos, especially with the saber sect. Interesting. I also want to know whether the disciple that the saber sect likes is stronger or the one that the divine sword school likes is stronger. The Wanshou sect is betting on the divine sword school. This is the seal of the venerable level 9-headed dog of the Wanshou sect. I bet on whether the saber sect's tyrant blade strike seal can take it. Those who knew about this secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. The venerable level 9-headed dog was a good thing. The Wanshou sect was a first-grade sect in the Xiantian continent. They were proficient in the Tao of beasts, and they had many beast seals in their hands. The venerable level 9-headed dog could fight against a profound sage monster venerable. It was priceless, and there was no market for it. The tyrant blade strike was also a treasure of the saber sect. It contained the blade intent of a sage, and it could kill experts below the martial sage realm. Although it was a one-time use item, many people still coveted it. Hearing that Sage Qin Tian of the Wanshou sect took out such a precious treasure, one could imagine the intention of the Wanshou sect. The Sky Saber Saint's expression was cold. Venerable level 9-headed dog, good stuff. I'll bet with you. He turned his head and said to the seventh sword, I heard that you got a star stone 100 years ago. I'll take out the immortal sword art, one sword to flatten the heavens. How about we bet? Hua the star stone was a rare material. When fused with a spirit treasure, it could increase one's attack power by 30%. 30% attack power was already a heaven-defying existence for experts like the Profound Sage Realm. When one reached the Profound Sage Realm, the growth of one's power was very slow. Increasing one's attack power by 30% could completely suppress the opponent at the critical moment. The immortal sword art was also very tempting, especially for experts who used swords. The immortal sword art was more powerful than the heaven skill art. It was an irresistible temptation. A strange look flashed in the seventh sword's eyes. Sky Saber, aren't you afraid of giving me the immortal sword art for nothing? The Sky Saber Saint said, if it's the immortal sword art, I'll definitely use it myself. The immortal sword art is useless to me. As for what you said, I don't agree with you. So let's bet and see who has better foresight. The seventh sword laughed. Interesting. Let's bet then. It'll be too boring. The two things were good in everyone's eyes. Either one of them was priceless. Now that they had become the stakes, the sects below the first rank were very jealous. Everyone was also looking forward to seeing who had better foresight between the Saber sect and the Sword God sect. Bloody hell. Lin Fei had just killed a group of people, packed up the spirit treasures, true treasures, and the important fairy stones. When he was about to leave, his eyebrows twitched, and he retreated quickly. Whoosh. Chapter 408. After Lin Fei retreated, an ominous glint flashed in his eyes. Why are you sneaking around? Come out. He had always been the one killing others. Since when was it someone else's turn to kill him? Lin Fei was furious. His thoughts weren't clear and he wanted to kill someone. If it was before, Lin Fei would definitely leave and not use such a tone. After becoming a sword immortal, he did not allow others to go against him. His temperament had changed. You are quite fast. You can actually dodge the void-breaking blade. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a few figures appeared and quickly surrounded Lin Fei, blocking all his escape routes. Kid, you have killed so many people. Be sensible and hand over the things. On the upper left was a dwarf, like a small winter melon. His strength had actually reached the late profound ancestor realm. His Jin Yuan was thick and his combat power was outstanding. Don't think about escaping. Although your speed is very fast, we have already set up a heaven sealing formation to lock the void. Who asked you to have a lot of true treasures and a lot of demon essence stones? You deserve bad luck to meet us. Behind Lin Fei was a tall man who was laughing. After Lin Fei glanced around, he knew who he had met. He had been targeted. You were the one who attacked just now. Lin Fei's gaze fell on a young man holding a long blade in front of him. His whole body was emitting the aura of a blade. You are the first person to be able to block my blade. Mad Blade young master laughed. I just don't know how many of my blades you can block. What bullshit, young master. In my eyes, you are just a bunch of trash. Lin Fei used his palm as a blade and slashed towards Mad Blade young master. 100 feet long blade light with a sharp aura. This blade contained a destructive blade intent. Don't forget that Lin Fei first learned the blade Dao. When this blade slashed out, Mad Blade young master's eyes lit up. Good timing. Blood Sea. Boom! Mad Blade young master's long blade was not unsheathed. The blood-red long blade was also 100 feet long. The bloody aura was monstrous. It could be seen that he had quite some achievements in the blade Dao. The three people surrounding Lin Fei did not make a move. Their eyes were filled with disdain. Because of their mutual benefits, they specifically intercepted and killed the disciples of the dynasties, especially those who had wealth. Lin Fei was one of them who they had their eyes on through a secret technique. They wanted to make a fortune from him. The strength of the wild saber young master was the strongest among the four of them. His saber rarely cut through the air. Taking care of that brat was easy. Boom! The two saber lights collided and quickly collapsed. A strong wind of quintessential essence swept out, and the void behind the two continued to collapse. Kill. The wild saber young master made a living with the saber and rarely used a second saber. It was his first time encountering someone with a lower realm than him who had such formidable battle prowess. Two silhouettes rushed forward. Sword and saber lights filled the area, and for a moment, they were engaged in a fierce fight. The wild saber young master's saber will is overbearing. He is the best disciple of the saber sect. His saber will moves forward bravely. I dare say that before long, the black-clothed brat will be defeated, the Sky Saber Saint said slowly. I'm afraid the Star Stone will be mine. The latter sentence was directed at the seventh swordsman. The seventh swordsman's face darkened slightly. That's not necessarily true. The sword is always the king. Until the last moment, who knows who will win or lose? He thought to himself, I didn't expect this wild saber young master to have such a powerful combat prowess. It really surprised me. However, the black-clothed brat seems to be at a disadvantage, and his real combat prowess has not been displayed yet. Once they start fighting, the wild saber young master will definitely die. The seventh swordsman had this intuition. In a short time, the seventh swordsman had already recognized the will of wind and the will of metal from his opponent. Although they were integrated into the sword techniques, ordinary people could not see them. The seventh swordsman believed that his opponent's combat prowess was more than that. 18 Styles of Blood Sea. The wild saber young master's saber technique was overbearing. It was overbearing, constantly suppressing his opponent. However, he was the only one who was confused. Although he displayed the saber technique incisively and vividly, he could do nothing to his opponent. If it was an ordinary person, he would have been killed. However, the boy in front of him had blocked it and seemed to be at a disadvantage. He could not even hurt a hair of his opponent. Only he knew the bitterness in his heart. The overbearing saber technique suddenly changed and turned into a continuous sea of blood, ready to trap his opponent in the sea of blood. The 18 Styles of Blood Sea was a lower-grade earth-level saber technique. The first move, Heaven and Earth, turned into a sea of blood. The second move, Blood Sea Saber. As soon as the wild saber young master performed this earth-level saber technique, his whole body also turned into a member of the Sea of Blood. It was extremely mysterious. Countless people had been killed by the 18 Styles of Blood Sea. Boy, you are dead this time. In the Sea of Blood, the wild saber young master's voice came from all directions. If the wild saber young master does not die, he will definitely be a disciple of our saber sect. The Sky Saber Saint smiled and glanced at the seventh swordsman in high spirits. The Sky Saber Saint knew that the boy was going to lose. The wild saber young master's earth-level saber technique turned himself into a sea of blood and hid his real body. This gave him the upper hand. The boy's sword technique was excellent, but it was useless in front of the earth-level saber technique. He could not even find his opponent's real body. The Sky Saber Saint was very sure. It was a rare opportunity to attack the Divine Sword sect. The Sky Saber Saint was usually a man of few words, but it did not mean that he would not attack others. The Sky Saber Saint seemed to be able to see the seventh swordsman's depressed expression. Exhilarating, too exhilarating. The seventh swordsman had full confidence in the boy in black. After seeing him use the 18 styles of Blood Sea, he knew that the situation was not good. The boy was really a genius to become one with the saber. If he wanted to break the 18 styles of Blood Sea, he must find the real body of the wild saber young master. In the Sea of Blood, it was easier said than done to find his opponent. Clang, 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 in the Sea of Blood, Lin Fei's lotus of water and fire protected him, blocking the saber radiance one after another. His strength is just like this. It's about time for me to make a move. After some testing, Lin Fei realized that it was boring. However, the saber master he had met was indeed very powerful, especially the last attack. Those on the light screen have been watching me. I can use him as an example. The more powerful I am, the more they will treat me like a treasure. Only by constantly killing experts can I prove my talent. The first-rank sects all liked peerless geniuses. Lin Fei wanted to make himself a peerless genius. 3 heads and 6 arms. Lin Fei also cultivated this secret technique, followed by the Azure Dragon True Body. At this time, all 6 of his hands were holding real treasure swords, which were the most convenient. Just a sea of blood, break for me. The opponent's Blood Sea Saber intent was very strong. Lin Fei did not even need to use the earth-ranked sword art. He could use his rich Qin Yuan to tear the opponent apart. Bang, bang, bang. 6 real treasure swords, together with the killing sword in Lin Fei's hand, crazily bombarded the Sea of Blood. In the space of the Sea of Blood, it was constantly shaking. The wild saber young master's face sank. What's going on? How did his strength suddenly increase so much that he can even affect the Sea of Blood? The wild saber young master realized that he could not continue. The Sea of Blood rolled, and the saber intent turned into a torrent of the Sea of Blood, unceasingly crushing towards Lin Fei. Blood Sea Torrent, crush everything. A mighty torrent of blood. If this could crush him, he would die without a doubt. Open. Lin Fei rushed to the Blood Sea Torrent, and the invincible sword intent tore it apart. At this time, in front of the invincible sword intent, the domineering torrent of blood was forcibly split apart. The invincible sword intent was finally displayed. This was the invincible sword intent of a sword immortal. A mere blood torrent, after all, was no match for the invincible sword intent, and was blasted apart with one sword strike. The second sword strike, the invincible sword intent, tore a huge hole in the Sea of Blood. With the third sword strike, Lin Fei had already broken out of the seal and appeared outside the space of the Sea of Blood. As soon as Lin Fei's invincible sword intent came out, everyone on the high platform was shocked. They did not expect such a change to occur. Whether it was the first-grade sects or the other sects, they were all stunned. Invincible sword intent, this is the invincible sword intent that only a sword immortal can cultivate. 7th swordsman, an expert at the profound sage level, would not be so moved for thousands of years. He stood up directly from the high platform with an inexplicable excitement on his face. The invincible sword intent. This was the invincible sword intent that only a sword immortal could cultivate, and this sword immortal was not an ordinary sword immortal. He must be a sword immortal of the 3rd step. The 7th swordsman did not expect that the black-robed boy would bring such a big surprise. It had been many years since the Divine Sword Gate had a genius who had mastered the invincible sword intent. If such a genius did not die, he would become a sword immortal with extremely terrifying combat effectiveness. He would become a celestial immortal, and even if he could not become a celestial immortal, the combat effectiveness of an individual immortal would be able to fight against a celestial immortal. As soon as the invincible sword intent came out, the seventh swordsman knew that the mad blade young master would definitely die. With the invincible original heart and the invincible sword intent, killing people was as easy as eating. Originally, the seventh swordsman did not want to come this time. After all, there had not been a genius swordsman disciple for hundreds of years. Even if there was one occasionally, he would die in the hands of other geniuses. But this time, the seventh swordsman was glad that he came. Finally, he could go back and hand in a satisfactory answer. Who would not like a sword immortal who had the invincible sword intent? On the other side, the Tiandao saint's face was gloomy. His eyes were fixed on Lin Fei. He did not expect the black-robed boy to be a sword immortal, and the strongest one at that. The Saber sect and the Divine Sword Gate had been fighting for a long time. Both sides did not want to see the emergence of a peerless genius. After all, once a peerless genius appeared, the other side would be suppressed. The invincible sword intent. That boy has mastered the invincible sword intent. How is this possible? The Tiandao saint knew very well that there were very few people who could become the strongest sword immortal, but they could still appear. However, a sword immortal who had mastered the invincible sword intent might not even be seen in 1,000 years. If such a peerless genius fell into the hands of the Divine Sword Gate, wouldn't the disciples of the Saber sect be suppressed? No, this was absolutely not possible. As a saint of the Saber sect, the Tiandao saint naturally did not want to see such a situation happen. He had mastered the invincible sword intent and was a sword immortal. His future achievements would be limitless. The stronger he was, the more terrifying his combat effectiveness would be. He could kill individual immortals at the Mystic Emperor realm. There had been such precedents before. This black-robed boy must die. He must die. He must not become a disciple of the Divine Sword Gate. The Tiandao saint rarely showed his killing intent. Chapter 409. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan for the tip and Yesterday's Fragrance for the monthly vote. Killing intent, a killing intent that he had never felt before. The heavenly Saber Saint could not care less about geniuses. There had never been a lack of geniuses on the continent. It was just that many geniuses would die under all kinds of strangulation. Geniuses could only be considered geniuses when they truly became experts of a region. The appearance of geniuses was often accompanied by all kinds of strangulation, and it was unknown how many geniuses had died in the hands of these geniuses. Exceptional geniuses were different. They were born with the great destiny of heaven and earth. Great destiny was a mysterious existence, and any dynasty could not lack destiny. Among the peerless geniuses, the invincible sword immortal was the #1 monster. In the heavenly Saber Saint's memory, there was a record of a sword immortal genius. A few thousand years ago, the Divine Sword sect had produced a sword immortal with great luck. Even though that sword immortal did not possess the invincible sword intent, he was still a third-step sword immortal. His swordsmanship shocked the heavens and earth and made ghosts and gods weep. He killed geniuses from all walks of life and became a sword immortal for thousands of years. That era was the era of sword immortals. None of the geniuses dared to call themselves geniuses in front of this sword immortal. For 1,000 years, sword immortals ruled the world. Many geniuses of the Saber sect died under the sword of this sword immortal without exception. Even the Saber sect's hidden elder was killed by him. He fought to a draw against an itinerant immortal, creating an illustrious battle record that shook the continent and was passed down through the ages. A peerless genius. One had cultivated the invincible sword will. The strongest sword immortal. The combination of the three would be the nightmare of all the geniuses on the continent, and it would be a dark age that no one would be able to get rid of. The era of the sword immortal. There was a saying passed down in the Saber sect since ancient times: peerless sword immortals must be killed without mercy. The battle continued. It was in an ending state. The invincible sword intent swept out in all directions, killing everything in its path. Even undying beings would have to bow down to this invincible sword intent. Kill. Lin Fei broke out of the sea of blood, and his invincible sword will soared into the sky. He no longer concealed himself, and no longer blocked, standing tall above this bloody hell. At this moment, Lin Fei was like an invincible sword god. I will become a real knife god. I will not lose. The wild saber young master's eyes were completely red. Feeling the heaven-shaking invincible sword intent, he was completely stunned. Invincible sword intent, peerless genius, peerless sword immortal, why did such a person have to appear? Blood sea mad dragon. Blood sea floods the sky. Wild saber young master unleashed his saber even faster, bringing out a blood-colored saber aura. Lin Fei looked on indifferently. The invincible sword will swept out, and all the attacks were easily resolved in front of the invincible sword will. It could be said that at this moment, with Lin Fei's invincible sword will on him, the surrounding area had become the world of invincible sword will. The sword is the king, and the saber is the overlord. You still have to bow down to me. Under Lin Fei's feet, there was a dense invincible sword intent and a flying sword. Invincible sword intent, vacuum strike. Lin Fei's expression was focused as he pointed out his finger. It was incomparably profound. At this moment, Lin Fei seemed to have a new understanding of the invincible sword will. White sword intent, invincible pressure. The wild blade young master's eyebrows jumped. Bullshit invincible sword intent, I, the wild blade young master, am the most powerful. Boom, mad saber young master's entire body was bleeding profusely. Human and blade as one, bloody cut. In front of everyone's eyes, 100 zhang long blood-red saber appeared. There were many figures on the long saber, and they vaguely looked like the wild blade young master. Secret technique, the wild blade young master's secret technique. The blood-red saber turned everything between heaven and earth red. Wild blade young master met a peerless genius, what a pity. At such a young age, he cultivated the invincible sword intent and is the strongest sword immortal. I wonder how many geniuses will die in the hands of this black-clothed kid in the future. Perhaps, the era of the sword immortal is coming. On the high platform, all the sects were stupefied at this moment. In front of this peerless sword immortal, there was a certain gap between geniuses. The blood-red color dissipated, and the wild blade young master opened his eyes wide. His eyebrows were blasted open by the invincible sword intent. Invincible sword intent, I am not willing, his breath stopped, and he fell from the sky. Not good, let's go. The other three were scared out of their wits. Bang, 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 with unwillingness, the three followed in the footsteps of the other party. Lin Fei stopped in the air and experienced the feeling just now. After a moment, he opened his eyes thoughtfully and immediately laughed. As a sword immortal, I should be invincible in the world, and the invincible sword intent will defeat heroes everywhere. The long roar continued, and the sword intent soared into the sky, sweeping through the entire bloody hell. Lin Fei finally comprehended his own sword heart. All along, he had always felt that something was missing, something important. When he comprehended his own sword heart, everything came naturally. Lin Fei's combat power rose to another level. Invincible sword heart, he should advance bravely and defeat heroes everywhere. Lin Fei wanted to thank the wild blade young master for finally comprehending his own sword heart. He no longer hid and bravely released his true heart, becoming invincible in the world. At the same time, this long roar made almost all the dynasty's disciples stop, shocked by the long roar that contained the sword intent. Beside the lake, a white-clothed young master moved elegantly, leaving behind a ground full of corpses. What a domineering sword intent, it made my fist intent restless. The white-clothed young master flashed a strange look, this is a real opponent. If I can kill him, my fist intent will rise to another level. The white-clothed young master did not hesitate and took a step toward the place where the long roar came from. On the swamp. A middle-aged man in animal skin with a stocky build and a grandmaster-level great demons on each side quickly killed the blood demons in front of them, leaving a ground full of corpses. Sword intent? Who can release such a strong sword intent? The middle-aged man in animal skin looked delighted, this person must have a lot of blood essence stones on him. He sat on the great demon and left the scarlet swamp. In the bloody hell, the various dynasties' geniuses were shocked by the long roar. The long roar contained the invincible sword intent. It was the king of swords, making everyone feel like they were subservient. Lin Fei sat cross-legged in the sky. The invincible sword intent turned into a huge lotus, and the sword intent turned into lotus leaves. He's going to fight the heroes and completely consolidate the invincible sword heart. Someone on the high platform exclaimed. The people outside were either mystique venerable ones or mystique sages, so they could naturally see the clues. The seventh swordsman was beaming with joy. No matter how he looked at it, he found this kid pleasing to the eye. Good kid, using the invincible sword intent to stimulate the various geniuses. He's preparing to completely consolidate the invincible sword heart. He's really courageously moving forward to fight the various geniuses. The invincible sword intent that Lin Fei displayed earlier was already monstrous enough. Now, inviting the heroes to fight was completely in line with the style of a sword immortal. Brother Seventh Swordsman, your divine sword sect is about to usher in a truly glorious era. Sage Anya let out a long sigh, provided that such a peerless genius doesn't fall in the battle. Chapter 410. The seventh swordsman was excited, but at the same time, he was worried, which was rare. The geniuses from the various dynasties that kept coming were all extremely powerful. In particular, some of the outstanding geniuses from the various dynasties had outstanding battle prowess. With so many geniuses of the dynasties gathered together, the seventh swordsman could not help but worry. What if he died? Such a peerless genius, a peerless sword immortal, naturally belonged to the god of Swords Gate. The seventh swordsman was certain that if the young man in black joined the divine sword school, the world was destined to belong to him in the future. He would not be able to find an opponent who could compete with him. The young man's potential was limitless, and even the seventh swordsman himself would not be a match for him in the future. Back then, there was a sword immortal from the inner sect. His combat prowess was outstanding and he made a name for himself. He single-handedly suppressed the geniuses of the continent and used a path of white bones to pave the path of a sword immortal that belonged to him. If he had not encountered the terrifying sword immortal tribulation during his tribulation transcendence, the sword god sect would have produced a true sword immortal. Although that sword immortal eventually perished, the divine sword school's glorious years had always been a source of pride for its disciples. It was because of this sword immortal that the divine sword school was able to advance from a second-grade sect to a first-grade sect. After thousands of years, another peerless sword immortal had appeared. His talent was even more powerful than the previous one. In the future, it would definitely be the era of the sword immortal. At the same time, the divine sword school would also welcome its glorious years. If this bloody hell had not been Emperor Xian's treasure, the seventh swordsman would have taken it back to his sect immediately. With proper training, his name would definitely shake the world in the future. What is junior brother Lin Fei trying to do? On the plaza, Monday couldn't help but worry. The situation on the light screen was very clear, and one could also see the endless hidden dangers. Junior brother Lin Fei looks like he's comprehending something. Yunxiang frowned. It can't be an epiphany, right? It can't be an epiphany. Epiphany requires talent. It's rare for a person to have one in their lifetime. Autumn Moon Fairy shook her head. Junior apprentice brother Lin Fei isn't someone who likes to show off. Perhaps he's preparing so much because he wants to fight against the other heroes. What? Fight the heroes? Yunxiang and Monday were shocked. How could this be possible? Both of them were filled with disbelief. Autumn Moon Fairy, are you joking? Monday asked. I'm not joking, Autumn Moon Fairy shook her head again. You'll know once you keep watching. Is junior brother Lin Fei someone who would mess around? Didn't you hear the long whistle just now? Just as Yunxiang was about to speak, a cry of surprise rang out in the square. Our undying dynasty's fairy blue lotus has arrived. What does fairy blue lotus count for? Do you see that black-clothed sir? He is our Snow Wind Imperial Court's senior apprentice brother Feng Jianzi. His swordsmanship is unparalleled and he is a genius that will become an emperor in the future. He has only cultivated for 200 years and has already reached perfection of the profound ancestor realm. I'm more optimistic about that Grim Reaper. His Grim Reaper's heavenly saber is several times more powerful than the Mad Saber Young Master. He is also a genius who can enter the top 50 among the geniuses this time. The noble sword Saint Light has also appeared. He is a true genius who can get into the top 30. He is not one of those fake geniuses who only practice one blade technique and one sword technique. Even if he is a genius, he is just a junior who is sitting at the bottom of a well. Everyone in the square was in heated discussion. Every time a genius that belonged to their dynasty appeared, they would immediately be cheered. It was as if they had gained a lot of face. It had to be said that Lin Fei's roar contained an invincible sword intent that could suppress all wills had aroused strong dissatisfaction among the geniuses. Following the roar, they came all the way here. The will suppression came from this kid? When the first figure appeared in the sky and saw Lin Fei sitting cross-legged, he couldn't help but be shocked, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. This is the sword intent augmentation. What a profound comprehension. Another genius disciple appeared in the sky and stared at Lin Fei with a solemn expression. When geniuses appeared one after another, everyone was slightly surprised. The will suppression came from this kid. Among them, some came from large dynasties and some came from super dynasties. Each of them was a proud son of heaven, arrogant and overbearing. To be suppressed by a roar of will was something that could not be allowed. Therefore, they came to find that arrogant kid who dared to use will suppression. I was wondering who was so arrogant. So it is a mere kid who is still wet behind the ears. Before he arrived, his laughter had already arrived. The god of violence is here. Many geniuses had a strange look in their eyes. Why is this genius here? The name, God of Violence, was enough to tell that he wasn't someone who was easy to negotiate with. He was the king of destruction among the geniuses and had the most violent temperament. These geniuses were afraid of the god of violence. The god of violence was just like his name. He was tall and muscular and had the cultivation of the profound ancestor realm. He didn't hide his aura at all and kept releasing it. Some of the geniuses had no choice but to defend against it. Judging from his aura, this god of violence was very strong. Among the geniuses, he could enter the top 50. The god of violence landed with a furious look on his face. A shadow appeared behind him and didn't ask why. Bastard, how dare you provoke me? Die. The shadow moved and stepped out. There was a giant black hammer in his hand that was shining with black light. It wasn't an ordinary weapon. When the hammer smashed down, the sky shattered like a floor. Among all the weapons, the hammer was extremely powerful. It was one of the best weapons to display one's strength. There were only a few people who could use the hammer well. The violent god's attack caused everyone's hearts to tremble. A look of fear appeared on their faces. The violent god's strength had increased by quite a bit. A single hammer strike could affect them. Boom! Lin Fei was sitting cross-legged. The lotus formed by the invincible sword intent started to move. Sword lights shot up into the sky. There were so many of them that it made everyone's scalp go numb. The sword intent pierced through the sky. When the hammer landed on the lotus formed by the invincible sword intent, the void giant was instantly pierced through. The attack didn't stop and the void giant was killed. The god of violence's body trembled and then stabilized himself. When the crowd saw this, they were shocked. This kid's sword intent was so strong. How was this possible? They were already afraid of the god of violence's attack. They didn't expect this kid's sword intent to be even scarier than before. No wonder he dared to use his will to suppress him. God of violence, it seems like there are times when you are at a disadvantage. That's rare. A mocking voice could be heard. A shadow turned into a beam of light and rushed over. The god of violence was furious. Hentian, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth apart. The newcomer was an elegant young man with a melancholy temperament. He was one of the rivals of the god of violence, or rather, a mortal enemy. Your words are bullsh**, said Hentian. If you have the ability, let's fight for 300 rounds. See how I kill you. Why don't you change your title of King of Destruction to King of Powerlessness? He laughed loudly. At this moment, another person appeared. God of Violence, Hentian, are you done? Said the person who came. If you have the ability, why don't you break this kid's sword lotus? God of Violence laughed. I like what you said. Hentian, aren't you strong? Break this sword lotus first. Can't you see that this kid doesn't care about us? If you break this sword lotus, I admit that you are stronger than me. If you don't dare to go, then scram. Don't embarrass yourself. Hentian had seen everything that had just happened. God of Violence, you are known as the King of Destruction. You can't even break this sword lotus. How dare you ask me to help you? However, seeing that you are sincere, I will show you what true strength is. God of Violence's face darkened. All right. I want to see how strong you are. Don't brag about how strong you are. In reality, you are nothing. Prince Henshin's fist technique is amazing. You are a true genius. You will definitely be able to break this kid's sword lotus. God of Violence and Henshin's strength are similar. Even God of Violence failed. Hentian might not succeed. That kid is too strong. Henshin's face was solemn. In order to suppress God of Violence, Hentian didn't mind showing his strength. Hate the heavens for being blind. Henshin's aura changed. The fist intent of hatred seemed like it was going to reach the heavens. It was filled with endless hatred. Hentian was too weak. Hentian was too cruel. Hentian was too domineering. If one's heart wasn't strong enough, when faced with the fist intent of Hentian, one's heart started to crumble. What a sharp fist intent. He has infused hatred into his fist intent. Just now, the King of Destruction had a destructive aura. When he swung his hammer, it felt like he could break the heavens and earth. Henshin's fist technique was even more terrifying. A fist intent that could even hate the heavens was terrifying. Only people like them could cultivate such a technique. Henshin's fist intent was like a rainbow as it collided with the sword lotus. The sword lotus shook. Under the pressure of the fist intent, it continued to crumble. Compared to God of Violence's attack, it was clear who was stronger. God of Violence, watch how I break this sword lotus. Hentian laughed. God of Violence and the others were shocked. Henshin's fist intent had improved once again. It could crush the sword lotus of his opponent. Walala, the sword lotus continued to crumble. The sword intent created another sword lotus. The cycle continued and continued. Henshin's smile froze on his face. His fist intent could not tear apart the sword lotus of his opponent. Instead, his strength was being reduced. Hentian, you are the same as me. You are nothing special. God of Violence finally found an opportunity. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. God of Violence and Hentian were both powerful cultivators. Their attacks were exchanged for one defending and the other attacking. This proved that Hentian was strong. If it were them, it would not be so easy. Rumble, the blood-red sky suddenly shook. The flowing blood-red clouds exploded one by one. Everything within a radius of the sky turned into nothingness. A strong aura covered the sky. Aura. It was real aura. Puff puff under the aura, some of the disciples from the dynasties spat out blood. Their faces were filled with shock as they stared in a certain direction. There was a strong force in that direction that made them nervous. God of Violence and Hentian stopped and looked in that direction. They are here. Lin Fei, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. Chapter 411. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan, Waiting vs Flying, Happy Lil Do, Rainbow Dragon, Fengyun Ordinary, Bob, Cry Frog, for their monthly votes. They're here. Said all the helplessness in their hearts. Geniuses like God of Violence and Hateful Sky could say such words. Of course, there was someone stronger than them. As soon as he finished his words, several powerful auras appeared from all directions. They were like stars in the sky, attracting people's attention. Every powerful aura was full of domineering auras, and they came crashing down. That's right, it was an unscrupulous crushing. No matter what was in front of them, they would crush everything in an overbearing manner. The area where the crowd was suddenly became the center of the crushing. Puff, puff, puff. Under the pressure of this aura, the weaker disciples of the dynasty were trembling unconsciously. Blood trickled down from the corners of their mouths. They were directly injured by the crushing aura. Fong Nan, don't you think you've gone too far? God of Violence's true core was stirred up, blocking the crushing aura. This is not your territory. A giant walked out of the void. He looked young and was 20 feet tall, but his height gave people a strong sense of oppression. God of Violence, you're still so hot-tempered. Fong Nan laughed. 10 years ago, you couldn't even withstand one move from me. I wonder if you can withstand one move from me this time. Hua, the void was suddenly divided into two. A golden hammer was full of power, making people feel endless danger. God of Violence was embarrassed into anger. I was no match for you 10 years ago. 10 years later, the one who will lose will be you. Life Reaper Hammer. Similarly, a black hammer flew out and quickly collided with the golden hammer. Bang, bang, bang. Every time the golden hammer and the black hammer collided, a strong wind swept across, and the overbearing power formed a whirlpool. Bang, the golden hammer hit fiercely again. The black hammer was broken, and it smashed toward God of Violence with a jingguang. Many treasures gathered in front of God of Violence, accompanied by cracking sounds. God of Violence was sent flying. I haven't seen you for 10 years, and you're still so weak. Fong Nan withdrew his golden hammer, his eyes full of disdain. Loser, you will still be a loser even if I give you 10 years. With brutal god strength, he could enter the top 50. In the end, he was defeated so quickly in front of this Fong Nan. It was a complete mess. No, I'm not a loser. Violent God roared. He wasn't willing to give up. Boom! The golden hammer flew out again and smashed into Violence God's body. Loser, killing you will only dirty my hands. Fong Nan shook his head and no longer looked at him. Get lost. Seeing the brutal god's miserable state, everyone held their breath and dared not make a sound. Fong Nan, a genius disciple of the giant spirit sect, had already reached the peak of the profound Grandmaster realm. As soon as he made his move, everyone knew that he was also a genius who had cultivated his strength to the extreme. Brutal God also used a hammer, but he was still no match for Fong Nan. The top 10 experts lived up to their reputation. Fong Nan, when did you become so kind? Another person flew out from the void. He was filled with a boundless evil aura, as if he was a gigantic beast that wanted to devour people. Everyone's hearts trembled. This savage lord had also come. This loser, I will destroy his dantian and turn him into a piece of trash. Wang Xiong licked his lips. So, no loser dares to attack me. They are all dead. Ha ha ha, shock. Boundless terror. The disciples who were close to Wang Xiong chose to step back quietly. Bang, that person's head was smashed by a punch. Wang Xiong appeared in front of him. Blood splashed on his face. He grinned. Bastard, am I so scary? So, you deserve to die. Then, he licked the blood. Fong Nan, that loser, do you want me to help you get rid of him? Fong Nan's face was filled with disgust. Don't bother Brother Wang. Those who wanted to make a move didn't dare to move anymore. This Wang Xiong was a disciple of the Demon Kill sect. When he was young, he was exterminated and his personality changed. Among the younger generation, he was famous for his cruelty. A look, a movement, a word would be the reason for him to attack. Ordinary people would stay away from Wang Xiong, fearing that they would be killed with one punch. What a pity. Let me smash his head. That sound must be very nice. Wang Xiong grinned. He squinted his eyes and looked at God Wu. The injured God Wu was scared out of his wits. His face was pale. Wang Xiong, your taste has changed again. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several figures landed. Wang Xiong's eyes were filled with cruelty. Hee, actually, what I want to do the most is to break your necks and twist them into a dough twist. Really, I have always wanted to do that. Then, he licked his lips, looking very bloodthirsty. You want to break our necks, but we want to kill you. You are ranked 65th on the list of villains. If we kill you, there will be countless people who want to whip your corpse. Brother Jiang, why bother talking to this kind of scum? Let's clean him up later. At this time, a woman in red said coldly. Wang Xiong grinned again. Jiang Wuxin, Du Mei, if you were a couple, you would be a shameless couple. I have killed countless people, but I have never killed a shameless couple. It must be very satisfying and interesting. You're courting death. Du Mei, dressed in red, frowned, and her chest heaved violently. Junior sister Du Mei, why bother with this kind of person? It's not worth it. Jiang Wuxin was a gentleman in white. Let him live a little longer. When the time comes, I will send him to hell. Lin Fei had been watching. The roar contained the pressure of the invincible sword will, which was used to stimulate the genius disciples. In half a month, almost all the weaker ones had died. The remaining ones were naturally experts, true experts. These people are powerful and can be used to stabilize my sword heart. I want to welcome the heroes of the world with my invincible sword heart. Lin Fei smiled. Once the invincible sword heart is formed, I will be a true sword immortal. Lin Fei had only comprehended this after comprehending the invincible sword heart. A sword immortal must have the sword heart, followed by the sword will. If the sword heart was the soul, then the sword will was the soul. When the sword heart and the sword will were combined, it was the soul. They were truly one. Lin Fei had an urge to fight them. He had never had a desire to fight before. No matter where they came from or what background they had, they would become his stepping stones to achieve his invincible self. It seems that my roar has attracted all of you experts. Lin Fei laughed. Now, I declare that all of you hand over the blood essence stones. Those who resist will be killed without mercy. Lin Fei felt that these words were very imposing. Chapter 412. At Lin Fei's words, there was a burst of laughter in the plaza. The laughter contained disdain, sarcasm, mockery, and snorts of contempt. There were all kinds of expressions. This kid thinks he can be so arrogant just because he killed a few people. He really doesn't know how to spell the word death. He'll regret it later. Fang Nan, Jiang Wuxin, and the others are all true top powerhouses of the younger generation. This black-clothed kid is looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth to dare rob them. There are so many strange things happening this year. All kinds of people are popping up. Even a mystique venerable rank powerhouse would feel their scalp tingle when faced with so many prodigies. I dare say that kid must have eaten leopard's guts. It's best if Jiang Wuxin kills this kid and let him know that there's always someone better out there. He just killed our empire's powerhouses. No one believed that in the face of so many prodigies and true prodigy powerhouses, how could the black-clothed kid not be defeated and not die? Even if a few prodigies attacked, the black-clothed kid would be at a loss, let alone the other prodigy powerhouses. Junior brother Lin Fei is crazy. Monday let out a long sigh. He had already lost his temper from the blow. There were so many geniuses here, yet junior brother Lin Fei still dared to rob them. Zhou Yi was filled with admiration for his guts. Even in the unfalling empire, with his status as a member of the royal family, he didn't dare to be so brazen. These prodigy disciples before him were no weaklings. That's right. The most shocking thing I've seen in my life is the big event brought about by junior brother Lin Fei. Yunxiang's pupils shrank. If it were me, I'm afraid I wouldn't dare to say that for the rest of my life. In that case, it's normal for junior brother Lin Fei to be ahead of us. He has a fearless heart, unlike us who are timid and restricted by the rules. Brother Zhou, brother Yun, were no match for junior brother Lin Fei. When the autumn moon fairy saw this scene, she was still shocked. Maybe, we lack this kind of mentality. We have been restricted too much, but junior brother Lin Fei is breaking the rules and advancing bravely. So, his strength is constantly improving, and even though we have improved, we are still not as good as junior brother Lin Fei. I've decided that when I return this time, I'll experience true cultivation and travel the continent. Yinxiang's gaze was firm. Only by constantly fighting, constantly advancing, and constantly surpassing myself can I climb to the peak of martial arts. Brother Yun is thinking the same as me. I'm also preparing to go out and train. Even if I can't catch up to that freak, Lin Fei, I still have to increase my strength. I can't let Lin Fei look down on us. Unbeknownst to them, it was Lin Fei's battle that had unknowingly allowed Monday and Yinxiang to have a fortuitous encounter in the future. And on the high platform, the various sects were dumbfounded at the sight before them. Could it be that this peerless genius wanted to start the path of suppressing geniuses ahead of time? Ushering in a brand new era of sword immortals? Was it possible? Although everyone was surprised that this peerless genius had already comprehended the invincible sword intent at such a young age and was extremely powerful, he didn't even have a 10% chance of winning against so many geniuses, right? Of course, they did not wish for such a peerless genius to be born. Back in the era of the sword immortal, the geniuses of various sects were suppressed, and some of their elders died. It was only when the other party died under the heavenly tribulation that they were able to catch a breather and recover. How could they be willing to see the era of the sword immortal once again? No matter which sect it was, they did not wish for a mountain to appear above their heads, the kind that they could not surpass. Back then, a single sword immortal from the divine sword sect had caused all the geniuses to suffer. Countless genius experts died, and many of the elders who were cultivating in secret also died in the hands of the sword immortal. For sword immortals, there was a hidden hatred in their hearts. Usually, when a sword immortal appeared, as long as they had outstanding talent, they would be secretly disposed of. No one wanted a sword immortal with great potential to appear. Therefore, there were not many sword immortals on the continent, and there were even fewer sword immortals with outstanding talent. Now that a peerless sword immortal had appeared, there was no doubt that it had added a mountain above their heads, a mountain that even they could not surpass. Back then, the divine sword sect was only a second-grade sect. Now, it was already a first-grade sect. There were many experts in the sect, and it controlled a large number of cultivation resources. If this peerless sword immortal joined the divine sword sect, with the sect's strong nurturing and large amounts of resources, in less than a decade or a century, a sword immortal with powerful combat power would appear in the divine sword sect. Back then, sword immortals could fight and kill itinerant immortals. If this person reached the level of Emperor Xian, itinerant immortals would probably be like chickens and dogs in his hands. Even the projection of a heaven immortal might not be able to do anything to him. A peerless sword immortal with an invincible sword intent. His future achievements were immeasurable. This kid is courting death. It's best if he dies under everyone's joint attack. A peerless sword immortal has to die. Too many genius disciples in our sect died back then, so much so that there was almost a gap in the middle. Sword immortals should be killed, but peerless sword immortals should be killed even more. Variable. The black-robed brat is the biggest variable in this dynasty battlefield. If he doesn't die, another sword immortal era will arrive in the future. If the mystic the Arch isn't around, would really want to kill that brat. Unfortunately, the mystic the Arch is here. If we dare to make a move, the mystic the Arch will probably be the first to kill us. That brat lured all the true experts of the dynasty battlefield over. No matter what he's thinking, he's definitely going to die this time. This will also save us from worrying. No matter what sect it was, they were all the same. The current situation was most useful to them. If they had another peerless sword celestial, it would be even more impossible for them to contend against him in the future. This was especially so for the first-rank sect, the divine sword sect. They would have a golden opportunity to develop again. The seventh swordsman of the divine sword sect was the most worried. Domineering indeed, but you should also know how to keep a low profile. Why do you have to act together? The seventh swordsman's face showed no expression, but he was grumbling inside. He had finally met a peerless celestial swordsman, but now he had attracted the attention of a true master from the battlefield of the dynasties. "Brat, don't you know that all the sects want you to die at their hands?" The seventh swordsman did not want to see that happen. The peerless sword celestial should be killed without mercy. The seventh swordsman knew about this secret. It was precisely because of this that the number of sword celestials on the continent continued to decrease. Almost every time one of them appeared, they would be quickly killed. Outsiders might not know, but the seventh swordsman knew. These sword celestials were all arranged by the sects to be killed. After what happened in the past, sword celestials were like rats on the street that everyone wanted to kill. Few sword celestials could make a name for themselves. Every time a sword celestial appeared, the sects would deal with him. It felt like they were being paranoid. The seventh swordsman had never thought that he would meet a peerless sword celestial. But now, the seventh swordsman had to think about it. No matter how the battle turns out, the black-robed brat must be saved. He can't die at their hands, the seventh swordsman thought. A peerless sword celestial that is hard to come by in 1,000 years. Even if the individual immortal patriarchs take action, it will be worth it. Before he knew it, the seventh swordsman had already treated the other as a disciple of the divine sword sect. This kind of genius was born to belong to the divine sword sect. If he sat back and let the peerless sword celestial be killed, the individual immortal patriarchs would kill him. It would be normal for him to face the wall for 10,000 years. The seventh swordsman shuddered at the thought of that. Such a thing could not happen. As such, the seventh swordsman secretly spread the news. That was the highest messaging talisman of the divine sword school. Even Emperor Xian could not see through it and could not stop it. The seventh swordsman believed that the other sects were also thinking about how to deal with the black-robed boy. In fact, the seventh swordsman was right. First was the heavenly saber saint. First, he was humiliated in front of the seventh swordsman, and now the black-robed boy's aggressive invitation. This was clearly a prelude to suppression. Whether it succeeded or not, it meant that the person in front of him was very ambitious. If he died, that would be for the best. There would be one less big trouble. What if he didn't die? The heavenly saber saint was worried. Let the divine sword sect take it back? That would definitely not work. This is a matter of utmost importance. We have to inform the sect master. It would be best if we could invite the loose immortal patriarchs. We definitely can't let this brat leave the battlefield alive. He's also not allowed to become a disciple of the divine sword school. If there was a chance, the Sky Saber Saint would not mind personally killing the young man in black. It was a pity that the mystic Tharch was not around. The sect had to invite the loose immortal patriarchs to make the guardians yield and kill the young man completely. The Sky Saber Saint quickly figured it out. At the same time, he also thought that the seventh swordsman would inform the sect. This matter had become a super big deal. If the black-robed boy did not die, he would definitely become the Saber sect's biggest enemy in the future. The Sky Saber Saint knew how terrifying the sword immortals were. With the talent of the black-robed boy, his strength would be very terrifying in the future. Even if he could not pass the tribulation and become an immortal, he would still be able to dominate the world. After the Sky Saber Saint spread the news, he was relieved. What he had to do now was to wait for the loose immortal patriarchs. When the loose immortal patriarchs arrived, as long as they arrived before the divine sword school, the black-robed boy would die even if he had 10 lives. He believed that the loose immortal patriarchs would definitely appear for such an important matter. The other 3 first-grade sects were also full of worries at the moment. It was all because of this peerless sword celestial. Such a huge change would happen this time, and it would even affect the sect's strength in the future. Why does such a peerless sword celestial have to join the divine sword school? If the loose immortal patriarchs take him as a disciple, I'm afraid that the boy would not be able to resist this temptation. Wanshou sect's Qin Tian's eyes lit up. He felt that he had walked out of a dead end. Qin Tian felt that it was a pity to kill the disciple of such a peerless sword celestial. However, if the black-robed boy became a disciple of the divine sword school, it would be impossible for the Wanshou sect. Why couldn't he become a disciple of the Wanshou sect? No one could reject the loose immortal patriarchs personally taking action. The loose immortal patriarchs were already the top experts in the continent. It would be a great honor to become a disciple of an loose immortal patriarchs. By the way, I want to inform the sect leader. As long as the loose immortal patriarchs arrive, the black-robed boy is still not a disciple of the Wanshou sect. At that time, there would be a sword celestial with an invincible sword essence. Qin Tian was excited for coming up with such an idea. At the same time. Chapter 413. P.S. Thanks to Book Collection Dusk, Luo Yuxuan for the tips and floating indefinite monthly tickets. Something big is about to happen. The white-robed mystic the Arch said. He looked calm, but he couldn't help but worry. I remember the last time something happened was a few thousand years ago. I didn't think we would encounter it. The mystic Thearchs frowned, and it's a peerless sword immortal that only appears once in 1,000 or even 10,000 years. Back then, the sword immortals were the best of the best. Now, they've become street rats. The white-robed mystic the Arch sighed. It's fine if that kid dies. If he doesn't, we two guardians won't be able to handle the rogue immortals. As the mystic Thearchs, the two guarded the dynasty battlefield. They didn't care about ordinary mystic Thearchs. As guardians, they could order them to retreat. Even if they really attacked, they could suppress them. But the rogue immortal old ancestor was different. They were just a step away from heaven immortal. The power of the rogue immortals had a qualitative change and grasped the methods of immortals. If the rogue immortal old ancestor appeared, the two of them wouldn't be able to stop it. The dynasty war had happened countless times and such changes were rare. Now that they encountered it, the two mystic Thearchs felt helpless. Forget it. The problem between the sect and the sword immortal was left behind thousands of years ago. It has become a deep ravine that cannot be crossed. If the itinerant immortals were to take action, we can only watch helplessly. The white-robed mystic the Arch said. If the previous guardians didn't leave the continent to cultivate, we wouldn't be afraid of the rogue immortal old ancestor. The mystic Thearch sighed. It's best if the rogue immortal old ancestor doesn't appear. Let the dynasty war end peacefully and we can live up to our identity as guardians. Even though they thought so, they weren't sure if the rogue immortal old ancestor would appear. The key was to see how strong the black-robed kid was. This kid actually wants to rob us. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Crazy, he must be crazy. Otherwise, why would he rob us? Doesn't he know that we have so many people? A mouthful of water from each of us is enough to drown that kid? See, some people are already thinking of attacking to teach that kid a lesson. I'm at profound grandmaster middle stage. Even I don't dare to be so arrogant. I have to be careful, afraid that I'll meet a powerful expert and die in their hands. All the disciples of the dynasty present laughed. After all, their birth and their families were existences that people would look up to. But now, someone dared to rob them. Other than having a screw loose, they couldn't think of a second reason. Good boy, you're really amazing. Wang Xiong laughed heartily. I've always wanted to do this, but I didn't expect you to beat me to it. It was hard to tell whether this was good or bad. After all, Wang Xiong was an unfathomable person. He was neither good nor evil, it was difficult to see through him. Senior brother Jiang, this little thief is so hateful. He's the same as Wang Xiong. Dumei revealed a look of disgust. It's best to kill both of them later. Leaving people like them alive is a disaster. Jiang Wuxin said, he is indeed hateful. Perhaps he is another villain on the villain list. He deserves to be killed. I don't care if he's on the evil ranking or not. I just want to know if the roar came from you. Fang Nan stared at Lin Fei and said in an unquestionable tone. Wang Xiong, it seems that we are kindred spirits. Based on what you said before, I can spare your life. Lin Fei said faintly. His impression of Wang Xiong was better than that of ordinary people. Perhaps it was because he was free and straightforward. He didn't need any reason to kill. It was all based on his mood. He didn't need any disguise. He didn't need any tricks. He was free and did what he wanted. Wang Xiong was startled. He didn't know how long it had been since he heard such words. Interesting, interesting. This is the first time I've met someone like you. I admit that I'm overbearing, but compared to you, I'm at a disadvantage. Let me tell you, if you survive, I'll treat you to a drink and watch the beauties of the Snow Palace bathe. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. This kind of person really did what he wanted. Okay, it's a deal. Lin Fei didn't refuse the invitation. What was kindred spirits? Lin Fei felt that if he and Wang Xiong could become friends, they would be very good friends. On Earth, Lin Fei was a mortal with layers of rules above his head. But on the Xiantian continent, Lin Fei pursued as he pleased and broke the layers of rules above his head. Lin Fei didn't like rules. Rules were meant to be broken. The conversation between Lin Fei and Wang Xiong had already caused many people to feel dissatisfied. They had been suppressed by Lin Fei's will and were already filled with anger. Now that they were ignored by Lin Fei and his previous words, their anger exploded. Kid, did you do it? Fong Nan was one of the top 10 experts. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? Ha ha ha, are you blind? If it wasn't for me, how could I have lured you here and robbed you? Lin Fei stood up straight. Looks like no one wants to hand over the fairy stones. Then don't blame me for not showing mercy. Lin Fei was very disappointed. Giving them a way out was not their choice. Divine power, 5-blow thunderstruck. Lin Fei wasn't someone who would back down. As soon as he attacked, Lin Fei used his divine power, 5-blow thunderstruck. Rumble, rumble, the blood-red sky instantly darkened like night. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, covering everyone. Everyone was shocked by this divine power. Thick bolts of lightning struck down from the sky like giant serpents and beasts. It was a frightening sight. The people who didn't take it seriously at first hurriedly took out their defensive true treasures and started to block the divine power. However, they had underestimated Lin Fei's means. The divine power of the god and demon era was not something that a defensive true treasure could block. Such a large-scale divine power attack, how powerful can it be? A disciple of a dynasty in the early stage of the mysterious sect raised a red umbrella above his head. When a bolt of lightning landed on it, it rippled continuously. After 3 consecutive bolts of lightning, that dynasty's disciple was killed. His face was filled with horror. Lin Fei's 5-blow thunderstruck made them panic. Punishment spear. The strongest defense was the strongest attack. 3 heads and 6 arms, azure dragon body, Lin Fei used all his means and instantly rushed into the battlefield. The punishment spear became a killing weapon in Lin Fei's hands. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 4:14. This is a great mystique from the god and demon era. The sages on the platform were speechless. Mystiques could only be known as divine mystiques, true mystiques. The divine abilities of the god and devil era almost all came from the hands of powerful god and devil gods. They were the peak existences of the god and devil era. Their battles were monstrous, and they had killed countless experts. Thus, the divine abilities they created were extraordinary, and their divine abilities were also the most powerful. The mystiques after the god and demon era were all inferior to the mystiques of the god and demon era. The mystiques of the god and demon era were the true mystiques. Apart from the god and demon era, no one else could create such a mystique attack. The mystiques of the god and demon era were all simplified versions. More importantly, the 5 thunders mystique attracted divine thunder, which belonged to the 9 heavens. The 5 thunders of the future were all simplified versions. Its power was not even a tenth of that of the past. Even so, when this mystique was cultivated to the great completion stage, it was still very powerful. Lin Fei did not care about the shock of the sages outside. He had 3 heads and 6 arms, and his mystiques were endless. With every attack, a disciple of the dynasty would be killed. In the huge crowd, Lin Fei's long hair fluttered in the wind. He had 3 heads and 6 arms behind him. His black killing intent soared into the sky like Buddha's light, attaching itself to Lin Fei's back. Weak. Too weak. With a spear of punishment, the person who dared to attack was smashed into pieces. Lin Fei was like a peerless god of slaughter. What a terrifying mystique. The killing intent that made people's hearts palpitate was unimaginable. How could this person withstand the attack of the killing intent and not fall into the demon Dao? If it were them, they would have long become homicidal maniacs. Lin Fei could feel his invincible sword heart solidifying. Among the people present, there were only a few who did not attack. They were protected by true treasures, which showed that their backgrounds were not ordinary. These top experts all had solemn expressions. This black-robed kid with a low cultivation level but strong combat power made them treat him as an opponent on the same level. Good kill, these people should have been killed. Wang Xiong beamed. Maybe there will be another god of slaughter on the villain list. Lin Fei had killed many people. Wang Xiong was more excited than anyone else. This kind of person definitely had the potential to enter the villain list. So many disciples of the dynasties, so many geniuses, had lost their lives in his hands. No matter what, this person had offended all of them. Unless he stayed in the sect for the rest of his life. Otherwise, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't be retaliated against. Even within the sect, he would be suppressed by the other disciples. Wang Xiong knew that he could not be as savage as the other party. At the same time, he was shocked at the other party's endless Shenyuan. There was not the slightest sign of weakening, and his blood and qi were still as strong as before, as if they were boundless. Lin Fei was a peerless monster, and he went on a killing spree. Even though the dynasty's disciples fought back with all their might, facing Lin Fei, who was invincible in close combat, coupled with his killing intent, they crumbled. This massacre lasted for an hour. Apart from those who escaped, the rest became corpses, filled with unwillingness as they were forever buried deep in the bloody hell. After such a massacre, Lin Fei was covered in blood. Wounds covered his azure dragon true body. He circulated his quintessence and quickly recovered. Only the killing qi behind him became denser, inspiring a chill in one's heart when one looked at it. Killing them is boring, but killing you guys is completely different. Lin Fei turned his head and licked his lips. You guys are the true experts. Use your strongest moves, or else you'll end up like them. At this moment, those who remained were all true experts. There were 20 to 30 of them, and every one of them was a proud son of heaven. Although they were shocked by this person's ferocity and strength, it did not mean that he could contend with them. Everyone, this kind of murderous demon is very likely to enter the villain list. Why don't we kill him together to prevent more people from being harmed in the future? Jiang Wuxin said righteously. Senior brother Jiang is right. No matter who he is, he has already fallen into the demonic Dao. Demonic Dao disciples have the right to kill him, Dumei added. Needless to say, they had already sensed how powerful this person was. They were all proud sons of heaven. Be it in the dynasty or in the family, they were true geniuses. Each of them considered themselves to be peerless geniuses. Such peerless geniuses did not allow others to step on them. No matter who it was, they would not allow it. Their arrogance did not allow anyone to be more powerful than them. To put it bluntly, they were all jealous. They were jealous that someone was more powerful than them. After all, which of the people around them did not grow up listening to flattery and flattery? Moreover, they had all experienced the other party's powerful willpower attack. It was an invincible stance. If such a person were to be allowed to grow, he would definitely steal their glory in the future. Now that there was a chance to kill him, they were naturally willing to do it together. It was difficult for one person to fight two fists, so it would also reduce the risk for them. Lin Fei was very disappointed. How could such a genius be called a genius? Why did the geniuses he encountered always think of him as a good person and think of him as a bad person? Lin Fei really did not think much of such geniuses. Along the way, Lin Fei had encountered dozens of geniuses, but not a single one was worthy of his attention. Perhaps this Wang Xiong was one of them. At least, he was open and aboveboard, without so much concealment. I initially thought that you geniuses would bring me pressure, but now it seems that you guys are just trash. I am very disappointed in you. Lin Fei shook his head. Arrogant kid, I have tolerated you for a long time. Fong Nan was enraged and took a step forward, collapsing fist. The giant like Fong Nan punched out, and a giant appeared from afar. He punched out through the air and appeared in front of Lin Fei, punching out at his head. Too fast. Lin Fei was not in a hurry. Using the water fire lotus to protect himself, he opened his divine eyes and pointed with his finger. Invincible sword intent, vacuum strike. With an invincible stance, the giant fist crumbled under a single finger. It went straight to Fong Nan and blew off one of Fong Nan's arms. Sword intent, invincible sword intent. Fong Nan retreated with a shocked expression. The others were also shocked. Invincible sword intent, how is this possible? Even they might not be able to cultivate their fist intent to the invincible state. Invincible fist intent, invincible sword intent, invincible blade intent, no matter which one it was extremely difficult to comprehend. They were proud of themselves as genius disciples, but they never thought that they could comprehend the invincible state. Invincible intent, one must have an invincible heart. Invincible heart was easier said than done. Without comprehending the invincible heart, one could forget about the invincible state. This was something that they could never dream of in their entire lives, but now that it had appeared in front of them, how could they not be shocked? This invincible state required great talent, a peerless genius. Great, this is the real invincible heart. Wang Xiong laughed, now I finally believe that you are strong. No wonder you said that, it makes me want to fight. Seal of life and death. Wang Xiong made his move. People like him were excited to see the prey. If he didn't spar with such an expert, when would he find a chance to spar with such a powerful expert? Invincible sword intent. If he could comprehend something from the invincible sword intent, his strength would increase. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Wang Xiong was curious how this person comprehended the invincible sword intent. Attack. Everyone has the right to kill this kind of person. Jiang Wuxin shouted and punched out. The punches were like millstones, crushing toward Lin Fei. The others wouldn't miss this opportunity, and they couldn't care less about their pride. All kinds of true treasures in the sky rushed toward Lin Fei, covering the sky and almost enveloping Lin Fei. It had to be said that they were all using their strongest attacks. Every true treasure was a high-grade true treasure, and their power soared to the sky. The square was also stunned by this scene. This kid is dead for sure. As expected of a genius disciple. These true treasures cost at least tens of millions of true essence crystals. With so many true treasures, even if he doesn't die, he will be seriously injured. Anyone who saw so many true treasures didn't think that the other party would have a chance to survive. The sect emissaries on the high platform were also nervously watching the battle on the light screen. Now that the kid was dead, everything was at ease. At least, they wouldn't have to worry anymore. If he lived, they would be the ones who would have a headache. They saw that their true treasures covered the sky and the earth. Every true treasure was of high quality and was the best of the best. In their eyes, the kid had already used up all his tricks. Even if he had protective divine abilities and body refining techniques that made his defense very impressive, these people were not to be trifled with. With so many true treasures, each one was no weaker than an attack from a beginner mystique venerable one. In the eyes of the saints, no matter how powerful the kid was, it would be difficult for him to resist an attack of this level. Perhaps this was the end. 3,000 immortal techniques, great slicing skill. Lin Fei flipped his hand seals and unleashed the 3,000 immortal techniques that he had learned. As soon as the 3,000 immortal techniques were unleashed, a vast wave of immortal techniques descended from the sky, immediately shocking everyone. The great slicing skill turned into a white light and swept toward them. This isn't the 3,000 immortal techniques. Fong Nan, Jiang Wuxin, and the others looked at each other. These 3,000 immortal techniques were very difficult to master, let alone unleash them. Moreover, the 3,000 immortal techniques were divided into strong and weak ones, and this great slicing skill was a true offensive immortal technique. They thought they would defeat the other party. Unexpectedly, the other party unleashed the 3,000 immortal techniques, and the 3,000 immortal techniques that focused on offense. How is this possible? This is the 3,000 immortal techniques, the top 100 immortal techniques. The great slicing skill cuts through everything. It's incomparably domineering. Isn't this 3,000 immortal techniques the 3,000 immortal techniques of the Mu clan? Could this kid be a disciple of the Mu clan? A disciple of the Mu clan? How is this possible? The invincible sword intent had already shocked them. At this moment, the other party unleashed the 3,000 immortal techniques, and the 3,000 immortal techniques from the top 100 at that. This was enough to make them lose their cool. With this immortal technique, the other party was in danger, and they were the ones in danger. Chapter 4:15. P.S. Thanks to He Jingxiong, Luo Yuxuan, Waiting versus Flight, Su Ming Si, for their tips, and Yi Wuchuan and Biyao for their monthly votes. The great slicing art was one of the 3,000 immortal arts that focused on offense. Any mortal object would be sliced apart in front of the great slicer technique. No one could block the great slicer technique. I cut again. The white crescent moon slashed across the sky, and the great cutting technique cut through all the treasures of different sizes. Regardless of whether it was a low-grade true treasure, a middle-grade true treasure, or a high-grade true treasure, in front of this great cutting technique, all of them were as fragile as scrap metal. 8 treasures glazed lamp. 5 colored light. Golden divine spear. The true treasures in the hands of these genius disciples gave off cracking sounds that made one vomit blood. No one had expected such a scene to unfold. A priceless treasure was actually destroyed by the other party's 3,000 immortal arts. The true treasure was damaged, and its battle prowess fell by more than 30%. How infuriating. My multicolored light. Dumei felt a heartache. Just a moment of carelessness, and the power of the high-grade true treasure's multicolored light had been greatly damaged. It was unknown whether or not it could be repaired. She hated this black-clothed brat even more. However, their curses only lasted for a moment before the great slicer art swept over once more. Everyone's eyebrows twitched. This kid really dared to make a move. Isn't it just 3,000 immortal techniques? Don't think that just because the Mu clan has them, we don't. Fong Nan sneered. 3,000 immortal techniques, great binding technique. This was one of the 3,000 immortal arts. 3,000 immortal arts, great devouring art. Jiang Wuxin's face was also filled with rage. He had accidentally damaged a superior grade true treasure, so he had a bigger headache than anyone else. Furious, he also executed the 3,000 immortal techniques. I'd like to see whether your great incision art or my great devouring art is stronger. It had to be said that all the people here were geniuses of the heavens. Others could not successfully cultivate the 3,000 immortal techniques, but that did not mean that they could not. They were all geniuses of the heavens. The others were also in a state of rage. Even if they did not use the 3,000 immortal arts, they were still using their strongest attacks. A huge black hole shrouded the space above Lin Fei while green vines blotted out the sky and covered the earth, turning the vast space into a green forest. Each attack of the huge green vines was no less than a mystique venerable one's attack. Seeing this scene, anyone could feel the danger. No one could guarantee that they would not die under such a siege. The great slicer art is unstoppable, sweeping in all directions. At this moment, Lin Fei channeled his powerful true energy and deployed 3,000 immortal arts once more, wanting to kill all of them. My chance has come. I was just looking for the 3,000 immortal techniques. Who would have thought that they would pop up so quickly? These are all shiny white points. Lin Fei was beaming with joy. Now that he had accumulated enough points, he could cultivate the other 3,000 immortal techniques. A steady stream of quintessence poured into Lin Fei as the great slicer art appeared behind him, transforming into a silvery white crescent moon. With a single thought, the crescent moon released immortal might. Great entanglement, break. The great devouring technique was broken. Great darkness art, break. He activated the great slicer art with all his might. As expected of one of the top 100 immortal arts among the 3,000. More importantly, Lin Fei's true energy was so dense that there was no one else in the same generation as him. Moreover, the 3,000 immortal arts that he activated with all his might were among the top 100. Everyone knew what was going on. And so, they suffered. Encountering Lin Fei with his dense true energy, they had nowhere to cry. The 3,000 immortal arts were blasted apart one after another. Be it Jiang Wuxin or Fong Nan, they were both shocked. Expressions of disbelief appeared on their faces, and then they turned pale with fright. The great slicer art flew toward them. Damn it! How can his 3,000 immortal arts be so powerful? This doesn't make sense. Our strength is about the same. How can his 3,000 immortal arts be so powerful? My great devouring art was directly shattered. Whoosh, whoosh. These genius disciples finally felt the danger after losing their true treasures, and their powerful attacks became ineffective. Fong Nan, who was at the forefront, was directly sliced in two by the crescent moon. Even a 6th grade armor could not withstand the might of the 3,000 immortal arts. Fong Nan was the first to die, and the second was the beautiful Du Mei. She was also sliced into several pieces, causing a commotion. Ruthlessly destroying a flower. The great slicer art swept out, killing one after another. No matter who it was, in the face of the 3,000 immortal arts, they were still too insignificant. Am I going to die? Wang Xiong rarely panicked, but this time, he was really panicking. The black-robed kid was so powerful that he had killed almost all of them with a single 3,000 immortal arts. Was it his turn now? Wang Xiong found it funny. It turned out that this was a monster in human skin. Top 10 experts? Genius disciples? At this moment, in front of the other party, everything seemed unimportant. The other party was too strong, sweeping away all the experts like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Just the 3,000 immortal arts alone had been cultivated to such a level. How many people could compare to him? The crescent moon attacked with killing intent, and Wang Xiong gave up on the idea of blocking. In front of the 3,000 immortal arts, he could not block them at all. Was there a difference between blocking or not blocking? There was no difference at all. He would still die. Since that was the case, why bother blocking? At the crucial moment, the crescent moon disappeared in front of Wang Xiong. I like people like you. Killing you is more fun than killing them. Wang Xiong really walked around the edge of hell. He looked at the crescent moon gratefully. From now on, you are my friend. The situation of certain death was resolved just like that. Wang Xiong was surprised. After leaving that sentence, he felt embarrassed to continue staying. What if he was accidentally injured? Lin Fei smiled and allowed him to leave. When I am free, I should go and take a look at the real evil list. Shortly after, he felt that it was funny. After killing so many geniuses, I don't need to find out anymore. My name should be on the evil list, right? Everyone looked at Wang Xiong leave and thought of the sentence he said before. Wang Xiong was really lucky. How could he not die? What kind of luck did he have? Xiao, it's over. It's all over. Someone on the platform was dispirited and powerlessly sat down. This one-sided massacre had become a foregone conclusion. This Mu clan disciple was so cruel, killing so many geniuses in one move. I didn't expect the Mu clan to have such a genius. Other than them, no one else would be able to nurture such a genius. Without exception, everyone treated Wang Xiong as a Mu clan disciple. The great slicing art was unique to the Mu clan, and it was rarely circulated to the outside world. Even if someone did, they wouldn't be able to execute it. There were strong and weak immortal arts among the 3,000 immortal arts. Powerful immortal arts required perception and time. The great slicing art was a powerful 3000 immortal art, and it was definitely from the Mu clan. The Mu clan was so overbearing and arrogant. Naturally, it caused dissatisfaction among the other sections. So what if you have the mystic the Arch-Patriarch? Chapter 4:16. Lin Fei's outstanding performance was not a good thing for the people outside. It was not what they wanted to see. Previously, they had thought that he would definitely die under the attacks of the geniuses. However, in the blink of an eye, the black-robed kid was killing everyone and giving them a heavy blow. The expressions of the representatives of the 5 first-grade sects were already ugly. Many of these geniuses were admired by them. Once they reached the required points, they would immediately become disciples of their sections. However, they did not expect that in front of this celestial sword immortal, one of the 3000 immortal techniques would kill almost all of them. This was definitely a matter of life and death. Dynasty wars were where talents were stored. Every dynasty war was accompanied by slaughter, and many dazzling geniuses would appear. These geniuses would become disciples of their sects, and some would even become core disciples. Lin Fei had killed all of their disciples in one breath. These sect representatives already had the intention to kill, and this was equivalent to using their own disciples to replace them. A sect needed core disciples, and geniuses were the first choice. The rest were disciples with better talent. They had come all the way here to pick disciples, but in the end, they had all died in front of them. They felt like they had been slapped in the face, and it was burning with pain. Even if this person was a peerless sword immortal, it still made them want to kill him. The heavenly saber sage's expression was uncertain as his gaze fell on the black-robed kid. The Great Cut technique is one of the top 100 immortal techniques among the 3000. This kind of person must not be allowed to live. Perhaps he might not even need to reach the profound sage realm to kill a sage. What did this mean? He had monstrous talent and terrifying battle prowess. The heavenly saber sage had spent more than 3000 years to become a profound sage, and this was because he had the support of his sect and consumed a lot of resources. Moreover, becoming a sage in 3000 years was already an outstanding feat compared to the other party. The heavenly saber sage felt that he had lived a dog's life. 3000 years to become a sage. This kid was not even 100 years old, and yet he had already reached this level. Perhaps in 500 years, his strength would be so great that he could kill a sage as easily as a peak profound zone, right? The heavenly saber sage was absolutely unwilling to see this happen. Such a person must be killed in the cradle and not given a chance to stand out. Suddenly, a look of joy flashed in the heavenly saber sage's eyes. The old ancestor is here. I knew that the sect would not let such a peerless sword immortal go. This kid is dead for sure. The seventh sword, who had been paying attention to the heavenly saber sage all this while, could not help but feel startled. Even though it was just a slight movement, he could still see some clues. Something is going to happen. Based on my understanding of him, the heavenly saber sage was still furious earlier. Now, however, he is showing joy. If I am not wrong, the saber sect's old ancestor is about to arrive. The seventh swordsman knew very well what the heavenly saber sage of the saber sect would do. This was the dynasty's battlefield. The mystic the Arch-Patriarch could not handle the guardians. If he barged in, he would be killed. Only the itinerant immortal patriarch was here. Even the mystic Thearch's guardians had to give the itinerant immortal patriarch some face. A loose immortal patriarch killing the other party was only a matter of a single sentence. This was already publicly known. What should we do now? Seventh Sword had not expected that the Saber Sect's loose immortal patriarch would arrive so quickly. It seemed that he would arrive soon. The individual immortal patriarch of the Saber Sect had arrived first. The seventh swordsman really did not know what to do. Even the guardians had to show respect, not to mention that he was just a saint. In the eyes of the individual immortal patriarch, he was not up to par. Do I really have to watch the black-robed brat be killed by the individual immortal patriarch? The seventh sword's brows furrowed. He only hoped that the individual immortal patriarch of his sect would arrive in time. Brat, you must hold on. This was the only thing the seventh sword could do. After Lin Fei killed all of them, except for a few who fled in a disorderly manner, almost all of them were dead. Not enough. It's still not enough. Originally, he thought that after killing them, his invincible sword heart would stabilize. At this moment, he still felt that something was missing. It could not reach the true perfection, as if it was missing something important. Forget it. Let's collect the spoils of war first. Lin Fei moved, plundering a series of spoils of war. Ding! Congratulations to the player for discovering the 3000 immortal techniques, Great Entanglement Technique. Reward, 7 million points. Ding! Congratulations to the player for discovering the 3000 immortal techniques, Great Engulfing Technique. Reward, 10 million points. As for the rest, Lin Fei did not care too much. After plundering the 3000 immortal techniques, the mission reward came. Now my points have broken through to 31 million. The 3000 immortal techniques are really my lucky star. If I can gather the real 3000 immortal techniques, it will be really awesome. After discovering the 3000 immortal techniques, Lin Fei immediately chose to learn them. He had a feeling that something was going to happen. Although Lin Fei had not reached the level of foresight, after learning the 3000 immortal techniques, he vaguely felt something. It was a bad feeling. As for what it was, he could not sense it, nor guess what it was. He was not strong enough. Lin Fei chose to learn the 3000 immortal techniques, just in case. Anyway, there was nothing bad to learn. After learning 2 of the 3000 immortal techniques, Lin Fei prepared to leave this place. Just as he was about to leave, a boundless aura swept through the entire bloody hell. Whether it was the blood demons or the dynasty disciples, they were all suppressed by this aura. The blood demons were already prostrating on the ground. The dynasty disciples bitterly resisted, and after a while, they also prostrated on the ground. In front of this aura, Lin Fei felt his insignificance for the first time. The aura suppressed him, and he had to constantly circulate his vital essence to resist. Even so, it was still quite strenuous. This aura is stronger than anyone I have ever seen. Even the Mystic Emperor's aura is not as strong as this aura. Lin Fei was shocked. Who is this person? Could it be an itinerant immortal patriarch? How could such an expert appear in the bloody hell? Lin Fei could not understand. The changes in the bloody hell made the 2 guardians on the high platform change their expressions. They quickly tore open the void and appeared in the bloody hell. The others also looked at each other, recognizing this aura. This is clearly the aura of an itinerant immortal. What is going on? That itinerant immortal has entered the bloody hell. When everyone's eyes landed on the black-robed kid, they immediately understood what was going on. This was an itinerant immortal patriarch. Apart from an itinerant immortal patriarch, who would dare to be so domineering and directly enter the bloody hell with their tyrannical strength? Who else could it be? The aura and suppression came rolling over. Lin Fei's azure dragon true body cracked open, and blood flowed out. It kept healing and opening wounds. It kept going back and forth. White name patriarch. While Lin Fei was bitterly resisting, 2 figures appeared not far away. One was black, and the other was white. 2 mystic emperors. When he saw these 2 figures, Lin Fei's pupils shrank. He finally knew who he had encountered. Who else could make the mystic emperors be so courteous other than an itinerant immortal patriarch? A white-robed, white-faced, white-browed, white-haired middle-aged man walked out of the void step by step. And this step was endless. With each step, layers of the void collapsed, leaving behind streaks of domineering saber light that did not dissipate for a long time. This person was the saber sex itinerant immortal patriarch, white name patriarch. White name patriarch, the saber sex itinerant immortal patriarch. Everyone was shocked. The heavenly saber saint had really invited the itinerant immortal patriarch. An itinerant immortal patriarch had personally come for a supreme sword immortal. They did not even dare to think about such a thing. An itinerant immortal patriarch was a supreme existence on the continent. It was usually difficult to even see him. The heavenly saber saint was expressionless, and the words, "I'm very happy," were written on his face. He was surprised by White Name Patriarch's appearance. Any patriarch would have been enough. He did not expect White Name Patriarch to come. Soon, the heavenly saber saint figured out why White Name Patriarch had come. Thousands of years ago, White Name Patriarch's last disciple had died in the hands of that sword immortal. If White Name Patriarch had not been refining an important treasure and could not be distracted, a battle would have been inevitable. White Name Patriarch is here. Even if that kid has the ability to reach the heavens, he can forget about escaping from Patriarch. White Name Patriarch hates sword immortals the most, especially supreme sword immortals. The heavenly saber saint could not help but shudder. White Name Patriarch? Why is he here? Sword 7's heart sank. He also knew White Name Patriarch. There were records of him in the Sword God sect. White Name Patriarch had the worst temper among the Saber sect's itinerant immortals. At the same time, he was also the one who was least likely to become an itinerant immortal. However, he survived the heavenly tribulation and became an itinerant immortal. It was said that he was already a second tribulation itinerant immortal. If one successfully passed the heavenly tribulation, one would become a heaven immortal. If not, one would become an itinerant immortal. Itinerant immortals would face the itinerant immortal tribulation. There were a total of 9 tribulations, one every 5,000 years. After passing it, one would become stronger. At the same time, one would also have 5,000 years to prepare. If not, one would die under the itinerant immortal tribulation. If it was an ordinary itinerant immortal, it would be fine. However, it was a second tribulation itinerant immortal. No one present could stop him. He was too strong. The heavenly saber saint was too ruthless. He actually invited White Name Patriarch. This was definitely not giving the opponent a chance to resist. Sword 7 glared at the heavenly saber saint. Sending a second tribulation itinerant immortal to deal with a kid in the Mystic Lord realm would probably be a joke. However, White Name Patriarch was unreasonable. No one would laugh at him because the person who laughed at him was already dead. Why? You two want to stop me? White Name Patriarch glanced at them. The 2 mystic thearchs were shocked. That one sentence contained endless saber intent, which made it difficult for them to resist. After all, they were mystic emperors in the middle and late stages. If White Name Patriarch wanted to kill them, it would be a piece of cake. They could not resist at all. If they were not guardians, they would have died at White Name Patriarch's hands. Patriarch, you must be joking. How would we dare to stop you? White Name Patriarch said. That's good. The white-robed Xian Emperor and the black-robed Xian Emperor looked at each other helplessly. They directly left bloody hell. The situation was out of their control. They did not even have the thought of attacking White Name Patriarch. They were completely suppressed by the saber intent. Chapter 4:17. Old Ancestor Bai said in an irrefutable tone. Lin Fei's azure dragon true body immediately cracked, leaving behind black saber lights. Blood flowed out, and the strongest recovery ability of a body-tempered cultivator lost its effect, making Lin Fei look like a bloody man. The might of a loose immortal patriarch is too strong. When everyone saw this scene, they subconsciously shivered. A second tribulation loose immortal was too strong. With one sentence, he cut off his opponent's strongest attack. A body-tempered cultivator's combat strength depended on their strong recovery ability. Without recovery ability, the advantage of a body-tempered cultivator would disappear. With one sentence, a loose immortal patriarch destroyed the advantage of a body-tempered cultivator. Lin Fei smiled bitterly in his heart. I didn't expect this loose immortal patriarch to come for me. Could it be the Mu clan's loose immortal patriarch? My reputation is too great. With a loose immortal patriarch attacking him, Lin Fei felt immense pressure. I can't be considered a peerless sword immortal. Lin Fei clenched his teeth and straightened his body, resisting the pressure. I can definitely kill a sword immortal who wants to kill your descendant. Even though he was facing a loose immortal, the strongest loose immortal in the continent, Lin Fei was not afraid, nervous, or fearful. What was a loose immortal? He was just trash who couldn't pass the tribulation. Why should Lin Fei be afraid of him? Even if it was a loose immortal, Lin Fei was confident that he could survive. No one expected this black-robed kid to be so arrogant in front of old ancestor Bai. Didn't he know that old ancestor Bai disliked sword immortals? Old ancestor Bai was expressionless as he said indifferently, as expected of a third-step sword immortal. You can even block my aura. You should feel honored that I have to personally kill you. A loose immortal patriarch personally said he wanted to kill him. Lin Fei had no choice but to think about the background of this loose immortal. If you want to kill a minor character like me, you have to be able to kill me first. Lin Fei clenched his teeth. I don't want to lose face when the time comes and become the laughing stock of the continent. Indeed, Lin Fei really wanted to know who had made a move on him after being targeted by a bodiless immortal. I don't need a reason to kill you. It's because you are a sword immortal, and I hate sword immortals the most. A loud rumbling sound could be heard as he tapped the air. A 100-meter-long black finger stabbed out at Lin Fei. The void collapsed layer by layer, and the blood hell trembled. The might of the loose immortal old ancestor's attack was extraordinary. It immediately sealed off all of Lin Fei's escape routes and firmly locked onto Lin Fei. Lin Fei could hear endless resentment in the other party's words. You mad dog, I didn't *CK your mother, yet you want to kill me? Do you think I'm the only one who can deal with you? Lin Fei was furious. Little did they know that forefather Bai Ming was the most unreasonable of them all. He was famous for being unreasonable and killing people like flies. Great entanglement art. With a thought, Lin Fei executed the 3,000 immortal arts, great entanglement art. Huge green immortal vines appeared beside the finger and coiled around it, slowing it down. Forefather Bai Ming was slightly surprised that a small fry could execute such a powerful 3,000 immortal arts. He harumphed coldly, it's just a mere immortal art. It can't even withstand a single blow. In the face of true power, 3,000 immortal arts are useless. The densely packed immortal vines were all shattered with a gentle shake of the finger. The immortal vines in front of it were also shattered one after another. Lin Fei's brows twitched. The strength of a bodiless immortal was beyond his expectations. 3,000 immortal arts, great slicing art. Without any explanation, Lin Fei executed the 3,000 immortal arts. This was an extremely powerful immortal art. Little did he know that when Lin Fei executed the 3,000 immortal arts, the great entanglement art, the sect representatives outside were all in a daze. Monster. Too monster. He executed the 3,000 immortal arts so easily. They had reason to believe that the black-robed kid did not know the great entanglement art at all. Even they would not be able to master the great entanglement art in such a short time. The Sky Saber Saint was shocked when he saw this. This kid was more monster than he imagined. With such comprehension ability, he could really master whatever he learned. 3,000 immortal arts. This was not an ordinary mystic technique. This was also not an ordinary heaven and earth black and yellow grade technique. This was the 3,000 immortal arts that contained immortal might. How could he master it so easily? The Sky Saber Saint did not dare to think that he could master it in less than half an hour. This kid was too monster. Fortunately, this kid was going to die in the hands of the patriarch. No matter how monster he was, he would not be able to withstand a blow from the bodiless immortal patriarch. 103,000 immortal arts. Forefather Bai Ming thought that one finger was enough to kill a peerless sword immortal who had yet to mature. When the other party executed 2 immortal arts in a row, his eyes finally showed a trace of surprise. He still has to die. One finger. The great incision art blasted on the finger. Black light was released and blocked. The great incision art of Half Moon was also shattered. 3,000 immortal arts could not withstand a blow from the bodiless immortal patriarch. The top combat power of the continent. If you don't die, you will definitely become an expert in the future. Unfortunately, you still have to die. Forefather Bai Ming's eyes were cold and his face was expressionless. Lin Fei sighed softly. Lin Fei had long expected that 3,000 immortal arts could not withstand the other party's attack. If the bodiless immortal patriarch could not withstand the 3,000 immortal arts, he was just an undeserved reputation and was not worth taking seriously. The menacing finger made Lin Fei feel helpless for the first time. The bodiless immortal was too powerful. A moment later, Lin Fei was filled with fighting spirit again. If he did not dare to fight back against a bodiless immortal, how was he going to fight against experts everywhere and be invincible in the future? Time is like water. Lin Fei gritted his teeth. He could not hide anymore at this time. He took out the prize of the lottery, a one-time consumable. Time is like water. You old fart, you want to kill me? I will make you pay the price. Wings of the wind spread, and a golden halo spread. At this moment, time began to slow down. Everything in the scarlet hell began to slow down. 10 breaths of time. Forefather Bai Ming's expression changed, looking surprised. Time scroll, how is this possible? This ant-like kid actually took out a time scroll. This was a priceless treasure, even he did not have such a scroll. He sneered, it's just a time-sacred art. What can it do to me? Sky-raising finger, die. Lin Fei rushed up and pointed with a finger. A destructive power swept through the entire scarlet hell, causing everyone's heart to palpitate. 1 million essence energy, I don't believe that a bodiless immortal like you can withstand it. Under the effect of the time-sacred art, Forefather Bai Ming also felt the power of this finger. The people outside were all stunned. After dodging his opponent's fatal blow, this brat took the initiative to attack. His guts were too big. Forefather Bai Ming was a bodiless immortal. A second tribulation bodiless immortal. Boom! Chapter 4:18. The destructive power of the attack had raised the surrounding area to the ground, and this was only the aftermath of the attack. Everyone present was dumbfounded. A boy at the profound Emperor realm dared to boast shamelessly to a patriarch of the bodiless immortal realm, and even dared to take the initiative to attack. No matter what the result was, everyone would remember this person. The courage of this boy in black who dared to attack a patriarch of the bodiless immortal realm was worthy of their admiration. As for whether he could survive, they didn't believe it at all. A patriarch of the bodiless immortal realm was a powerful existence. It was a piece of cake for a top expert on the continent to destroy a 3rd grade or 4th grade sect. A patriarch of the bodiless immortal realm represented strength and stood at the top of the pyramid. After a boom sound, a drop of red blood with a hint of gold appeared in front of everyone, blinding them. A drop of blood. The disciples of the dynasty on the square might not know what was going on, but the eyes of the representatives on the high platform were filled with shock. All of them were filled with disbelief. Patriarch Bai was injured. It's unbelievable. The powerful Patriarch Bai was injured by the attack just now. My God, when did such a monster appear? That's obviously the blood of an bodiless immortal. The blood of the mystic emperor is red, the blood of a celestial immortal is golden, and only the blood of an bodiless immortal has a hint of gold in it. It's really hard to imagine that this boy could actually injure a patriarch of the bodiless immortal realm. We all underestimated him. Maybe this is his real strength. He actually injured a patriarch of the bodiless immortal realm with one attack. It's something that hasn't happened in many years. It was sensational, too sensational. Even the sword immortal of the past could not reach the fighting power of this boy in black at this realm. All of these representatives had lived for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. They had never heard of a nobody who could skip several major realms and injure a patriarch of the bodiless immortal realm. It had never happened before. They could guarantee that today was the most unforgettable day they had ever seen. Even a nobody had the strength to do heaven-defying things. A high and mighty patriarch of the bodiless immortal realm was injured by a nobody. Even if it was just a drop of blood, it was still an injury. If the news spread, those patriarchs of the bodiless immortal realm would laugh. The heavenly saber saint and the others were dumbfounded. Previously, they were still fighting, but now that they saw the loose immortal old ancestor injured, they couldn't help but be alarmed. If they had taken action, they might have already died. That brat had truly hidden himself deeply. First, he had 3,000 immortal arts. Now, he had a powerful attack. This was something that they could not imagine. He could even injure loose immortal patriarchs, much less them. This black-clothed kid was too powerful. Even if it was them, they would subconsciously not dare to attack a loose immortal. That was an innate fear. A loose immortal patriarch could kill them with a single finger. He was like an insurmountable mountain that they could only look up to, not blaspheme. Today, they finally saw what it meant to be invincible. This black-robed kid who grasped the invincible sword will and was also a peerless sword immortal truly had an invincible heart. Even when facing loose immortals, he dared to attack without fear. He had truly attained the heart of invincibility. In his eyes, everyone was on the same level. The heart of invincibility. It looked simple, but how many people could do it, especially against a sword immortal? To be so fearless? They finally understood why the black-robed young man was so strong. Perhaps it was because of his heart of invincibility. He would kill when he needed to, and he was invincible. They were old. At this moment, they felt that they were old. After cultivating for thousands of years, their hearts were inferior to the black-robed kids. They were worlds apart and not on the same level. In the eyes of the black-robed kid, perhaps there was no such thing as a loose immortal patriarch, nor was there a profound sage like them. Damn it, I'm going to be injured after using all 1,000,000 essence energy. Lin Fei allowed the blood to flow as he stared intently at the loose immortal patriarch. With his powerful lifeblood, he did not care about this bit of injury. Just now, Lin Fei had expended all 1,000,000 essence energy to produce such power. Bam! A huge palm struck out. Even with the effect of time like water, it still sent Lin Fei flying. I'm actually injured. Patriarch Bai looked at the blood floating in front of him. His expressionless face finally revealed boundless anger. He was a patriarch, a loose immortal patriarch. He was a top expert on the continent, an expert who had killed countless experts. Now, in front of everyone, he had been injured by an ant-like kid. Patriarch Bai really did not expect this. An ant-like kid had unleashed a powerful attack and injured him. Patriarch Bai did not know how long it had been since he had been injured. As a dignified loose immortal patriarch, he was actually at a disadvantage against an insignificant figure. More importantly, the kid's final attack made Patriarch Bai feel danger that he had never felt before. If the opponent had reached the mystic the arch realm, perhaps he, a dignified loose immortal patriarch, would not have been able to kill him. Patriarch Bai did not dare to continue thinking. That Skyblade kid finally did something right. If he is allowed to continue growing, another peerless sword immortal will appear in the Shantian continent. With a thought, Patriarch Bai's wounds healed. This person can take out a scroll like time. Perhaps he has other treasures on him. I can't let him continue attacking. A loose immortal patriarch had such a thought. Even he did not notice the changes in himself. A dignified loose immortal patriarch was actually afraid of an insignificant figure. This was something that had never happened before. No one would believe it even if word got out. Cough, cough, old ancestor White-named had attacked in a fit of rage. Even with time flows like water, Lin Fei was still severely injured. His azure dragon true body had long since collapsed. If not for the double protection, his physical body would have already been obliterated. 1,000,000 essence chi was only enough to injure him. Loose immortal patriarchs are really strong. Lin Fei vomited blood, his face pale. If I had 10,000,000 essence chi, even a loose immortal patriarch would die without a grave. His strongest essence chi attack could only injure his opponent lightly. Lin Fei already knew the difference between them. Loose immortal patriarchs were indeed the top experts of the continent. He was not Lin Fei's match for now. What he did not know was that if news of this battle were to spread, everyone would probably be shocked. Kid, I will destroy your body and capture your soul. I will let you know the consequences of going against me. Old Ancestor Bai raised his eyes and shot out 2 saber lights. The saber lights were so sharp that it could cause one's heart to tremble. Heaven-piercing divine needle. Lin Fei snorted coldly and took out the consumable heaven-piercing divine needle. Patriarch Bai was already prepared. The saber beams knocked away the heaven-piercing divine needle. The killing intent in his heart intensified. This kid has endless means. Where did he come from? At this moment, Lin Fei no longer felt the pinch. After the heaven-piercing divine needle was useless, Lin Fei knew that this loose immortal patriarch was not easy to deal with. If time like water and sky-raising finger could not kill him, then he really had no chance. Facing the loose immortal patriarch's attack, Lin Fei could already feel the tyrannical saber intent from the saber beam. It was not inferior to his invincible sword intent. Absolute defense. The second scroll was a one-time consumable. Wings of wind spread out, Lin Fei flew far away. He was prepared to fight for an opportunity to leave this bloody hell. Otherwise, he would not have a good ending under the attacks of the loose immortal patriarch. Most importantly, he had truly consolidated the invincible sword heart. When he attacked the loose immortal patriarch just now, the imperfections in the unseen world had finally been perfected. What was perfection? Only now did Lin Fei know that the invincible sword heart was like this. The invincible sword heart should have a fearless heart. Even if it was a loose immortal patriarch or a celestial immortal, it would still be treated the same. To be invincible in the world, one must first have an invincible heart. If one's heart was not invincible, how could one truly be invincible in the world? It was when he attacked the loose immortal patriarch that Lin Fei finally understood this principle. If he could escape from the hands of the loose immortal patriarch, his swordsmanship would definitely reach a new level. Don't look at how easy it was to attack the loose immortal patriarch. For anyone, pressure was the first thing they needed to overcome. Loose immortal patriarch, these 2 simple words represented the top existences of the continent. One needed to overcome them in battle. How many people could overcome the words loose immortal patriarch? I blocked it. Patriarch Bai's eyes flashed with a strange look. I don't believe that you can still block it. He took a step forward, traversed the void, and appeared behind Lin Fei. A violent saber intent slashed at Lin Fei's body. In the end, Lin Fei's body flashed with a white light and was completely blocked. Ha ha ha, a loose immortal patriarch can only scare people. He can't even kill me. Lin Fei's laughter was heard. It was mockery, unbridled mockery. Patriarch Bai's face turned ugly, and his heart was filled with doubts. How did this kid block his attack? Even a mystic emperor expert had to use all his means. Although the saber intent contained a top-notch understanding of the saber, it was still a saber intent. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the saber intent slashed out again, turning into a black tornado that contained boundless violent saber intent. Everywhere the blood hell passed, everything was razed to the ground. With this attack, countless blood demons were blasted into pieces. Shockingly, such an attack was once again blocked. That brat was still alive and kicking, clearly not injured at all. If it was anyone else, they would have flown into a rage after suffering so many losses in a single day. Patriarch Bai suppressed it forcefully. The flashing white light caused his heart to skip a beat. Damn it. This must be a defensive scroll that can ignore the attacks of loose immortals. A defensive scroll could defend against the attacks of loose immortals. Patriarch Bai was completely stunned. This kind of scroll was extremely rare in the continent. Only top-notch loose immortals were able to refine it. But at this moment, he saw it on the other party. Chapter 419. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan and Jin Taeyun 001 for their tips and the monthly tickets for Waiting vs. Feiyang. Bang, 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 as soon as the patriarch used his skills, Lin Fei was attacked from all directions. The broadsword will all over the sky intertwined. Each broadsword will was extremely overbearing, and the small world was also constantly attacked by the broadsword will. If the bloody hell had not been created by a strong master, it would have collapsed under the attack of the broadsword will. The blood demons below were not so lucky. Countless blood demons, big and small, were chopped into pieces by the broadsword will. The fact that Patriarch Bai could not kill his opponent was an unforgettable scene. A powerful Patriarch Bai, the top master of the continent, could not do anything to a nobody. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. It turned out that there really were peerless geniuses in this world. Everyone knew that this man had used a protective treasure to resist Patriarch Bai's attack. A hero did not need to be questioned about where he came from. It was worth looking at him differently if he could survive the attack of an Patriarch Bai. If he doesn't die, he will become a great man in the future. In the future, he will definitely be successful and have a bright future. It has been a long time since there was a peerless genius in our continent. Fighting in Patriarch Bai is enough to be recorded in the history books. It's a pity that he was born at the wrong time. What a pity. Everyone sighed. In fact, they could not wait for this peerless genius to be killed by an Patriarch Bai. Once he grew up, they would not be able to catch up. Important things were that the younger generation would be completely suppressed. Maybe it was because they appreciated each other. Patriarch, please show yourself, or the peerless sword celestial of the divine sword sect will be killed. The seventh swordsman furrowed his eyebrows. He was about to go crazy. If it were not for the huge difference in strength between him and the Patriarch Bai, seventh swordsman would have already made a move. Patriarch Bai came out to deal with a peerless sword celestial in person. Seventh swordsman thought that the boy in black was doomed. In the end, the boy in black was unbelievable. He had created a surprise. The terrifying loose immortal Patriarch was actually injured. Seventh swordsman did not think that he could break the Patriarch Bai's defense. However, the boy in black succeeded. The Patriarch Bai was injured. Next, the black-robed youngster displayed another heaven-defying side. A protective treasure blocked the loose immortal Patriarch's attack. The seventh swordsman's eyes were filled with envy at the sight of such a heaven-defying and peerless sword fairy potential. With such a disciple in the Divine Sword School, the prestige of the Divine Sword School would reach a new peak, and its name would spread throughout the big and small worlds. Seventh swordsman could not wait for the great ancestor to show up immediately. If things went on like this, the young man in black would not be able to escape. Every attack from the individual immortal great ancestor made them feel terrified. Every single attack could kill them. A second tribulation bodiless immortal was extraordinary. Brat, I'll see how long you can last. The white-named Patriarch was not in a hurry. His saber intent continued to slash at Lin Fei. Every attack was capable of injuring the mystic Tharch. Lin Fei's absolute defense wasn't just for show. It blocked all of the attacks. Old fart, use more strength. I'm alive and well right now. I really wonder if you're a loose immortal Patriarch who can't even kill a person. Lin Fei mocked as he moved. After the previous scene, the white-named Patriarch restrained all of his anger and displayed the bearing of a loose immortal Patriarch. Only his face was as black as coal, and he was in a state of extreme anger. Damn, the loose immortal Patriarch is really fast. I used all of my strength, but I still couldn't shake him off. His state of mind is also exceptionally strong. He didn't become flustered and exasperated because of my sarcasm. Lin Fei moved at full speed, preparing to shake off the loose immortal Patriarch. With the help of his treasures, he could completely avoid the pursuit. The strength of the loose immortal Patriarch was beyond his expectations. Especially his saber intent, which was boundless and covered the sky. Time is running out. Lin Fei gritted his teeth. Damn, if I can't shake him off, I can only use the great instant teleportation talisman to leave the bloody hell. Lin Fei had a great instant teleportation talisman in his hand. Once the great instant teleportation talisman was used, he could leave the space, which was equivalent to teleportation. As for where he would be teleported to, it was unknown. Lin Fei was unwilling to leave the bloody hell. He was inexplicably attacked by a loose immortal Patriarch, causing him to lose the opportunity to join a grade 1 sect. Even Lin Fei himself felt regretful. In his plan, Lin Fei had to rely on a grade 1 sect to buy time. Unless his life was in danger, he definitely wouldn't activate the Great Instant Teleportation Talisman. Leaving the bloody hell was equivalent to losing the opportunity to join a grade 1 sect. Absolute defense. As time passed, Lin Fei's chances of staying behind became slim. The loose immortal patriarch's attacks became heavier with each strike, causing Lin Fei to feel endless danger. Perhaps the moment absolute defense disappeared, the loose immortal patriarch's saber intent would tear him to pieces. Forget it, forget it. Lin Fei was very unwilling. After absolute defense blocked another saber intent, Lin Fei prepared to leave the bloody hell. Before he left, he wanted to remember this loose immortal. The day his strength improved greatly, he would teach this loose immortal a lesson sooner or later. Damn it. You want to leave? Jianghu Gate, suppress the void. The white immortal patriarch sneered. A black gate appeared in his hand and he threw it into the sky. A mysterious gate filled with an aura pressed down on Lin Fei's head. Lin Fei's face sank. A mysterious force completely sealed the void. This old fart was really ruthless. The Great Instant Teleportation Talisman completely lost its effect after sealing the void. This kind of void sealing could only be done by peak experts with supreme treasures. The moment the Jianghu Gate appeared, it was equivalent to completely sealing Lin Fei's path. This Jianghu Gate was a superior grade profound heavenly spiritual treasure of the White Immortal Patriarch. It was a top-notch treasure. Apart from sealing the void, it could also suppress the opponent and suppress the opponent's strength. How many people could force the White Immortal Patriarch to use the Jianghu Gate? Divine Soul slash your body and capture your soul. The White Immortal Patriarch had already prepared everything. The saber will turned into a huge black chain and swept towards Lin Fei. A strong tearing force enveloped Lin Fei. He felt like his soul was about to leave his body. Oh no, it's going to suppress my soul. Lin Fei hurriedly activated the Immovable Wisdom King. An immovable Wisdom King appeared in the depths of his mind and suppressed his soul, resisting the tearing force. Damn it, this is forcing me to use my points. Lin Fei's eyes shone fiercely. I don't care if you are in loose immortal or not. With 40 million points, even if I don't die, I will seriously injure you. Lin Fei was furious. He was trying to force himself onto the path of death. Bang, 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 just as Lin Fei was about to risk his life, the black sword intent slashed down on the black iron chain like a divine army. The first sword intent slashed down, and the black iron chain was split into two. The tearing force stopped abruptly, and when the second sword came down, the black Jianghu Gate trembled and shook non-stop. Chapter 420. Lin Fei was stunned. The rest of the people in the square were also stunned. Damn it, who the hell is it again? That guy is a bodiless immortal patriarch, a dignified second tribulation bodiless immortal. How could he be called a shameless thing? What an arrogant tone. Stunned, in a daze. As the voice sounded, fear flashed across Patriarch Bai's face. At the same time, he showed a look of reluctance. The Jianghu Gate was quickly taken back, and he seemed to be in pain. The profound heavenly spiritual treasure was covered with cracks. If he had not taken it back quickly, it would have become a defective product. The power of the sword was so terrifying. Why is he here? This is bad. Patriarch Bai had a headache. The Patriarch of the Divine Sword sect was here. He immediately calmed down. What's there to be afraid of? He is a second tribulation bodiless immortal, and so am I. We don't know who will win yet. Kill with one slash. Patriarch Bai attacked again while his opponent was in a daze. Magic power. The 3,000 feet long saber radiance formed a torrent of saber intent. As it passed, a large area of the void collapsed. He clearly did not give his opponent any chance. He wanted to kill the peerless sword celestial and completely destroy the divine sword sect's hope. He also wanted to let the divine sword sect know that the saber sect was not afraid of the divine sword sect. The Saber sect could kill whoever they wanted, and they would do it in front of the Divine Sword sect to let everyone know that the Divine Sword sect was only a so-so. It was a fair and square attack. If Patriarch Bai succeeded in killing his opponent, the Divine Sword sect would be embarrassed. This was like humiliating the Divine Sword sect in front of everyone. If the Divine Sword sect blocked it, the Saber sect would not suffer any losses. Patriarch Bai, you bastard! The angry voice sounded again. There was a loud rumble. Everyone saw a long dragon emerge from the blood. It was no less than 3,000 feet long, and its power was not inferior to the opponent's. It was completely formed by sword intent. The sword intent was extremely sharp. The long dragon rushed up and collided head-on. The overbearing torrent was pushed back. The long dragon had the advantage in the first attack. The long dragon tore the torrent apart in the second attack. On the third strike, the long dragon's huge body shook, and the torrent of saber intent was knocked away, scattering in all directions. Then, Patriarch Bai let out a muffled groan. What's so amazing about a second tribulation loose immortal? I'm already a third tribulation loose immortal. Whoosh! The sword intent soared into the sky, leaving 2 wounds on old ancestor Bai Ming's body. Then, everyone saw a loose immortal old ancestor appear. His mouth was open, and he was extremely surprised. That's the 9-fingered sword deity of the sword god school. 9-fingered sword immortal. He became a second tribulation loose immortal 2,000 years ago. Who would have thought that he would become a third tribulation loose immortal in such a short period of time? Sword immortals have extraordinary combat prowess. It's only normal for Patriarch Bai Ming to suffer. 7th swordsman finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since the old ancestor was here, everything would be fine. Most importantly, the loose immortal who came was the 9-fingered sword immortal, the one with the most flamboyant personality. He was one of the loose immortals with the strongest battle prowess in the Divine Sword School. Even though he was only a 3 tribulation loose immortal, he could put up a fight against a 4th level loose immortal. Patriarch Bai Ming was a 2nd tribulation bodiless celestial, so he would definitely be at a disadvantage against the 9-fingered sword celestial. When 7th swordsman saw Patriarch Bai Ming's miserable state, he was really relieved, and his face was full of radiance. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that the Sky Saber Saint's face was very ugly, as if his parents had died. The great ancestor of the Saber sect was powerful, but the great ancestor of the Divine Sword School was even more powerful. How did you succeed in passing the tribulation so quickly? Patriarch Bai Ming was speechless. It had been 4,000 years since he had passed the 2nd tribulation bodiless celestial, and he planned to pass the tribulation in another 500 years. The heavenly tribulation was too dangerous, and he did not expect the 9-fingered sword celestial to succeed in passing the tribulation one step ahead of him. Even though there was a difference of 1 level, Patriarch Bai Ming felt deeply helpless. The 9-fingered sword celestial was a sword celestial, and his battle prowess was strong. If they were both 2nd tribulation bodiless celestials, Patriarch Bai Ming might have a chance to defeat him. The Saber sect was also a sect with strong battle prowess. A 3 tribulation bodiless celestial, Patriarch Bai Ming could only stare and almost vomit blood. If I didn't become a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial, wouldn't my sword god sect's disciples have been killed by you? The 9-fingered sword celestial was a middle-aged man, and he was thin. At this moment, he was like an unsheathed longsword, showing off its sharpness. I'd like to ask, do you, a dignified bodiless celestial patriarch, know shame and bullying a child? Damn it, the sword god sect's bodiless celestial patriarch is here? Is he still so hot-tempered, like a woman cursing on the street? Lin Fei was shocked. He did not expect another bodiless celestial to appear. More importantly, this bodiless celestial was from the sword god sect, which was the sect he had joined. Was this a coincidence? Lin Fei had a vague feeling that he must have displayed something to attract the bodiless celestial patriarch's attack. From Patriarch Bai Ming's words, Lin Fei could vaguely make a guess. The sword god sect's patriarch is clearly stronger than the other party. Although his sword intent is not invincible, it's still terrifyingly powerful as a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial. I can end the bloody hell test in advance. No matter how stupid Lin Fei was, he knew where things were heading. Patriarch Bai Ming regretted not using his killer move from the start, allowing the nine-fingered sword celestial to arrive. It was already too late for him to make a move now. Damn it, damn it. I was so close. Patriarch Bai Ming was indignant. He had waited so long for the defensive scroll to arrive, only to encounter the nine-fingered sword celestial. How unlucky, truly unlucky. Nine-fingered sword celestial, you win this time, said Patriarch Bai Ming. This isn't the end. I'll fight you sooner or later. The nine-fingered sword celestial was glad that he had arrived in time to protect the seedling. The nine-fingered sword celestial no longer had any doubts that Patriarch Bai Ming would make a move personally. As a sword celestial, he could already sense the invincible sword intent from the other party. A good seedling, definitely a good seedling. The sword god's sect has great luck. I'll take you on at any time. I just hope you don't die under the heavenly tribulation. Patriarch Bai Ming nearly vomited blood. The nine-fingered sword celestial was too shameless. He actually cursed him. The nine-fingered sword celestial did not make a move to stop Patriarch Bai Ming. The saber sex Patriarch Bai Ming was not weak either. If they really fought, he would not be able to fully focus and would inevitably be distracted. Patriarch Black Puppet, you've been watching for so long. Do you want me to invite you out? The nine-fingered sword celestial looked at the blood-colored void. No need, no need. Another itinerant immortal patriarch walked out of the void, startling everyone once again. Could it be that today was the day of the itinerant immortal patriarch's gathering? Otherwise, why would they all appear at the same time? This itinerant immortal patriarch was the Heaven Secrets Gates itinerant immortal patriarch. Patriarch Black Puppet was slightly late. He regretted being delayed on the way. Otherwise, that peerless sword celestial kid behind him would have become his disciple. Now, he had no chance at all. The nine-fingered sword celestial was not like the other patriarchs. However, there was one thing that the other patriarchs could not compare to: he was extremely protective. Even if that kid did not become a disciple of the divine sword sect, with the nine-fingered sword celestial here, he was 100% a disciple of the divine sword sect. Furthermore, he was a third tribulation itinerant immortal. Patriarch Black Puppet did not have much confidence. This peerless sword celestial kid was not fated with the Heaven Secrets Gate. Congratulations to the divine sword sect for taking in another peerless genius. Patriarch Black Puppet's words were filled with intense jealousy. A great opportunity had been missed just like that. No one could snatch away a peerless genius that landed in the hands of the divine sword sect. The divine sword sect was just a bunch of hooligans, a bunch of disrespectful elders. The nine-fingered sword celestial chuckled. Hee, it has not been easy for our divine sword sect. It has been thousands of years since we took in such a peerless disciple. The jealous patriarch Black Puppet was not willing to stay any longer. He was afraid that he could not control himself and would slap the smug nine-fingered sword celestial to death. The departure of Patriarch White Puppet and Patriarch Black Puppet allowed the representatives of the rank 1 sects to witness the strength of the divine sword sect. A 3-tribulation itinerant immortal could scare off a patriarch. The strength of the divine sword sect was unfathomable. Kid, I am the nine-fingered sword celestial of the divine sword sect. Are you willing to join the divine sword sect? Become a disciple of the divine sword sect, the nine-fingered sword celestial said seriously. In fact, he could not wait to bring the other party back. As a peerless sword celestial who had lived for thousands of years, the nine-fingered sword celestial was more excited than anyone else. Hope, the future hope of the divine sword sect. Originally, the nine-fingered sword celestial was still in seclusion. When he heard the order, he felt curious. A sword celestial with the invincible sword intent? He did not believe it at all. As a sword celestial, the comprehension of the invincible sword intent was extremely difficult. Even he himself could not enter the realm of the invincible sword intent. For thousands of years, there were very few sword intents that could reach the invincible sword intent level. There would occasionally be one or two invincible fist intents or invincible saber intents. The invincible sword intent was pitifully rare. When he saw that the other party had the invincible sword intent, the nine-fingered sword celestial became so aggressive. He sighed inwardly. There were no delays along the way. If the peerless genius with the invincible sword intent was killed by Patriarch Bai Ming, he would probably have a headache when he returned. Lin Fei did not expect the situation to develop so quickly. I really lucked out this time. An itinerant immortal patriarch had personally spoken. This was an honor that most people could only dream of encountering. Lin Fei did not care about the other party's identity. What he cared about was that the other party was a sword celestial. The sharp sword intent could not conceal the aura of a sword celestial. On the way to becoming a sword celestial, Lin Fei was feeling things out. If he could learn something about sword celestial from the sword celestial patriarch, it would be very beneficial for consolidating his sword immortal Dao. I am willing to become a disciple of the divine sword sect. Lin Fei added, however, I have 3 other friends. I wonder if they can join the divine sword sect. Monday and the others were quite talented. It would be a pity if they returned just like that. Lin Fei asked cautiously. In the eyes of the nine-fingered sword celestial, this cautiousness was clearly a kind of cuteness. They were just 3 friends, and their talents were not bad. Even if their talents were bad, he would not reject them. The nine-fingered sword celestial pondered, if their talents are not bad, they can be accepted as outer disciples. In a rank 1 sect, even outer disciples were impressive. The status of outer disciples differed according to the rank of the sect. In a rank 6 or rank 7 sect, outer disciples were core disciples. Lin Fei was very satisfied to become an outer disciple. In a rank 1 sect, becoming an outer disciple would not be a problem for his strength to reach the mystic venerable rank in the future. Chapter 421. Dumbfounded. Everyone was stunned. The black-clothed boy had reached the heavens in a single bound. After entering the Divine Sword School, one would be protected by an itinerant immortal. Who would dare to make a move? The Divine Sword sect was also very protective of its people. If they offended the loose immortal patriarchs of the Divine Sword sect, it would be equivalent to poking a hornet's nest. Even an omnipotent being would have a headache. How could this be? The heavenly saber saint hung his head dejectedly. That lad wasn't killed. This was an itinerant immortal patriarch's attack. Even a saint or Emperor Xian would die with a grievance. It will be difficult to kill that lad in the future. The patriarch of the Divine Sword sect will definitely treat him like a treasure. No one can even think about touching him. With the nine-fingered sword immortal making his move, the matter was settled. Congratulations, brother 7th swordsman. Congratulations to the Divine Sword School for having another exceptional disciple. In this war between dynasties, your Divine Sword School can be considered the biggest winner. All sects congratulated the 7th swordsman. At this time, no matter how dissatisfied they were, they didn't dare to show it on their faces. They could only force a smile and congratulate each other. This courtesy must be given. At the same time, he made up his mind to immediately report back about the dynasty battlefield so that they could come up with a countermeasure. The black-robed kid had only cultivated for 100 years. If he was given another 100 years to cultivate, he would definitely become a top-notch expert. Even they would be left in the dust. No one was willing to see such a peerless genius appear. Even Patriarch White-Named was unable to kill him, let alone now that he had joined the Divine Sword School and was protected by a loose immortal patriarch. It would be difficult for them to kill him. This matter had to be reported to the higher-ups. What the higher-ups decided was their business. The 7th swordsman was in a good mood. The 3 tribulation bodiless immortal nine-fingered sword immortal had arrived. Even Forefather Bai retreated in defeat. Patriarch Black Lotus left as well. The 7th swordsman's face lit up. He smiled and nodded at them one by one. When he saw them pretending to congratulate him, it was as if he had eaten honey. Far outside the dynasty battlefield. In the boundless void. A figure was looking at the battlefield of the dynasty, his face filled with unwillingness. Nine-fingered sword immortal, you have ruined my plans again. This person was none other than forefather Bai. Patriarch Bai, a second tribulation bodiless immortal, was afraid of the nine-fingered sword immortal's strength, so he had no choice but to leave the battlefield. A peerless sword immortal. A genius who could hurt himself. Forefather Bai felt as disgusted as if he had just swallowed a fly. He was just about to kill his opponent when the nine-fingered sword immortal had ruined his plan. Patriarch White Name. Patriarch Black Lotus stepped forward. What? You want to laugh at me too? Patriarch Black Peak shook his head. That's not true. As itinerant immortal patriarchs of a first-grade sect, we are most unwilling to see such a peerless sword immortal rise to prominence. I'm not nine-fingered sword immortal's match. I won't take action again. It's useless for you to seek me out. Your Heaven Secrets chapter is famous across the entire continent. Wouldn't it be very easy for you to deal with a sword immortal punk? Old ancestor Bai Ming had never liked people from the Heavenly Mysteries sect. After saying those words, he left. Patriarch Black Peak thought to himself, Patriarch White Name, you can still be so calm at a time like this. I originally wanted to join forces with Patriarch White Name and the other patriarchs to kill that brat. What a pity. The next second, he left as well, leaving behind a series of sighs. In the square, everyone was watching the battle between the loose immortal patriarchs. To the disciples of the dynasties present, this was an extremely rare opportunity. It was just that their strength was too weak, to the extent that almost none of them were injured and vomited blood. How could a battle between bodiless immortals be so easy to comprehend? Chi deviation and vomiting blood was a normal thing. Fortunately, after the bodiless immortal disciples vomited blood, the light screen was immediately shut down. If it had continued, it was unknown how many people would have died in the square. The loose immortal patriarchs are too strong. I can't even see his attacks. It feels like he's burning up. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. After the disciples of the dynasties came to their senses, they all revealed looks of terror. A battle between bodiless immortals was not something they could observe, even if they were talented. Junior apprentice brother Lin Fei is truly a monster. That was what Monday said. Junior apprentice brother Lin Fei is the greatest monster in the world. He survived the attack of a bodiless immortal patriarch. That was what Yunxiang said. Our unfalling dynasty is really going to produce a peerless genius. That was what Autumn Moon Fairy said. This was the first time they knew. That laughing junior apprentice brother Lin Fei was so strong, but when faced with a bodiless immortal patriarch, he actually injured the latter. If this matter were to be spread back, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Just as they were about to digest this, the three of them disappeared from the plaza. After recovering from their shock, they found themselves in a void. Junior apprentice brother Lin Fei. The three of them were shocked. They did not understand what was going on. Then, when they saw the bodiless immortal patriarch beside Lin Fei, they were even more shocked. They were so shocked that they could barely speak. What exactly is going on? They would never have the chance to see a bodiless immortal patriarch in their entire lives. Lin Fei said with a smile. Are you willing to become an outer disciple of the Sword God School? Monday blinked. An outer disciple? Of course. The three of them were shocked once again. They understood what was going on. They had already given up on the idea of joining a sect. They did not expect that the opportunity would land on them. Immediately, they cried tears of joy. I'm willing. I'm willing. I'm very willing. The Sword God School was a first-grade sect. There was no other disciple in the unfalling dynasty who could become an outer disciple of a first-grade sect. Go back and prepare first. When the time comes, someone will naturally send you to the Sword God School. The nine-fingered sword immortal said calmly. He turned to Lin Fei and said, if you have anything to say, you can say it now. Later, I will personally bring you back to the Sword God School. Then, the nine-fingered sword immortal disappeared without a trace. Junior apprentice brother Lin Fei, I really have to thank you this time. Monday and the others were not stupid. The Sword God School was a first-grade sect. They wanted to become an outer disciple, but they were far from meeting the requirements. Most likely, they would not even have a chance to become a servant disciple. This opportunity was given to them by Lin Fei. Lin Fei said with a smile. What are you thanking me for? We are all from the same dynasty. If we can help, we will definitely help. The three of them were very excited. Outer disciple of a first-grade sect. This result would be extremely shocking even in the Unfalling dynasty. In the past, it was already very impressive for someone from the Unfalling dynasty to enter a fifth-grade sect. Now, they had joined a first-grade sect. You guys still have to go back and help me bring the things back to my father. After leaving the Unfalling dynasty this time, Lin Fei did not know when he could return. After fighting with the patriarch in the bloody hell, he could not stay any longer. Lin Fei took out the things he had prepared. They were all cultivation resources. There is a message I left in them. My father will know what to do. Monday nodded. Don't worry. I will personally deliver the things to your father. Then I will leave first. Monday and the others returned to the square again. The people around them did not seem to notice that they had left. However, the feeling of being in the void earlier was completely real. If it were not for Lin Fei's things in their hands, they would probably think that it was a dream. Junior apprentice brother Lin Fei, you are amazing. We have to thank junior apprentice brother Lin Fei for this. I did not expect that we would also be able to join a first-grade sect one day. In the endless void. The nine-fingered sword immortal brought Lin Fei with him. A barrier surrounded them, blocking the incessantly blowing void astral winds. This is the void astral winds. Only a mystic the arch-expert can completely block it. It is also a good place to temper your body. The nine-fingered sword immortal explained. In the future, when you become stronger, you can use the void astral winds to temper your body. Lin Fei listened to everything. This was good stuff. Lin Fei could feel the terrifying power of the void astral winds. Only the mystic the arch could withstand these astral winds. If Lin Fei went out, he would probably be torn into pieces. Even the azure dragon true body could not block it. The nine-fingered sword immortal was very fast. In the bloody hell, he defeated Patriarch Bai and did not dare to let his guard down. He was afraid of being ambushed along the way. The nine-fingered sword immortal was not afraid of being surrounded. A sword immortal was not afraid of being surrounded. His only worry was that the other party's real goal was to kill the exceptional genius, Lin Fei. He was very careful along the way. Fortunately, there was no danger along the way. When he appeared again, Lin Fei was already in a continuous mountain range. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth was rich, making one feel refreshed. At a glance, there were herds of demonic beasts. Many of them were in human form. It was very lively. When they saw the nine-fingered sword immortal flying past, they all stopped, their eyes filled with respect. Where is this? Lin Fei asked. At this time, the nine-fingered sword immortal heaved a sigh of relief. I forgot to tell you, this is the Divine Sword Sect's mountain range. We are in the outer area. The nine-fingered sword immortal smiled. The Divine Sword Sect is a space opened up by our ancestors. These demonic beasts are all part of our Divine Sword Sect. Some of them have already reached Mystic Venerable or even Mystic Sage. They have lived in the Divine Sword Sect for generations. Those with good talent will become core disciples of the Divine Sword Sect. Lin Fei suddenly understood, followed by great shock. This was the base of the Divine Sword Sect. Such a large space was not inferior to the battlefield of a dynasty. The nine-fingered sword immortal continued, we, the disciples of the Divine Sword Sect, are not allowed to kill demonic beasts, especially those that have developed intelligence. Those who violate this rule will be killed without mercy. You must remember that those wild beasts can be hunted and killed. Lin Fei secretly made a mental note. Cultivating the Akala scripture, the strength of Lin Fei's divine consciousness was not weak. He could sense a strong aura, which was clearly the aura of a great demon. At the same level, a great demon's ability was slightly stronger. Our divine sword sect is right in front. When Lin Fei saw sword-shaped mountain peaks appearing at the end of his vision, his eyes were filled with surprise. These mountains seemed to contain sword will. That's right. These mountains are all where the core disciples of the divine sword sect live. After you meet the sect leader, you will also have a sword peak. From now on, the sword peak will be your own cultivation place. There were countless sword peaks, releasing sword intents one after another. Lin Fei felt that he had come to the right place. After the sword peaks, there were 5 sword peaks that towered into the clouds. At a glance, they were boundless, with no end in sight. This is the 5 mountain sword peaks of the divine sword sect. Now, we are going to the heavenly sword temple in the middle. This was the first time Lin Fei saw a rank 1 sect. Only then did he realize how terrifying a rank 1 sect was. With just his divine consciousness, the waves of tyrannical aura were unimaginably powerful. Compared to this, the disciples of the other dynasties were practically trash. Chapter 422. Junior brother Nine-Fingered is back. The Nine-Fingered Sword Immortal landed on the heavenly sword hall with Lin Fei. A loud and clear voice came from the hall. Lin Fei, wait outside for a moment. Leaving Lin Fei behind, the Nine-Fingered Sword Immortal walked into the heavenly sword hall. Lin Fei stood outside the heavenly sword hall. A look of joy appeared on his face. What a heavenly sword hall. It contains endless sword will everywhere. Only now did Lin Fei realize how mysterious and terrifying the sword god's school was. He also knew that he had found the right place. Originally, he did not know much about sword intent. This time, he could perfect his invincible sword intent through various sword intents. Inside the heavenly sword hall. Senior brother sect leader. The Nine-Fingered Sword Immortal stood in front of a middle-aged man in white. This person was the current sect leader of the Divine Sword Sect. His Taoist name was Immeasurable. You're back, Immeasurable said. How did it go? Senior brother sect leader, please take a look. The Nine-Fingered Sword Immortal took out an item. This is the water mirror technique that junior brother 7th swordsman used. It records everything from beginning to end. The water mirror technique was just a secret technique. Its greatest use was that he could record everything clearly, as if he was personally present at the scene. On the light screen, from the beginning of the battle to Patriarch Bai's arrival, his attacks, his injuries, and his furious attacks, everything was displayed clearly. This child is not bad. He is very mysterious and has great opportunities. With 2 treasures, it is no wonder that Patriarch Bai was helpless, Immeasurable said with a smile. As a second tribulation itinerant immortal, Patriarch Bai completely failed miserably. This time, the Divine Sword Sect has picked up a treasure. The Nine-Fingered Sword Immortal also laughed. Senior brother, do you mean that Lin Fei is going to be arranged to be a disciple? You have no chance. Don't even think about it, Immeasurable said. The Divine Sword Sect values fate. This kind of sword immortal must have a good master. Let him stay in the Divine Sword Sect for a year first. The Nine-Fingered Sword Immortal was somewhat dissatisfied. Senior brother, what are you doing? No rush, Immeasurable said. This young man has great talent. If he wants to become a disciple of the Divine Sword School, he must be fair. Since he survived old ancestor Bai's attack, he can become a core disciple. However, a test is necessary. Senior brother, this kid has the potential to become a sword immortal. Does he still need to be tested? He has comprehended the invincible sword will. The Nine-Fingered Sword Immortal was unhappy. I don't think it's too much to make him a core disciple. Wu Yang laughed. You're born with this kind of personality. You're hot-tempered. However, we can't avoid this step. Moreover, our seniors and juniors aren't at the Divine Sword Sect. They'll only return after a year. This year's time is just right for us to use for the test. The nine-fingered sword immortal was helpless. His senior brother sect leader's words had always been meaningful. Then, which sword peak does senior brother plan to give to Lin Fei? The blood sword saint hasn't returned for 300 years, right? Immeasurable said. Then let Lin Fei go to the blood sword peak. The nine-fingered sword immortal was slightly stunned. Many disciples are envious of the blood sword saint's blood sword peak. If senior brother hands the blood sword peak to Lin Fei, I think the others will definitely not be satisfied. After all, the blood sword peak has abundant spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It can be ranked among the top 50 sword peaks in the Divine Sword School. That kid has comprehended the invincible sword will. If he can't even protect a sword peak, how can he be considered invincible? The nine-fingered sword immortal suddenly understood his senior brother sect leader's courage. Thank you, senior brother. In a short period of time, Lin Fei saw many sword wills outside the Heavenly Sword Hall, and he was fascinated by them. Lin Fei. Lin Fei came back to his senses. I'm sorry, these sword wills. This place contains countless sword wills from the Divine Sword School. You have comprehended the invincible sword will, and you have a natural suppression on sword wills. Other junior brothers will not be able to withstand just a glance, the nine-fingered sword immortal said. I originally wanted you to be apprenticed to a master, but because Martial Uncle and Martial Uncle are out, the apprenticeship period will be delayed. You don't have to worry about this. The apprenticeship period was extended. Lin Fei was a little surprised. Lin Fei was quite looking forward to becoming apprenticed to a master. Later, I will arrange for someone to send you to the Blood Sword Peak. That sword peak will become your place of cultivation in the future. However, the nine-fingered sword immortal hesitated. When you reach the blood sword peak, you will know. What is this? Could it be that this blood sword peak has some great background? Otherwise, why would he show such an expression? When Lin Fei continued to ask, the nine-fingered sword immortal left after saying this, as if he had something urgent to attend to. This made Lin Fei's heart itch. This scattered immortal patriarch also knows how to keep people in suspense. Could the blood sword peak be a terrifying place? Soon, a profound emperor early-stage disciple flew over and was very polite. Senior brother Lin Fei, please come with me. Although this person was polite, Lin Fei could see from the other party's eyes that this disciple of the Divine Sword sect had a certain resistance towards him, as well as an inexplicable anger. F***ck, I just came to the Divine Sword sect, and I didn't offend you. Why do you have such an expression? Lin Fei cursed in his heart. He couldn't figure out why. Could it be because of the blood sword peak? After thinking about it, the only problem was the blood sword peak. Otherwise, this disciple of the Divine Sword sect wouldn't be so cold to him. His expression was as if he owed him money. Originally, Lin Fei wanted to understand the blood sword peak. Seeing this person's expression, he lost interest. He might as well go and understand it himself. A living person wouldn't be suffocated to death. Senior brother Lin Fei, the blood sword peak is in front. When a huge sword peak pierced through the clouds and appeared in front of Lin Fei, he finally understood what it meant. What a great place. Not far away, the blood sword peak towered into the clouds, surrounded by white mist. It was even taller and more magnificent than the sword peaks he saw before. There was also a blood-colored sword intent soaring into the sky, lingering for a long time. Strange, there seems to be someone on the blood sword peak. Why did they assign the blood sword peak to me? Could it be a mistake? Lin Fei frowned. He wanted to ask the other party, but he found that the other party had already left. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who cares? The higher-ups have given the blood sword peak to me. Then, the blood sword peak will be my territory from now on. Whoever lives there can scram. I'm the master of my territory. With a thought, Lin Fei rushed to the blood sword peak. At the same time, he activated the blood sword peak's sword talisman, which could ignore the Blood Sword Peak's formation and directly reach the peak of the Blood Sword Peak. After Lin Fei left, the previous disciple of the Divine Sword sect flew out. I really don't know what the sect is thinking, the person thought. The Blood Sword Peak is a fat piece of meat that all the senior brothers are fighting over. Now, it's been occupied by a new disciple. This is going to be interesting. Moreover, there are 3 Mystique Venerable One's servants on the Blood Sword Peak. After this last year, they will become outer disciples. They will absolutely not allow anyone to become the master of the Blood Sword Peak. Above the clouds, the 9-fingered sword deity was also there. 9-fingered, do you really think he can withstand the disciples' challenge? Chapter 423. P.S. Thanks to Roaming the Horizon, Su Ming Si, and Luo Yuxuan for their tips. I had something to do yesterday, so I'll make it up to you today. Junior brother Yaoan, did you come back from the Blood Sword Peak? Yaoan, who was flying back, saw 2 figures in front of him, silently blocking his way. Yaoan was the disciple who led the way for Lin Fei before. Seeing the 2 senior brothers in front of him, he suppressed his anger and secretly rejoiced that he didn't lose his temper. Senior brother Wang Shi, senior brother Qing Tai. Yaoan didn't know why these 2 senior brothers were blocking his way, so he couldn't stay calm. The 2 senior brothers in front of him were both core disciples. Their status was much higher than his, to the extent that he could only look up to them. In the Sword God sect, disciples were generally divided into outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, core disciples, and personal disciples. Yaoan was an outer sect disciple, so he had to be polite when he went out to train. He couldn't afford to offend a first-grade sect, so he couldn't be arrogant in front of these 2 senior brothers. The 2 in front of him were core disciples, which made him nervous. Core disciples, how could he not be nervous? If he wasn't careful, he would offend them. Countless people in the Sword God sect wanted to curry favor with core disciples. It was equivalent to having a backer in the Sword God sect. As long as they didn't offend core disciples with strength and status, they could do whatever they wanted. What are you standing there for? I'm asking you a question. Wang Shi was a burly man with dark skin, looking very mature. His face darkened, and his aura was full of power. Yaoan was only in the profound emperor realm, so how could he block his sharp eyes? Yaoan quivered and recalled what he said before. Replying to the 2 senior brothers, I just brought some people to the Blood Sword Peak. It seems that someone is going to inherit the Blood Sword Peak. Yaoan was terrified. Offending a core disciple would make him forget about staying in the Sword God sect in the future. Junior brother Qing Tai, have you heard that someone is going to inherit the Blood Sword Peak? Wang Shi turned to look at Qing Tai with a doubtful expression. Qing Tai shook his head, I've never heard of such a thing. If someone inherits the Blood Sword Peak, I'll be the first to know. How dare you lie to us? Wang Shi's gaze was like lightning as he stared at Yaoan's mouth. I'm not lying. Someone really went to the Blood Sword Peak. Yaoan did not care about anything else. He told them everything that had happened, not missing a single detail. I'm telling the truth. I definitely wouldn't dare lie to you 2 seniors. Otherwise, I'll be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. Seniors, I really wouldn't dare lie to you. If I find out that you're lying to us, I'll kill you. Get lost. Qing Tai roared angrily. Yaoan immediately felt as if he had been pardoned from a great crime, and he quickly ran out of sight. What do you think? The Blood Sword Peak that has not been distributed for 300 years has been given to a disciple by the sect master. Wang Shi frowned. Could it be that the higher-ups saw that we went too far, so they gave the Blood Sword Peak to another disciple? The Blood Sword Peak was the peak where the Blood Sword Saint had cultivated for 300 years. Although it was inconspicuous among the other sword peaks, only those who truly understood would know how precious it was. The Blood Sword Saint was also a heaven-defying cultivation genius of the Sword God sect. At the same time, he was also a direct disciple, which was one position higher than the core disciples. 300 years ago, the Blood Sword Saint was one of the top 10 sword experts of the Sword God sect. With a blood shadow sword, he completely defeated the genius disciples of the Sword God sect, except for a few. Later on, the Blood Sword Saint lost to the number one expert of the Sword God sect, the eldest senior brother, and left the Sword God sect to travel the continent to increase his strength. He left for 300 years. During these 300 years, there was no news of the Blood Sword Saint. Many people said that the Blood Sword Saint had fallen outside, while others said that the Blood Sword Saint was undergoing life and death training outside. Once he returned, his strength would definitely increase greatly, and he would be invincible. There were all kinds of versions. According to the rules of the Sword God sect, a sword peak could enjoy the right of ownership for 500 years. After 500 years, if one wanted to continue owning it, they would have to defeat the challenger in order to regain the sword peak. There was only 1 year left before the expiration of the Blood Sword Peak. As a result, many people rubbed their hands and paid attention to it, preparing to snatch it. Wang Shi and Xing Tai were two of them who coveted the Blood Sword Peak very much. They were originally prepared to go out to kill mystical beasts, but when they saw someone heading in the direction of the Blood Sword Peak, they stopped Yaoan to ask for an explanation. Once they asked, they knew that something big was about to happen. The ownership of the Blood Sword Peak falling into the hands of a new disciple was indeed a big deal. More importantly, the Blood Sword Peak falling into the hands of a new disciple, especially when he was only at the level of profound sovereign, made them very unhappy. They could not understand it no matter how they thought about it, and they thought that the higher-ups were biased towards him. It's hard to say. Xing Tai also frowned. Let's just wait and see. Maybe one of the elders arranged for a relative to settle here. Don't forget, since 300 years ago, the Blood Sword Saint left the Blood Sword Peak in a fit of anger, leaving behind servants who have long since taken over the Blood Sword Peak as their own. If they know that someone has inherited the Blood Sword Peak, I'm afraid they'll be even more anxious than we are. Otherwise, how could they cultivate to the level of mystique venerable rank with their mystical beast bodies? If it weren't for the fact that we can't enter the Blood Sword Peak, the 3 little demons would have been killed long ago. I almost forgot, the 3 mystical beasts have a violent temper. They would fight over a single word and dominate the Blood Sword Peak. They're so arrogant. Wang Shi smiled sinisterly. That kid doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If he's unlucky, he might be eaten by the 3 mystical beasts. It'll be interesting then. The two of them knew the ins and outs of the Blood Sword Peak very well. A kid at the level of profound sovereign breaking into the Blood Sword Peak was no less than sending food to the tiger's mouth. They did not mind killing him. We just need to arrange for someone to keep an eye on the outside and we'll know the result soon. Then I'll go back and arrange it immediately. Inside the Blood Sword Peak. The heaven and earth spiritual energy was so dense that all the species within the peak had an exceptional immortal aura. It was no less than a paradise, which made people yearn for it. Second brother, do you think Big Brother will be able to break through to mid-mystique venerable rank when he comes out of closed-door cultivation this time? He'll be qualified to become a core disciple. In a white pavilion, 2 figures, one black and one red, were sitting. In front of them was a large amount of meat, exuding rich heaven and earth spiritual energy. The black-robed man with a bear's head and a human body was eating meat in large bites. His left hand was holding a large bowl and drinking the fragrant wine. He had an intoxicated look on his face, but when matched with this face, it made people feel ferocious no matter how they looked. That goes without saying. Our big brother has outstanding talent. It's not difficult to become a core disciple. Red Wolf laughed heartily. We mystical beasts have good talent. The only thing we lack is cultivation resources. If it weren't for the Blood Sword Saint going out to train, we wouldn't have achieved what we have today. That's right. Why can the human clan have a large amount of cultivation resources, but we mystical beasts can't? Black Bear was dissatisfied. Thank goodness the Blood Sword Saint was so stubborn. After being tricked by us, he took the initiative to travel to the mainland. Who knows, he might have become a pile of bones by now. We 3 brothers would have benefited for nothing. Red Wolf and Black Bear were one of the 2 servants of Blood Sword Peak. When the Blood Sword Saint was around, they were just like the other servants, obedient. The blood sword saint admired them and passed on cultivation methods to them. Gradually, they became the blood sword saint's right-hand men, in charge of everything on Blood Sword Peak. When the blood sword saint left Blood Sword Peak to train, Black Bear and Red Wolf revealed their true colors. In the beginning, they only dared to embezzle a small amount of cultivation resources, afraid that the blood sword saint would return and be discovered. 50 years, 100 years later, they were no longer as nervous and afraid as before. They began to be unscrupulous. All sorts of herbs on Blood Sword Peak became their possessions. Their strength also skyrocketed, from profound sovereign realm to their current mystique venerable realm. When Big Brother comes out and becomes a core disciple, we'll be able to hold our heads up high. We won't have to hide in Blood Sword Peak and suffer. Red Wolf chuckled. When that time comes, Big Brother will be the Peak Master, and we'll be the second and third Peak Masters. Big Brother eats the meat, and we drink the soup. It'll be the most carefree life. If we're lucky, we might even be able to hook up with a human girl. Fair and tender, it'll be fun to play with her. Ha ha ha, to a better tomorrow, let's toast. To a better future, cheers. The two had just finished gulping down their wine and frowned at the same time. ****, someone broke into the spirit herb garden. Damn, it must be that insensible kid. It's been a long time since I've eaten human flesh. Let's go eat him together. Human flesh and blood are powerful. Eating it can improve our strength. The two were furious. Ever since the Blood Sword Saint left, they had long regarded Blood Sword Peak as theirs. Everything in Blood Sword Peak belonged to them. The little demon servants who were managing below were eaten by them if they were even slightly dissatisfied. The spirit herb garden was what they cared about the most. Their big brother knew alchemy. And the reason why their strength could improve so quickly was because they had eaten a lot of alchemy. To refine alchemy, one must have spirit herbs. The two of them had long regarded the spirit herb garden as a private forbidden area. Anyone who dared to break in would be their mortal enemy. They had set up a formation around the spirit herb garden. Once it was touched, they would know immediately. What a good Blood Sword Peak. Just the spirit chi of heaven and earth here can cultivate so many spirit herbs. I can take the time to learn alchemy. Lin Fei had already fallen in love with Blood Sword Peak. When he first heard about Blood Sword Peak, he did not feel anything. Once he stepped into Blood Sword Peak, every grass and tree on the peak had spirit chi and became spiritual plants. Apart from the sect, he was afraid that he could not find a similar place. If he cultivated in such a place, his cultivation speed would be countless times faster. Although Lin Fei did not need to focus on cultivation, such a rich spirit chi of heaven and earth had endless benefits. Lin Fei looked around, and the more he looked, the more he liked it. Blood Sword Peak was a good place. From now on, this Blood Sword Peak belonged to him. Finally, I have my own territory. My territory, I call the shots. Ha ha ha, kid, who gave you the courage to break in? Chapter 424. Swoosh, swoosh, the sound of something piercing through the air could be heard. Lin Fei frowned. He saw a tall black shadow suddenly appear in the air. Before he could see its face, he could already feel the monstrous aura and the ferocious look on its face. A huge black mace weighing tens of thousands of kilograms whistled dangerously. It turned into a beam of black light and smashed down towards Lin Fei's head. It was obvious that it wanted to kill Lin Fei with one hit. It was too cruel. The opponent was fast, but Lin Fei wasn't slow either. He turned into a beam of light and retreated. Bang! The other party's attack missed and smashed heavily into the ground. The surrounding trees rustled loudly, startling countless birds and causing them to fly away in panic. The nearby trees were directly turned into dust, leaving behind traces of the violent attack. It was obvious that the mace was extremely powerful. If an ordinary person couldn't dodge in time, he would probably be killed by the mace. Lin Fei was very unhappy. He was attacked by a monster in his own territory. He would be a laughing stock if others knew about it. Who are you? Why did you attack me? Lin Fei stopped and shouted angrily. The one who attacked just now was the black bear demon. He was good at using a mace and liked to kill people with one hit, preferably smashing them into minced meat. The black bear demon was surprised to see that his casual attack was dodged. A casual attack was not something that a lad could dodge. Lad, you are quite arrogant. Black Bear stuck his mace into the ground and put his hands on his waist. Don't think that you're invincible just because you blocked my attack. To tell you the truth, this is the territory of us three brothers. Now that you've trespassed into our forbidden area, you can only blame yourself if I kill you. Later, I'm going to eat you. You're white and tender, and you'll definitely taste delicious. Old Bear, when did you become so wishy-washy? The Red Wolf demon then said, just kill this kind of person with one hit. There is no need to talk so much nonsense. Hurry up and kill this lad. We can go back and drink and wait for Big Brother to come out of seclusion. We don't want to waste time here. Lin Fei was angry, very angry. Motherf ***, my territory has been occupied by someone else. Furthermore, it was 3 demonic beasts. How dare they attack him? Lin Fei finally understood why the disciple who led the way before looked at him as if he was dead before he left. It turned out that the Blood Sword Peak had a domineering demonic beast servant acting like a tyrant and treating this place as its home, making him an outsider. How dare you 2 servants treat Blood Sword Mountain as your own? Look carefully, Blood Sword Mountain now belongs to me. The sect has given it to me. Why aren't you 2 kneeling down, kowtowing and admitting your wrongs? Otherwise, I'll kill you with a single slash of my sword. Lin Fei waved his hand, and a sword-shaped medallion flew out and landed in front of them. He didn't waste any words with them. From the moment Black Bear attacked, Lin Fei had a bad impression of him. He was clearly used to being arrogant and overbearing. It seemed that many people had died in the hands of Black Bear Demon. When Black Bear and Red Demon saw the sword-shaped token, their expressions changed. Obviously, they did not expect that Blood Sword Mountain would be given away by the sect and become the possession of this lad. What should we do? Should we attack now and kill this lad? Black Bear hurriedly transmitted his voice. Damn, you want to drag us to death with you, you wooden hammer. Red Wolf's heart moved. If you attack, he might inform the sect. At that time, all 3 of us will die. Do you think we can be killed by the experts of the sect? It was not easy for us to cultivate to this level. Are you willing to die like this? Black Bear's face was twitching. If we don't kill him, what else can we do? Do we really have to welcome this lad as our new master? Old Bear, can't stand above us. You idiot. Red Wolf scolded, sometimes, you don't have to kill to deal with people. Don't you think it's good to have this lad as your new master? When Big Brother comes out, it won't be too late to deal with this lad. Don't forget, Big Brother is quick-witted and will definitely think of a way. Let's not be impatient. It's better for you to change your temper. The 2 transmitted their voices in an instant. The 2 immediately removed their murderous aura and restrained their demon chi. They looked very respectful and did not have the arrogant and overbearing attitude from before. Black Bear, apologize to the new master and forgive you for attacking rashly. Red Wolf scolded Black Bear and turned to Lin Fei, new master, please forgive Black Bear. This guy is simple-minded, but in fact, he is very loyal. Just now, he thought that someone had broken in to steal the spirit grass. These spirit grass are all cultivated by us. A few days ago, a few small demons came to steal and eat the spirit grass. Black Bear is also anxious to protect the spirit grass. Black Bear suppressed the anger in his heart and said, I'm sorry, new master. I didn't know you were the new master and thought that someone had broken into the spirit grass garden. That's why I acted rashly. It won't happen again. Lin Fei saw it all. He knew that the 2 servants were lying through their teeth. They didn't look like they were apologizing. Just now, they clearly treated the Blood Sword Mountain as their territory. Anxious to protect the spirit grass? How could you think of that? I'm afraid they were protecting your spirit grass. Although he didn't know much about spirit grass, Lin Fei knew that these spirit grass were cultivated very well. They had been cultivated for at least 100 or 200 years. It could be said that they had spent a lot of effort. Lin Fei would not forgive them so easily. This is my territory. Since when did you two servants become the master? You want to show off your power in front of me? You must be tired of living. Since you know I'm the new master, why don't you kneel down and talk? Lin Fei coldly snorted. Who allowed you to stand and talk? Could it be that you want to go against my will because I'm weak? The two of them didn't expect that this kid was so arrogant and didn't want to let them go. In the past 300 years, when had they ever knelt? They had long regarded themselves as masters. In the Blood Sword Mountain, they could call the wind and summon the rain. They were so arrogant and free. Hearing this, they seemed to have heard it wrong. Kneel? Black Bear's face twitched. He looked fierce, as if he wanted to eat someone. He was so angry. Black Bear, kneel! Red Wolf shouted angrily. He was afraid that this fool would attack. They knew very well that once they attacked, Yi Shiwen would definitely ask the sect to kill them. Perhaps a powerful venerable level master could kill them completely. They hurriedly called out to stop him. Greetings to the new master, Lin Fei. Greetings to the new master, Lin Fei. The two of them helplessly knelt down with unwillingness and endless resentment. They hated this Lin Fei to death. Lin Fei could naturally tell that they were unwilling, and this was exactly what he wanted. I'll let you live for a while longer. After I figure out the situation, if you still don't repent, I'll kill Lien Jian and keep you alive. If you don't know how to be a servant next time, I don't mind teaching you a lesson. Lin Fei snorted coldly. Lead the way. A servant should act like a servant. Under Black Bear's lead, Lin Fei had a better understanding of the Blood Sword Mountain. The Blood Sword Mountain was a good place. No wonder they treated it like their own home. I haven't returned for 300 years. This servant is really bold. Do you really think that the Blood Sword Mountain is your home? If I let you continue to be so mighty, then what kind of peak master am I? After understanding the situation, Lin Fei was very dissatisfied. On the peak of the Blood Sword Mountain, there was a medium-sized hall built in a green forest, adding elegance. Outside, spirit beasts were leisurely and hundreds of flowers were in full bloom. At this time, in the center of the hall, Lin Fei sat in the middle, overlooking a group of servants below. There were humans and small demons among these servants. At this moment, all of them were kneeling on the ground, trembling with fear. At the very front, Black Bear and the other two were kneeling. As for Snake 7, he had come out from his closed-door training. He was apprehensive. Those who didn't know what was going on would think that he was frightened. The first thing is that from now on, I am your new master. Lin Fei stood up with a calm face. The second thing is that I am still your new master. The third thing is that the Blood Sword Mountain belongs to me, your master. Don't blame me for being merciless if anyone dares to act rashly. His cold gaze swept across everyone. Those in charge of punishment, come out. Two profound sect disciples trembled as they stood out. Black Bear offended his superiors. 100 lashes to make sure he remembers. Lin Fei said coldly. The servants below were all stunned. This new master wanted to make a move on Black Bear. Lin Fei raised his eyebrows. What are you standing there for? Could it be that you want to disobey my orders? Snake 7 berated them. Why aren't you making a move? Black Bear offended his superiors. He should be punished. Everyone, remember this in the future. He turned his head and revealed a dark expression. It was as if those people had found their backbone. Pa, this whip wasn't a normal whip. Even though Black Bear's physical body was tough, his skin would split open and his flesh would split open in front of a whip specially made by a sect. It was unbearable pain. This Snake 7 is very calm. No wonder he's one of the 3 leaders. Black Bear is being whipped like this, but he's still indifferent. He doesn't explain or get angry. As expected, he's inherited the softness of a snake. He's probably thinking about how to take care of himself right now. Lin Fei already had a rough idea of what was going on. In order to completely control the Blood Sword Mountain, the three of them had to take care of it. They couldn't even command 2 servants. One could imagine how deeply rooted the three of them were in the Blood Sword Mountain. If he didn't take care of them, he wouldn't have the guts to train in the Blood Sword Mountain even if he wanted to. He couldn't guard against them all the time. Did you guys not eat? Put more strength into it. Lin Fei snorted coldly. The two of them were so scared that they almost dropped the whip in their hands. They immediately increased their strength. Next time someone offends their superiors, it won't just be 100 lashes. Is everyone clear? Clear. Chapter 425. Crash, crash. Pa pa pa, large swathes of ornaments were violently smashed by someone, falling to the ground in disarray. These ornaments were all brought back by Black Bear and the others from the outside. Each one was worth a lot, but now they were all in pieces. This is too much. This is too much. Who does Lin Fei think he is? He's just a little brat. Old Bear wants nothing more than to beat him to death with his club. Black Bear was panting with rage, his eyes filled with an ominous glint. It's all because you said to put up with this brat. Otherwise, why would he step on our heads? Big brother, you have to think of a way to take care of that brat. Otherwise, I won't be able to calm down. Red Wolf was not in a good mood at the moment. He did not expect that this new master, Lin Fei, would have such a bad temper despite his weak strength. He had beaten Black Bear up in front of everyone. Even though this kind of injury was nothing to Black Bear, it was definitely not easy to defend his flesh being split open in front of everyone. He did not know where his face would be lost. Big brother, did your strength increase after your closed-door cultivation this time? Snake 7 revealed a sinister expression. Almost. If I had a few more days, I would be able to smoothly ascend to mid-mystique venerable rank. At that time, I would be able to use the 3 parts convergence technique and completely control Lin Fei. Blood Sword Peak would become our lair in the future. Let's see who would dare not give us face then. Black Bear and Red Wolf were overjoyed. Big brother, did you really successfully cultivate the 3 parts convergence technique? Both of them knew that this 3 parts convergence technique was a secret technique. 300 years ago, after the Blood Sword Saint had left, they had discovered this secret technique by chance. Unfortunately, it was an incomplete technique. Later on, after their research, they discovered that this 3 parts convergence technique was an incomplete technique. However, the power of the secret technique within it was shocking even to them. Unfortunately, among them, their strength did not meet the requirements. Only Big Brother could cultivate it. They knew that once this secret technique was successfully cultivated, they would be able to put many of their plans into action. Snake 7 nodded with an arrogant look on his face. I've already more or less mastered the tripart unity technique. Originally, I was planning to raise my strength to mid-mystique venerable rank before cultivating the tripart unity technique again. But now, it looks like I need to deal with that brat Lin Fei first. Big brother, just say the word and I'll be the first to act. I've been wanting to get rid of that brat for a long time. Black Bear was afraid of chaos. Snake 7 glared at him, shut up, you idiot. This kid was arranged by the higher-ups. If you kill him, then we'll all be screwed. It's fortunate that second brother is here today. Otherwise, we'd all be screwed. Our meager strength is nothing in the eyes of the higher-ups. As long as we don't go overboard, they won't do anything to us. But if we kill Lin Fei, then the situation will be different. Black Bear was not afraid of others, but he was most afraid of this Big Brother. Big brother, don't blame old Black. He's innately fond of fighting and killing. He's just a boor. What can he understand? Snake 7 snorted coldly, Lin Fei can't be killed. Originally, I was planning to control a genius disciple after successfully cultivating the tripart unity technique and have him become my puppet clone. Now, Lin Fei just happens to be the best candidate for my puppet clone. When the time comes, Blood Sword Peak will be ours. And with Lin Fei here, other people's gazes won't fall on us. All of Blood Sword Peak's resources will rightfully fall into our hands. Big Brother is mighty. Big Brother is mighty. This is just right. Lin Fei's strength isn't strong. Maybe there's an elder standing behind him. If we can use his identity to control that elder, then that would be even better. When the time comes, us three brothers can really strut around in the Divine Sword sect. Second brother, third brother, I've already successfully cultivated the tripart unity technique. Sooner or later, I'll be able to run amok in the Divine Sword sect. Today and tomorrow, you two better behave yourselves. Tomorrow night, I'll use a secret technique and refine him into a puppet clone. Black Bear and Red Wolf both nodded. Big Brother, don't worry. We know this kind of thing. We'll endure it for a while and it'll be over. We definitely won't cause trouble for Big Brother. Besides, that kid might be looking for trouble with us. Little did they know, a figure was quietly leaving in the dark at this moment, and they didn't notice it at all. You dogs that don't know what's good for you. If I hadn't arranged for an avatar to go over, you might have really fallen into the opponent's trap. Originally, I wanted to leave you two behind to guard the door, but now you're the ones courting death. In the main hall, Lin Fei opened his eyes and snorted coldly. Lin Fei already knew that these three servants had bad intentions, so he arranged for an avatar to go over. As the strength of the avatar increased, the avatar's ability to conceal itself became even stronger. Tripart unity technique, puppet clone? Lin Fei frowned, a remnant of a secret technique. For them to be so confident, it must not be an ordinary secret technique. However, since I already know their plan, then I definitely won't let them use the tripart unity technique. Ever since he learned the 3000 immortal technique, Lin Fei didn't dare to underestimate these secret techniques and divine abilities. Who knew when he might fail miserably in an easy task, so he had to be on guard. There's still one day until tomorrow. Just the right time to cultivate. Once I've grasped the Blood Sword Mountain, I'll exchange all those useless things in my hands for true essence crystals. Refine. Lin Fei began to refine the true essence crystals. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Another night had passed. On the Blood Sword Mountain, everything was as usual. Everyone was busy with what they needed to do. However, when Snake 7 and the other two walked over, the servants all revealed fearful expressions. It seemed like they had suffered quite a bit in their hands. Big Brother, what do you think that kid wants to do by summoning us? Black Bear was very puzzled. In the evening, they received an order to make a trip to the main hall. It didn't mention what it was for. Who cares what he wants? Once Big Brother makes a move, that kid will be obedient. Red Wolf sneered, maybe it's for spirit grass or something. Or maybe he knows that we're useful. Don't think that he can strut around just because he's the master of this place. If we don't say anything, he's nothing. Snake 7's face was filled with excitement. He didn't know how long he had waited for this day. He never thought that it would come this quickly. With his eyesight, this kid's combat strength wouldn't be that strong. At most, he would be at the profound sect level. He could take him down with a single move. After tonight, he would be the master of this mountain. He wouldn't need to be afraid of anything anymore. Remember what I just said? Once I use the 3 parts return to origin technique, you guys have to restrain that kid. Don't make any trouble, especially you, Old Black. Don't kill that kid by any means. Big Brother, you can be at ease. Logically speaking, it's fine to let me make a move alone. There's no need for 2 people to make a move. Black Bear didn't care at all. He felt that he was making a big fuss over a minor issue. It was just a human kid. There was no need for 2 people to make a move. Inside the grand hall, Lin Fei was sitting. He slowly opened his eyes and a bright light flashed in his eyes. You've finally come. It looks like you've got me. But I'll let you guys know what regret is. In front of true strength, you guys are just a bunch of dregs. Hua 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 hua. 3 people walked in with quick steps. I heard you were looking for us. Snake 7 was not far away and said faintly. You dogs. You're acting like servants. Why aren't you kneeling down? Lin Fei's eyes were cold and contained a trace of invincible sword intent. The hearts of the three people shook. Could this kid be a genius in the Tao of the sword? His eyes contained sword intent, and it actually made them feel a dangerous aura. However, this thought was quickly tossed to the highest heavens. No matter how powerful a genius in the Tao of the sword was, how could he be their opponent? If he really was a genius in the Tao of the sword, he probably wouldn't have come alone. He would have brought an expert with him. They also wouldn't have the ambition to truly take over the Blood Sword Mountain. Black Bear already had a belly full of anger. Stinking brat, I've tolerated you for a long time. I'll tear your mouth in a bit and see how stubborn you can be. Servants are servants, and mystical beasts are mystical beasts. Even if you transform into a human, you're still a dog that can't stop eating sh*t. You're really worthless. Lin Fei sneered, I'd like to see what kind of ability you have to dare offend your superiors. A bad feeling arose in Snake 7's heart. This person was too calm. Unbelievably calm. In any case, the three of them were mystique venerable experts. More importantly, their original forms were mystical beasts. They were not inferior to human cultivators. Even if a human mystique venerable encountered them, they would die with regret. Old Black, Old Wolf, you guys do it. Snake 7 snorted coldly. He himself sent out seals one after another. It was the starting three parts return to origin technique. Hua the void seemed to be split into two. Black Bear was the first to rush up. His thick palm grabbed down from the sky as he sneered, Kid, get down and accept your punishment. Punishment pike. Divine ability. Lin Fei grabbed with one hand and the black pike was sent out, piercing Black Bear's body. It was a great divine ability from the god and demon era. It was an overbearing strike. Old Black, don't block it. Red Wolf's eyebrows jumped as he immediately warned. Black Bear didn't care at all. It was just a divine ability. How could it kill him? His body expanded and turned into a 10-meter tall black giant. His palm that was the size of a praying mat grabbed over. His eyes were savage as if he was going to eat his opponent. Bang! The black light of the punishment pike pierced through Black Bear's palm and forcefully shattered it. The pike landed between Black Bear's eyebrows. His powerful defense only lasted for a moment before his head was pierced by the pike. The black light of punishment exploded with a rumble and Black Bear died. Even in death, it was hard to imagine that his opponent could kill him with a single divine ability. Old Black, Red Wolf cried out, you killed Old Black. Red Wolf was the clearest about Old Black's strength. Old Black's defense was even stronger than his. How could he have been killed in an instant? God Slayer. Secret Soul Technique. Red Wolf's fleshly body was powerful, but his soul wasn't. How could he withstand wave after wave of attacks? He immediately felt a wave of dizziness. His soul had been heavily injured. Even if he didn't die, he would need to recuperate for a long time in the future. He knew that the situation wasn't good. He could only look on helplessly as the pike flew over and pierced his head. What a fast speed. Chapter 426. Poo Poo. Once the God Killer Soul's secret technique was unleashed, its power was extraordinary. Only those who cultivated in Soul's secret techniques would be able to block it. Even though Snake 7's cultivation was successful, it was only in the cultivation of chi refinement. His cultivation of the soul was still at the beginning stage. After all, the only way to cultivate the soul was to enter a large sect or by chance. How many people would have such good luck? We still underestimated you. Snake 7's gaze was sinister and his complexion was pale. His soul was also equivalent to his primordial spirit being injured. If it wasn't for the fact that demon beast souls were innately stronger than others and that they had transitioned from the soul to the primordial spirit, perhaps they would have been instantly killed. I didn't think that your strength would be this tyrannical. No wonder you dared to come alone without any help. However, it's good that you killed them. Even if you didn't kill them, I would have killed them sooner or later. The blood sword peak will belong to me alone. All the resources will belong to me alone. Ha ha ha. 3-part integration art, puppet doppelganger. Snake 7 was a demonic beast of the snake race. He was innately colder than humans. He didn't feel the slightest bit sad when 2 of his brothers died. On the contrary, he felt relaxed. It was far better to share resources with 3 people than with 1 person. It was better for him to be the peak lord with 3 people. It was better for him to be the peak lord by himself. Boom, a long black snake flew out from the top of Snake 7's head. Its gaze was as sinister as its main body. This long black snake was Snake 7's primordial spirit. It was just that it was relatively weak at the moment. A primordial spirit could only be cultivated by a mystique venerable one. Cultivating a primordial spirit was equivalent to immortality. Although the black bear and the red wolf had mystique venerable rank abilities, they had yet to truly cultivate a primordial spirit. Their abilities were barely at mystique venerable rank, which was why they were killed by Lin Fei's divine ability. Whoosh, the black snake transformed into a huge circle of light and landed on top of Lin Fei's head. Then, it turned into a huge black snake that spiraled downwards and quickly rushed into Lin Fei's body. Stop struggling. Under my 3 parts return to origin art, obediently hand over your physical body. Snake 7 looked weak, but he was currently beaming with joy. Once his essence soul took control of his body and left behind his essence soul mystic technique, all that was left was to completely refine it and wipe away his essence soul aura so that no one would be able to tell that anything was amiss. At that time, he would be able to completely control the blood sword peak. Lin Fei hadn't expected this secret art to be so powerful that it could instantly break through his defenses. In the depths of the sea of consciousness, the large black snake headed straight for the location of the soul. As long as it could devour the other party, everything would be over. Before my primordial spirit, your soul is as weak as an ant. Be obedient and let me devour you. Snake 7 laughed heartily and charged straight over. He opened his bloody mouth and wanted to eat Lin Fei's soul. It couldn't be any easier for his primordial spirit to eat a soul. Lin Fei was expressionless. Stupid dog. Boom. The immovable Wisdom King floated above Snake 7's head. It had 3 heads and 6 arms, and it clawed at Snake 7. Snake 7 cried out involuntarily, "Motionless Wisdom King, your soul has actually cultivated a secret technique." Snake 7 originally believed that he could eat his opponent with ease. He never expected that his opponent's soul would cultivate a secret technique and become an immovable Wisdom King. Even Snake 7 had heard of the might of this secret technique. "Humph, I don't believe that your immovable Wisdom King can block my primordial spirit attack." Snake 7 was very confident in his own primordial spirit. Snake 7 might be afraid of a mere immovable Wisdom King if he used his primordial spirit. However, if he used it with his soul, the power would be infinitely reduced. Bang! The immovable Wisdom King and Snake 7 quickly fought. Snake 7 became more and more frightened as the battle began. This immovable Wisdom King was more powerful than he had imagined. No matter how he attacked, he was still at a disadvantage. His primordial spirit continued to weaken. Damn it, how can this be? Snake 7 resisted with difficulty. This kid is too weird. With this immovable Wisdom King, there is no way I can succeed. If this continues, my primordial spirit will be completely crippled. My vitality will be greatly damaged. Let's go. Snake 7 couldn't devour his opponent's soul, so he turned around and left. His soul was protected by the immovable Wisdom King, so he naturally wasn't his opponent. What if he attacked his physical body? When the time came, he would have plenty of time to deal with it. The most important thing was that if he could learn this immovable Wisdom King, his strength would greatly increase. How could Lin Fei let his opponent leave? Great devouring technique. Lin Fei, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly stood up. He actually used the Great Devouring Technique, this 3000 immortal technique. Whoosh, a huge whirlpool appeared, and a tearing force enveloped Snake 7's body. 3,000 immortal techniques. Snake 7's heart went cold. He constantly struggled, trying to escape this whirlpool. If he knew that this kid cultivated a secret technique like the immovable Wisdom King and that his opponent cultivated the 3,000 immortal techniques, Snake 7 would absolutely be well behaved. He wouldn't dare to have any ideas. Whoosh, the great devouring technique rolled, and Snake 7's primordial spirit weakened a bit. He seemed very powerless and pale. This 3,000 immortal technique was more powerful than he had imagined. His primordial spirit found it hard to resist. Whoosh, whoosh, Snake 7's primordial spirit was devoured until it was the size of a fist in no time. Let me go, and I will recognize you as my master. Snake 7 knew how difficult it was to cultivate to the mystique venerable rank and cultivate a primordial spirit. Especially after his primordial spirit was devoured by his opponent, it would take at least 100 years or even a few hundred years to recover to his peak. This was also Snake 7's bad luck. If he had 50 years to consolidate his primordial spirit, he wouldn't be so powerless today. Lin Fei said, I am the master of Blood Sword Peak. It's a very simple matter to subdue a great demon to guard the gate. I don't like leaving a scourge like you alive. I can only say that your luck is bad. You shouldn't have attacked me. The great devouring technique swept over again. Snake 7 was in despair. If his primordial spirit was devoured, his strength would plummet and his vitality would be greatly damaged. You forced me to do this. Primordial spirit self-destruct. Snake 7 was ruthless. He knew that he couldn't leave, so he simply self-destructed his primordial spirit. Once the primordial spirit self-destructed, his opponent's soul would certainly be injured since this was the sea of consciousness. This was tantamount to creating an opportunity for himself. Snake 7's primordial spirit self-destruction meant that both sides would suffer. However, Snake 7 had underestimated Lin Fei and the 3,000 immortal techniques. How could the immortal techniques left behind by an immortal be ordinary? The black whirlpool transformed into a black dragon that charged over. The supreme pressure swallowed Snake 7's primordial spirit in one gulp. Meanwhile, Lin Fei's soul aura gradually increased. In a short period of time, Lin Fei's soul had strengthened several times. Snake 7's primordial spirit had been completely absorbed by Lin Fei's soul. Snake 7's soul had unknowingly strengthened. And this was the unique application of the 3,000 immortal techniques, the Great Devouring Technique. If it wasn't for the system's introduction, Lin Fei wouldn't have known the hidden use of the 3,000 immortal techniques. PFFF, Snake 7's face turned white with a crash. He returned to his original form without any explanation. It was a black snake that was 300 meters long. It was covered in densely packed scales that emitted a black radiance. You destroyed my primordial spirit. I'm going to eat you. Snake 7 opened his bloody mouth and bit down at Lin Fei. He believed that if he self-destructed his primordial spirit in the sea of consciousness, it would certainly injure Lin Fei. If he ate Lin Fei, then even if his primordial spirit self-destructed, he would be able to learn the secret soul technique. It would be very worthwhile. Invincible sword intent, strike of the vacuum. The sword intent turned into a white dot. Lin Fei pointed with his finger, condensing the invincible sword intent. It was a rather terrifying killing move. Bang! The invincible sword intent pierced through the snake's head 7 inches away. Snake 7's huge body fell, and the main hall shook. Of all the things you could have turned into, you just had to turn into a snake. Don't you know that you should hit a snake 7 inches away? Snake 7 listened to the sarcastic words before his death. He died with everlasting regret. If he didn't return to his original form, Venerable Snake 7 wouldn't have died so quickly with his strength. But he returned to his original form. Even if Snake 7's cultivation was successful, the fatal weakness of a demonic beast still existed. Lin Fei just so happened to have the strongest sword intent attack. He wasn't a moving target. This could only be said to be Snake 7's tragedy. Lin Fei plundered everything from their bodies. With one look, he realized that these three guys had hidden a large amount of medicinal pellets and many precious spirit herbs. No wonder they cared so much about the spirit herb garden. I'm afraid they were using medicinal pellets to quickly increase their strength. Lin Fei understood. Crash King Kong was released. Get the snake, the black bear, and the red wolf out of here. King Kong immediately became a mover. On Blood Sword Peak, servants of all sizes were gathered in the main hall. When they saw the huge bodies in the main hall, they were completely stunned. They never would have thought that the three tyrannical demons of Blood Sword Peak would die in less than 2 days. The new master is so powerful. Snake 7 and the others are finally dead. We don't have to endure their torture anymore. Good. If they didn't die, we would have been forced to die. My brother died in the hands of Snake 7. It seemed that these servants had been suppressed for too long and finally had the chance to release. At this moment, they all revealed excited expressions as they saw the corpses on the ground. Their pupils were filled with deep relief. The huge mountain that had been pressing on them had finally been moved. They offended their superiors. Death cannot wipe out their crimes, Lin Fei said coldly. From now on, King Kong is the general manager of our Blood Sword Peak. King Kong was already on the side. He was especially excited right now. From today on, all of you must listen to me. I will eat anyone who doesn't. King Kong fiercely gave a simple and brutal opening. King Kong was a mutated demon beast. After taking the medicine, he could speak. However, he couldn't transform into a human for now. Even so, King Kong's violent aura still made them feel a wave of pressure. Seeing everyone's reaction, Lin Fei was very satisfied. From today on, Blood Sword Peak completely belonged to him. He had his own territory. Lin Fei directly handed over the remaining matters to King Kong. He believed that King Kong could handle it well. With Snake 7 and the others as examples, the servants wouldn't cause any trouble. It was enough to establish their might. Plus, with King Kong here, they wouldn't dare to do anything. Lin Fei directly returned to his residence. His soul absorbed Snake 7's primordial spirit and prepared to check the memories of the primordial spirit. The magic of the 3,000 immortal arts, great devouring technique, was that it could increase the strength of the soul and absorb all of the others' memories without any problems. Chapter 427. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan and Su Ming Si for their tips. I haven't written this much in a long time. I'm so tired. Let me see what kind of memories there are. After Lin Fei laid down the formation, he couldn't wait to check the relevant memories. Only then did he leave the outside matters to King Kong to handle. Spending over 2 million points to buy the medicinal pills was not in vain. After absorbing the primordial spirit, all kinds of memories emerged like a river. He didn't feel the slightest bit of discomfort. It was as if these memories naturally belonged to him. Lin Fei first looked at the situation of Blood Sword Peak. He learned from Snake 7, but Lin Fei didn't dare to believe it completely. He was afraid that something was hidden. The situation of Blood Sword Peak in the River of Memories was not much different from what he had said before. However, he still hid some details such as the 500-year period. Blood Sword Saint was a personal disciple 300 years ago. His strength was tyrannical and terrifying. Later, he challenged Sword God and went out to travel. It had been 300 years since then. In 300 years, Snake 7 and the others became the true controllers of Blood Sword Peak and acted like tyrants. Apart from this, Lin Fei also learned some things about Blood Sword Peak. He couldn't help but frown. Old Ancestor Nine Fingers really thinks highly of me. He dug such a big hole for himself. Lin Fei smiled, but this is good. There will only be improvement when there is pressure. I'm afraid it won't be long before they know that I'm staying at Blood Sword Peak. A large sect like the Sword God sect couldn't hide the news. This Snake 7 is also amazing. He has alchemy talent and increased his strength all the way to Mystique Venerable Middle Stage. In a few hundred years, he might become a great demon sage and become a disciple of the Sword God sect. He might even become a core disciple. Lin Fei didn't read this news carefully. Instead, he was interested in the sect's geniuses. Although Snake 7 didn't go out much, he remembered the geniuses of the Sword God sect clearly. The number one genius of the Sword God sect was Sword God. It was said that he was a genius born for the sword. He was named Sword God at birth, which naturally meant he was a god of swords. This tone was not just overbearing and arrogant. However, he had this ability. He had a deep understanding of swordsmanship from his birth and displayed outstanding genius abilities. After that, he joined the Sword God sect, and the name, Sword God, became known to everyone. This process only took 30 years, and he occupied the first place. At the same time, word began to spread that Sword God was a reincarnated immortal, a true reincarnated immortal, and not a loose immortal or celestial immortal. As a result, the number one genius of the Divine Sword sect, the Sword God, established a huge organization, the Sword God Association, which was one of the top organizations in the Divine Sword sect. After reading the memories of the Sword God, Lin Fei was also shocked. This person has a powerful background. It turns out that he's a reincarnated immortal. It's understandable that the Blood Sword Saint was defeated by him. A reincarnated immortal who has unlocked the memories of his past life. His strength is quite terrifying. Even though he had only seen some of his memories, Lin Fei knew that this Sword God was very powerful, especially when he established a large organization called the Sword God Society. Lin Fei was not surprised that an organization had been formed within the sect. This was probably the reason why a 9th grade sect like the Divine Martials sect had so many internal factions. Moreover, it would be strange if this kind of first-grade sect didn't have an organization. Lin Fei continued to read. Snake 7's memories were all-encompassing. He was indeed a demonic beast that had lived for nearly 10,000 years. His memories were like mountains and rivers. Lin Fei looked through them one by one. Currently, he was limited to the Divine Sword sect. After reading them, they became Lin Fei's own memories, as if he had personally experienced them. After an hour, Lin Fei opened his eyes and let out a long breath. 3,000 immortal arts, great devouring technique. How awesome! Lin Fei thought to himself, this is my first time coming to the Divine Sword sect. Right now, I feel as familiar with the Divine Sword sect as if it's my own home. This feeling of blending in is really good. Lin Fei completely absorbed Snake 7's memories of the Divine Sword sect. It could be said that Lin Fei knew everything there was to know about the Divine Sword sect. This was equivalent to living in the Divine Sword sect for 10,000 years. After digesting these memories, Lin Fei prepared to advance to Profound Grand Master. He already had enough experience points. All he lacked was the missions. Lin Fei did not care much about realms. In the Divine Sword sect, realms were not the standard to measure. What measured a genius was true combat power. Combat power was the standard to measure everything. Realms were only supplementary. With my current strength, my combat power should be around early mystic venerable rank or middle stage. In the Divine Sword sect, this strength is only in the middle stage. The true genius disciples have combat power comparable to sages. For example, the number one genius, Divine Sword. Rumor has it that his strength has reached peak profound sage. That was 300 years ago. Lin Fei was not satisfied with his own strength. The Blood Sword Peak, due to the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth and its good geographical location, cultivated a large amount of spirit herbs. It had long been coveted by the core disciples. If he did not increase his strength, the Blood Sword Peak could forget about keeping it. Even the servants dared to be so bold, let alone the core disciples. Lin Fei liked this kind of pressure. Through this pressure, he could continuously improve himself and surpass himself. Perhaps old ancestor Nine Fingers wanted to train me by placing me in the Blood Sword Peak. Lin Fei thought, this is just right. It would not be too abrupt to increase my strength in a place like the Divine Sword sect. Thinking of this, Lin Fei opened the system and prepared to draw a mission. He was preparing to advance to Mystic Grandmaster. The mission was random. Receiving the mission, Please wait. A moment later, with a ding-dong, the mission drawing ended. Lin Fei hurriedly opened it. After seeing the mission, he could not help but be stunned. Kill the Heavenly Demon King? The advancement mission was to kill the Heavenly Demon King. Kill the Heavenly Demon King. Mission reward, 50 million experience points, 10 million points, 5 million vitality. Complete within a month. If it was before, Lin Fei would definitely not know what the Heavenly Demon King was. After searching through Snake 7's memory, Lin Fei finally knew the origin of the Heavenly Demon King. I didn't expect there to be a place on this continent called the Heavenly Demon Nation. The Heavenly Demon King is in the Heavenly Demon Nation. Moreover, there are many heavenly demons there. It would be perfect for leveling up. In his memory, he did not know much about the Heavenly Demon Nation. He only knew that it was a place where heavenly demons lived. Looks like I need to go out tomorrow. There must be information about the Heavenly Demon Nation in the sect. If I can level up in that place, I will level up to Mystic Venerable rank in the Heavenly Demon Nation before returning. An uneventful night. Early the next morning, the sun rose. Lin Fei woke up early and absorbed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. He only stopped when the sun was high up in the sky. After dealing with Snake 7 and the others, the servants' attitudes had changed by 180 degrees. Lin Fei was very satisfied with their changes. His own territory should have this kind of change. After arranging things, Lin Fei turned into a stream of light and flew out. Without any worries, he could go and learn about the Heavenly Demon Nation. As soon as Lin Fei came out, his powerful divine consciousness immediately sensed the people lurking outside. Lin Fei had no interest in taking care of these people. He knew that these people were probably some core disciples, people in charge of keeping an eye on him. In reality, these people were indeed keeping an eye on him. Yaoan had brought people to Blood Sword Peak. This matter could not be hidden, so many people had arranged for spies to watch Blood Sword Peak's every move. They wanted to know if the kid had died at the hands of the mystical beasts. When they saw Lin Fei come out, these spies immediately brought the news back. Merit Hall. It was a name that was easy to remember. At the same time, it was a place that no one would forget. The Divine Sword Sect was a rank 1 sect with a large collection of ancient books. They had collections of heaven, earth, mystic, and earth. If one wanted to learn any of the ancient books, one must pay merit points. The more merit points one had, the more they could exchange for the things they wanted. The Divine Sword Sect encouraged disciples to earn more merit points. Merit points could be obtained by completing various missions. These missions included killing demons, killing countless great demons, and killing some wanted criminals. Some of these missions were dangerous, while others were easy. Lin Fei landed in front of the huge building and inhaled sharply. There were disciples everywhere who had come to accept merit missions. Even with his memory, this was the first time he had come here. The feeling was rather shocking. Middle Mystique Venerable rank powerhouses, forming a team to kill the Bull Demon King. To kill the North Sea Shark, we still need 3 advanced Mystic Venerable rank powerhouses. Plucking the Dark Water Flower, please form a team to complete the task. Outside the hall, many people were looking for helpers. They were either forming a team or paying the price of vital crystals. Lin Fei felt like he had returned to online games. Everything was familiar. Walking into the hall, he could not see the end of the vast area at a glance. Following his memory, Lin Fei walked deeper inside. Missions were posted on the outside, but there were many documents inside. He wanted to find out about the Heavenly Demon Nation. Junior brother, what information are you looking for? At the end of the hall was a counter. A young girl asked with a smile. Lin Fei took out 10,000 vital crystals and placed them on the counter. This was the rule here. Each time someone inquired about information, they had to pay 10,000 vital crystals. Even though his heart was evil, Lin Fei could not do anything about it. I want to know about the Heavenly Demon Nation. Please wait a moment. Lin Fei stood there for a while. Many inquired about information. In the blink of an eye, he had earned 100,000 vital crystals. In total, he had earned a few million vital crystals. This is your information. I have already copied it in this jade talisman for you. Thank you. This kind of jade talisman was the most used thing in the Divine Sword sect. It was specially used to copy information. It was a one-time consumable and would disappear after reading it. Lin Fei could not wait to know about the Heavenly Demon Nation. He needed to understand this situation to level up. Finding a quiet place, Lin Fei rushed in with his divine sense and began to check on the Heavenly Demon Nation. Great! After a while, Lin Fei revealed a happy expression. Chapter 428. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan for the tip. What? He's not dead? On a sword peak, Wang Shi and Qing Tai were surprised to hear their subordinates report. We saw a young man fly out of the blood sword peak. He should be a new core disciple. He flew towards the merit hall. Wang Shi waved his hand and sent them away. Keep an eye on him. Soon, only the two of them were left in the pavilion on the sword peak. Looks like we've underestimated this core disciple. Wang Shi smiled. He's more powerful than we imagined. No wonder he could become a core disciple. His cultivation level isn't high, but his combat power is strong. He's worthy of us taking action personally. Qing Tai also smiled. If our junior brother is killed by a servant, it'll be a disgrace to us core disciples. The two of them were a little surprised by the news. After all, anyone who could become a core disciple was not simple. Even if the three beasts were ferocious, they were nothing in the eyes of a core disciple. It would be a piece of cake to kill them. Why don't we go there? Wang Shi asked. Qing Tai laughed and shook his head. That junior brother can defeat the three beasts. He's definitely powerful. It's not suitable for him to take action now. Someone else is more suitable than us. Wang Shi frowned. Stop teasing me. Tell us, who's more suitable than us? Remember junior brother Xiao Shan? You mean Xiao Shan, the disciple of the Blood Sword Saint? Of course. 300 years ago, Xiao Shan was the disciple of the Blood Sword Saint. He's quite talented. 300 years have passed and his strength has reached mystic venerable rank. He has cultivated a primordial spirit and has always treated the Blood Sword Peak as the Blood Sword Saint's place. Otherwise, the three beasts wouldn't be able to cultivate freely. Wang Shi squinted. That's a good move. Xiao Shan is the disciple of the Blood Sword Saint. Now that someone has taken over the Blood Sword Peak, Xiao Shan will definitely take action. I remember that junior brother Xiao Shan has a bad temper. He's out training too, right? Junior brother Xiao Shan has returned. As long as we leak the news, he'll take action personally. Let's just watch from the sidelines. Qing Tai smiled. I'll send someone to inform him immediately. I really can't wait to watch the show. The Merit Hall. Lin Fei had already finished reading the information about the Heavenly Demon Kingdom. As it turned out, the Heavenly Demon Kingdom belonged to a special space. It just so happened that the Divine Sword School had a teleportation gate that led directly to the Heavenly Demon Kingdom. This mysterious place was also one of the training grounds of the Divine Sword School. However, the Heavenly Demon Kingdom was very dangerous. Countless heavenly demons lived in the Heavenly Demon Nation. These heavenly demons were experts in occupying corporeal bodies and devouring souls. If they were not careful, their corporeal bodies would be occupied and their souls eaten. Every year, many disciples of the Divine Sword sect would die in the Heavenly Devil Nation. Similarly, a high risk also meant a high reward. Fortune is found in danger. Killing heavenly demons would yield the rare material Heavenly Demonic Stone. The Heavenly Demonic Stone was one of the most important materials to refine a true artifact. Once the Heavenly Demonic Stone was infused into the true treasure, the Heavenly Demonic Secret Technique would be activated and the Heavenly Demonic Magnetic Field would be formed. The more Heavenly Demonic Stones were added, the stronger the Heavenly Demonic Magnetic Field would be. If one's primordial spirit was not strong enough, they would be trapped by the heavenly demonic magnetic field. Generally speaking, the heavenly demonic stone was used to cultivate the primordial spirit. However, the heavenly demonic stone was not easy to obtain. Not every heavenly demon would have it. It depended on luck. Even so, disciples who had just successfully cultivated their primordial spirit would usually choose to go to the heavenly demon kingdom and use the heavenly demons to strengthen their primordial spirit, greatly reducing the time required. Almost all the powerful sects had set up a teleportation gate to the heavenly demon kingdom. It seems that this heavenly demon kingdom is very big. I wonder if there's a heavenly demon king. The information didn't make it clear either. I must go to the heavenly demon kingdom. That place is a good place to level up. He walked out from a remote place. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to leave. If he wanted to go to the heavenly demon kingdom, he had to accept a mission. Those who cultivated their primordial spirit did not need a mission. This was only for disciples below the primordial spirit realm. They were afraid of dying in the heavenly demon kingdom. Lin Fei chose a mission to kill a heavenly demon. After completing the mission, he would receive 10,000 merit points. He would kill 5,000 heavenly demons and collect the resentment of the heavenly demons. When Lin Fei accepted the mission, many people mocked him. The heavenly demons were so powerful that even they had to form a team. Now that there was a brat alone, he was just sending himself to death. Not to mention 5,000 heavenly demons, even 50 heavenly demons would be difficult. Lin Fei naturally would not bother with them. He planned to return to the Blood Sword Mountain. After arranging everything, he would go to the heavenly demon kingdom and cultivate in seclusion for a year. Hua Lin Fei returned to the Blood Sword Mountain. "You're the newcomer, Lin Fei?" Just as he was about to land, a figure appeared not far away. He was expressionless, his eyes were fierce, and his tone was aggressive. Lin Fei raised his eyebrows. "I'm Lin Fei." "Who are you?" "The Blood Sword Saint is my master." Xiao Shan said, "I want you to leave the Blood Sword Mountain immediately. No one is allowed to stay in my master's Blood Sword Mountain. Otherwise, you will be my enemy. Don't blame me for being impolite." So it was his disciple. No wonder he had such a bad temper. He even asked him to leave by name. Lin Fei had never been afraid of threats. His powerful soul consciousness also captured the faintly discernible figure in the void. He immediately understood what it meant. An idiot is going to take the lead. I'm preparing to go to the heavenly demon kingdom and give them a show of strength. It will save me a lot of trouble. I'm sorry. I never hand over what I have. I don't have the habit of doing so. Lin Fei's eyes were filled with determination. Furthermore, I don't like to be threatened. You violated my taboo, but since you're my master, I'll hand over the Blood Sword Peak if you can block one of my attacks. If you can't, piss off as far as you can. Xiao Shan had returned from training. He wanted to stay at the Blood Sword Mountain for a while. Who would have thought that after hearing that the Blood Sword Peak had been reassigned by the higher-ups, Xiao Shan would immediately be enraged and personally rush over. Seeing a kid who was only at the Profound Emperor realm, Xiao Shan was already very polite when he spoke. As long as the kid took the initiative to leave, Xiao Shan would not be too harsh on him. At most, he would teach him a lesson so that he would remember. The only thing he didn't expect was that Xiao Shan wouldn't back down when he was given a way out. Instead, he dared to be so arrogant. He wanted to defeat him with one sword. Xiao Shan was even more furious now. His sword chi soared into the sky and tore holes in the void. It was a shocking sight. Xiao Shan's strength had increased by a large margin again. It seemed like he was about to break through to mystique venerable great perfection. Chapter 429. P.S. Thank Emperor Hao Tian for the tip. Outside the Blood Sword Peak, many core disciples had arrived. They were well-informed people. They knew immediately that the Blood Sword Peak had been assigned to a new core disciple. This was not good news for them. Instead, it was bad news. Those who had been eager to fight had all quieted down. Previously, Everyone had their eyes on the blood sword peak and had a chance to compete with each other. Usually, this kind of sword peak was obtained through competition. It was a tradition within the divine sword sect. They did not expect that the higher-ups would assign the blood sword peak to a newcomer. This made them completely depressed. Hence, they hated this newcomer quite a bit. Hearing that the blood sword saint's disciple had come personally, they could not sit still. They all came over, wanting to know what was so great about this young man. A newcomer had just entered the divine sword sect and was assigned to the blood sword peak. How could the core disciples who had been fighting swallow this insult? They did not dare to show any disrespect to the higher-ups. However, they naturally did not have a good impression of this newcomer called Lin Fei. Therefore, their hatred shifted to the other party. This person is so arrogant. He defeated junior brother Xiao Shan with one strike. He must be joking. Junior brother Xiao Shan is a core disciple. He has been a mystique venerable one for 200 years. He has cultivated his primordial spirit. Forget one strike, even 10 strikes might not be enough to defeat him. I also heard that junior brother Xiao Shan's sky water sword technique has been cultivated to the mastery stage. This is an upper earth level sword technique. I wonder which elder is behind this Lin Fei. Otherwise, why would he be assigned to the blood sword peak? Many juniors want to be assigned to the blood sword peak but have never been able to do so. Among the group of core disciples, no one thought highly of this newcomer. In their minds, as a newcomer, one had to be honest and keep a low profile. This was how they had been. However, this Lin Fei was too high profile. He did not look like a newcomer. He dared to attack an elder. This was clearly not taking them seriously. This made them feel uncomfortable. A newcomer should act like a newcomer. Defeating junior brother Xiao Shan with one strike was a classic case of bragging. Sooner or later, he would regret it. Junior brother Xiao Shan's strength could be ranked in the upper middle of the core disciples. He could be considered as a powerful person. This person has cultivated a primordial spirit, so the number of god kills won't be of much use. I can only use the slaying gods and slaying demons sword technique. I'll use all my strength and defeat him with a single strike. Only then will I be able to achieve the true effect and make them feel fear. Lin Fei thought to himself, making the right choice. A late-stage mystique venerable one, and a core disciple at that, would not be as easy to deal with as the 3 mystical beast servants. Each core disciple mastered powerful secret techniques and divine powers. Lin Fei dared not let his guard down. Lin Fei's only advantage was his invincible sword intent and his massive true essence. Within a few levels, there was no one else like him. Boom! A massive aura of true essence shot into the sky. Lin Fei's long black hair fluttered in the wind. Whoosh! The restrained invincible sword will was released to its fullest. Within the circumference, the sword will turned into flying swords, floating in the air. Buzz buzz! The swords of all the core disciples present started to make noises. Invincible sword will. This is the invincible sword will. How did this kid cultivate the invincible sword will? Impossible. No one has cultivated the invincible sword will for thousands of years. I must be seeing things. The core disciples' expressions changed drastically. Their sword wills were very powerful, but before the invincible sword will, they were unknowingly inferior. Their sword wills were greatly suppressed. With their sword wills suppressed, their innate combat abilities were affected. This was like everyone driving the same car, but with King more advanced engine, the starting speed would be completely different. What was there to compare? The invincible sword will was equivalent to the most advanced engine. Xiao Shan's expression was solemn. No wonder he dared to defeat me with a single strike. So he's comprehended the invincible sword will. However, in the face of true strength, the invincible sword will alone is not enough. Slaying gods and slaying demons. Lin Fei struck with his sword. A massive murderous aura and the invincible sword will fuse together, thus displaying the most powerful sword technique. With this strike, a vast and boundless sword will rolled over. In front of this strike, anyone would feel that they were insignificant. In front of this strike, no one could even think of resisting. If a god was in front of them, they would be slain. If a Buddha was in front of them, they would be slain. This was the essence of the slaying God, slaying demons sword technique. Slaying God's will. Slaying demons' will. This was the true sword immortal will. Lin Fei, who was using his full strength, caused everyone to be shocked. Too strong. Everyone's face was filled with shock. This new junior brother was actually so powerful. The strength of this strike had already exceeded their imagination. He was the number one amongst the newcomers. In front of this strike, no one could be sure if they could block it. Endless heavenly water. Hua La Shaoshan was also shocked. He could only brace himself and display the earth-rank sword technique, heavenly water sword technique. However, this strike might be effective in front of others, but in front of the slaying God's sword technique, it was obviously dragged out by tens of streets. Lin Fei's full-strength strike was not so easy to block. I lost. Heavenly water sword technique was instantly torn apart. Xiao Shan knew that he had lost. He was indeed unable to block the other party's sword. If he did not admit defeat now, he would definitely die. Even if he did not die, his vitality would be greatly damaged. This strike was too strong, ridiculously strong. It was not something that someone at this level could display, but his opponent did. The earth-shattering sword essence was like the autumn wind. It came quickly and disappeared just as quickly. However, to Xiao Shan, he had just experienced the edge of death. You have the right to own Blood Sword Mountain. Xiao Shan turned around and left. He lost, he lost. Xiao Shan would not find excuses for himself. He was not that kind of person. Lin Fei did not stop him. This Xiao Shan is someone who is able to accept and let go. He is someone worth associating with. Defeating Xiao Shan with one strike. This was enough. He believed that they would not easily attack again. If anyone thinks that I, Lin Fei, do not have the right to own Blood Sword Mountain, you can come and find me. Lin Fei's voice was loud and clear. However, if I attack again, it will not be so simple. Since Xiao Shan admitted defeat, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't really kill him. Not killing him did not mean that he would not teach him a lesson. Believe in Sword God School. As long as you did not kill people from the same sect, Sword God School would not do anything to you, especially when you were a core disciple. Lin Fei thought that no one would come out, so he turned around and prepared to leave. Rather than wasting time here, he might as well prepare to go to Sky Demon Country. Wait, we would like to experience Junior Brother's invincible sword essence. Two silhouettes flew out. It's Senior Brother Wang Shi and Senior Brother Qing Tai. They have always cared about Blood Sword Mountain. I'm afraid that they are not satisfied. Lin Fei frowned. There really were people who came to teach him a lesson. They asked for it. Old rules. If you can block one strike from me, Blood Sword Mountain is yours. Lin Fei still said what he said before. He understood that they were here to take advantage of the situation. After all, such a powerful move must have consumed a large amount of true yuan. The second time he used it, it would not be as powerful as before. How could Lin Fei not think of such an idea? This was nothing more than taking advantage of someone when they were down. When the others heard this, they were shocked. How could they not think of such a simple thing? Now, Wang Shi and Qing Tai had beaten them to it. It was not hard to imagine that the sky-shocking sword art had shocked them. That was why they neglected such an important problem. Lin Fei was only at Profound Emperor realm. To use such a powerful move, it must have consumed a lot of true yuan. Moreover, he could only use it once. If he used it for the second time, it would not be as powerful as before. It might not even be as powerful as before. When they thought of this, they realized that they had missed an opportunity. This kid was so arrogant. He had personally agreed to it. Once he lost, he would not have the face to continue occupying it. Especially when Wang Shi and Qing Tai had a huge force behind them, Sword God Union. Once Lin Fei lost, it would be fine if he handed over Blood Sword Mountain. However, once he tried to be lazy, Sword God would take action. Even if he had the support of an elder, he would still have to give some face. Lin Fei, this is what you said. Wang Shi smiled, everyone heard it. We just wanted to spar with Junior Lin Fei. After all, the invincible sword intent is hard to comprehend. Anyone would want to spar with him. Who knows, they might be able to comprehend something from it. We don't want Blood Sword Mountain. Qing Tai also smiled. This kid was too inexperienced. They did not believe that he would not have enough true yuan left after consuming a lot of true yuan. They were confident that they could block such a sword. Shameless. Truly shameless. Hearing Wang Shi's words, everyone cursed him in their hearts. How could he say such words? He just wanted to take advantage of the opponent's true yuan to occupy Blood Sword Mountain. If they were in his shoes, they would have said the same thing to give themselves a reason to make a move. The invincible sword intent was the best excuse. It was a perfect excuse. An excuse that no one could refute. They all cultivated the sword Dao. The invincible sword intent was a sword intent that was extremely difficult to comprehend. Lin Fei cursed them for being hypocritical. You guys will suffer later. My words are worth 9 sacred tripods. Lin Fei said, as long as the two of you can block my sword, I'll leave Blood Sword Mountain. Everyone is here to witness it. No one noticed that a cold glint flashed across Lin Fei's eyes. Junior brother Lin Fei, please make your move. Wang Shi and Qing Tai smiled knowingly. Blood Sword Mountain was in their hands. They were both great perfection mystique venerable ones. They could tell at a glance how much true yuan the other party had left. No ultimate move could withstand the consumption of true yuan. Slay the gods and slay the demons. Lin Fei once again unleashed his final sword. The surging slay the gods and slay the demons were still shocking. Everyone was stunned. Damn it, this kid did not look like he had consumed true yuan. They were in trouble. Even Xiao Shan's mystique venerable realm strength could not block this sharp sword, let alone the two of them. The smiles on Wang Shi and Qing Tai's faces instantly froze. Their eyes were filled with shock. How could this person's true yuan be so powerful? They had been tricked. Chapter 430. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yushuan for the tip. Silence. There was complete silence. They were completely shocked. This brat could use 2 big moves in a row. Damn, didn't he use all his Jin Yuan? This was too much of a bully, not letting anyone have a way out. Anyone could only use a big move 1 or 2 times. 2 or 3 times was the limit. Once their Jin Yuan was used up, unless it was a critical moment, they would rarely use a big move in a row. If they couldn't kill someone, they would be the one to die. Unfortunately, they met an abnormal new disciple. They had no doubt that this brat could use another big move. Wang Shi and Qing Tai, these 2 senior disciples, were definitely out of luck this time. This Lin Fei junior disciple really hid his strength well. Under such a big move, it was impossible not to get injured. The 2 did not even have time to say a word before they were completely submerged in the sword intent. This new disciple needs to walk around. Maybe there will be another genius disciple among the core disciples. That's true, with his strength, he will soon reach the upper level of the core disciples. If he doesn't walk around now, he will be hated in the future, and that will be bad. Walking around a bit is not a big deal. Based on junior disciple Lin Fei's performance, there will soon be organizations coming to invite junior disciple Lin Fei to join, and he will immediately have a big backer. After these people saw how terrifying Lin Fei was, they immediately changed their previous thoughts. Although it was a bit hypocritical, it was also human nature. People always wanted to go higher, and people always wanted to go lower. This was the same logic. Since the blood sword peak could not get him, it was better to walk around and get familiar with them. To be able to become a core disciple, none of them were simple. They were always calculating, always thinking for themselves. Strength was the key to stand firm. Lin Fei looked at them coldly. These people's expressions all fell into his eyes, and this was what he needed to see. After this, they would not dare to have any other thoughts. Competing with Zhen Yuan. I will make you regret it. Lin Fei's huge Dan Lake could be said to be unprecedented. Although it could not be compared to those peak experts, it was an invincible existence among the same generation. Even if it was a cross-realm challenge. Junior brother Lin Fei, you're the best this time. We admit defeat. At this moment, Wang Shi and Qingtai's clothes were in tatters and their long hair was in a mess. Their faces were as ugly as a pig's liver and they were gnashing their teeth in anger. Bastard, what a motherf asterisk king bastard. Many of my treasures have been destroyed. High-grade true treasure. Priceless. The two of them really wanted to cry, but no tears came out. They had lost more than half of their assets, and within a few years, they would have to risk their lives again. Hate, that hate. Thank you, Lin Fei cupped his hands. If you want to experience my invincible sword will in the future, I will be happy to accompany you. The two of them were so frightened that they almost fell from the sky. Sparring my ass. Do you really think it's a treasure that doesn't cost money? It's just cabbages on the street. Pick one up for me to see. Half of my assets are gone. Damn it, this is too much of a bully. Previously, the two of them looked as if they were certain of how to divide up the blood sword peak. In the end, they suffered a huge setback. Hearing that there would be another sparring, the two of them panicked. Junior brother Lin Fei is really a genius in sword Dao. You can even comprehend the invincible sword will. There is no need for this sparring. We have a deep understanding, and now we need to go back to digest and comprehend. Wang Shi said, found an excuse for himself, turned into a stream of light and left. Today, they had lost a lot of face. A dignified core disciple had become a beggar. It was estimated that in less than half a day, the sword god's sect would spread. After Wang Shi and Qingtai left, the core disciples who were originally watching flew over one by one. Junior brother Lin Fei, I am Lu Jianfeng San Muzhenren. I am Heaven's Sword Peak's cat. These people were very thick-skinned, and they rushed over immediately. Lin Fei scolded them for being shameless in his heart. Their skin was almost as thick as the city wall. In the face of their hospitality, he naturally would not show any dissatisfaction. Who asked his fist to be so strong? An hour later, Lin Fei sent them off. Master, these guys are so hypocritical. If it were me, I would have beaten them to death with a stick. King Kong was very dissatisfied, thinking that his master was too kind. As a demonic beast, and a mutated demonic beast at that, King Kong was born with violence. He wanted to defeat all humans, and he was very straightforward. Lin Fei rolled his eyes, there was nothing he could do about King Kong. Who asked King Kong to be a violent person, and there was no way he could change in this life. Master, I am speaking the truth. You humans are too hypocritical. After settling the matter, Lin Fei arranged everything. King Kong would be in charge of the Blood Sword Peak, and the defense of the Blood Sword Peak was activated. Outsiders would not be able to break in. Teleportation Hall. A teleportation place under the Sword God's sect. There were many teleportation formations set up here, which could lead to many training spaces. All of them were set up by the seniors of the Sword God's sect with great effort. Lin Fei walked into the teleportation hall. Inside the hall, people were surging, and it was very lively. Form a team to hunt the flamingo in the 100,000 mountains. Late stage profound sect, please form a team to hunt the soul of the beast soldier. All kinds of requests were coming. What a good teleportation hall. There are at least 100 experts in the dark, and there seems to be a rogue immortal old ancestor among them. Lin Fei walked into the hall, and with his powerful divine sense, he sensed many powerful auras. If it wasn't for his sensitive divine sense, he might not have discovered the situation. He did not dare to look carefully, and quickly retracted his divine sense. Sky Devil Nation, I remember it is over there. With the digested memory, Lin Fei walked inside. There were many teleportation doors in the teleportation hall. As for how many, Lin Fei himself was not sure. It should be this side hall. The teleportation doors were all inside the side hall. At the entrance of the side hall, 2 late-stage profound sect experts stood guard. They were expressionless, and their sharp eyes made people's hearts tremble. These were true experts who had experienced slaughter and walked out of the sea of blood. Walking into the side hall, there were not many people inside. When these people saw a disciple of the profound sovereign come in, other than looking surprised at first, they immediately returned to normal. It was that hot-blooded disciple again, ready to die in the Sky Devil Nation. Looks like these people are going to the Sky Devil Nation. All of them have mystique venerable strength, and they are faintly revealing their primordial spirit auras, probably to strengthen their primordial spirits. After devouring the primordial spirits, Lin Fei could sense the primordial spirit auras in front of him. It could be said that these were all primordial spirit powerhouses. Having a primordial spirit meant having a second life. As long as the primordial spirit was not destroyed, the person would not die. After a while, the teleportation door opened. Entering the Sky Devil Nation, everyone please prepare 500,000 vital essence crystals. Lin Fei had long experienced the evil of the Sword God sect. Chapter 431. Whoosh, whoosh, the pitch-black world was like a bottomless abyss. There was no starry sky or starry sky. There was only darkness, an oppressive darkness that made one feel oppressed. This was the extraterrestrial demon nation, a special world that produced countless extraterrestrial demons of various sizes. Is this the extraterrestrial demon nation? Lin Fei used his divine sense to check and soon discovered that it was useless here. It was blocked by a faintly discernible power. No matter how he moved, he was always restricted. His field of vision was infinitely compressed. Right now, Lin Fei was in a huge castle square. This was one of the strongholds of the Divine Sword School and the extraterrestrial demon nation. Huh, look at this junior brother. He's actually using his divine sense to check. He's really unlucky to meet an extraterrestrial demon. They like to find people by following their divine sense. Another group of disciples from the Divine Sword School who had just come out couldn't help but mock Lin Fei's appearance. He's a hot-blooded youth. He's not afraid of extraterrestrial demons. I remember there was a disciple who also ran to the extraterrestrial demon nation last month. Unfortunately, he met an extraterrestrial demon general and had his body taken over. I think you'd better scram. This isn't a place for a little fellow like you. The extraterrestrial demon nation itself was very dangerous. They naturally wouldn't miss a chance to mock him. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered with them. He turned and left, not bothering with them. Junior brother, do you want some good stuff? Just then, a wretched-looking young man approached and tried to sell something to Lin Fei. Lin Fei didn't even bat an eyelid. No. Junior brother, don't be in such a hurry to leave. It's really good stuff. It's a detailed guide to the extraterrestrial demon nation. It's a must-have when you're outside. Lin Fei obviously stopped in his tracks. Then he stopped and turned around. It's about the extraterrestrial demon nation? Of course. I don't have much talent for cultivation. For the sake of everyone's safety in the extraterrestrial demon nation, I specially summarized the extraterrestrial demon nation and made this guide. With this, you don't have to worry about getting lost in the extraterrestrial demon nation. As long as you have the guide, you don't have to worry about anything. This was the first time that Lin Fei had met someone with such eloquence. It was a pity that she was not a salesperson. What's the price? Very cheap, 100,000 Jin Yuan crystals. Lin Fei turned to leave. It's too expensive. I can't afford it. That person finally met someone who didn't understand, so he chased after him and said, 100,000 true essence crystals, that's our cost price. If junior brother really wants it, then I'll reluctantly part with 80,000 true essence crystals. His face revealed a painful expression. 50,000 yuan, do you want to sell it or not? Deal. Lin Fei took the manual and left. Another sucker. I bought it for 10,000 yuan, the man laughed and turned around to sell it to others. Lin Fei flipped through the handbook with joy in his eyes. It really is a good thing. It has divided the heavenly demon kingdom. Those who don't understand will have a basic understanding of the heavenly demon kingdom after reading the manual. Lin Fei was in no hurry to set off. After a full hour, Lin Fei finally finished reading the information in the handbook and had a better understanding of the heavenly demon kingdom. According to the records in the manual, the heavenly demon nation was divided into large and small regions. As for how many regions there were, no one knew. Generally, it was not a big problem to not provoke a powerful heavenly demon. The heavenly demons were divided into heavenly demon imp, heavenly demon yiksha, heavenly demon general, heavenly demon marshal, heavenly demon king, and finally heavenly demon god. Generally speaking, the heavenly demon nation consisted mostly of heavenly demon imps and heavenly demon yikshas. Their abilities were equivalent to the human's mystic spirit and mystic sovereign. Their generals were mystic grandmasters, heavenly demon marshals were mystic venerables, and heavenly demon kings were mystic sages. Of course, there were strong and weak heavenly demon kings. The weakest one was at mystic venerable perfection, while the heavenly demon gods were at mystic emperor's level or even itinerant immortal elders level. The heavenly demon nation's handbook barely recorded the area of the heavenly demon king. I don't know if it's accurate or not. In any case, I don't plan to go back in a short time. Sooner or later, I will meet the heavenly demon king, so I don't need to worry about this matter. The castle was not very large. After taking a stroll, Lin Fei decided to leave. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Lin Fei's speed was very fast. He chose a direction and flew out. The endless darkness was oppressive and terrifying. In less than a moment, Lin Fei was 10,000 miles away. The silent atmosphere was shrouded by long whistles. Sporadic heavenly demon imps appeared. The sound of the flute also made Lin Fei's expression change slightly. This is the heavenly demon voice. It can affect one's mind. In the depths of his consciousness, hideous faces appeared out of thin air. With a thought, Lin Fei used the immovable wisdom king's guard to shatter these faces one by one. Whoosh. The water-fire lotus protected Lin Fei inside. Whoosh, whoosh. Illusory faces constantly appeared outside the water-fire lotus. As the water-fire lotus burned them, they immediately turned into black smoke. What a powerful heavenly demon voice. It can make people fall for it unknowingly. No wonder primordial soul powerhouses like to come here to consolidate their primordial soul. It is indeed very helpful. The primordial soul constantly resisted the heavenly demon voice, and over time, it could be consolidated. Compared to meditating day and night, the effect was completely different. It had two completely different effects. Activating the water-fire lotus, Lin Fei continued to fly, and he was very eye-catching in the darkness. After traveling for 10,000 miles, two figures in front of him greeted him. Judging from their clothes, they were clearly disciples of the Divine Sword School, and also core disciples. Junior brother, please wait. Lin Fei stopped. He was a little puzzled. Why were they looking for him? What are you two doing? We see that you are alone, and this is the heavenly demon nation, where danger lurks everywhere. We want to be partners with you to hunt heavenly demons together, so that we can take care of each other, said one of the tall men. As they spoke, a short man came to Lin Fei's side and said, "It seems that this is your first time here. We are very familiar with the heavenly demon nation. It will be easier to complete the task if we are partners. Don't you think so?" Whoosh. The short man fiercely pounced on him. Black smoke soared into the sky, and he wailed like a ghost and howled like a wolf. His left hand was like a knife, and he chopped down with his palm. He clearly wanted to kill Lin Fei. The other tall man also stabbed with his sword, and instantly blocked all of Lin Fei's escape routes. Whoosh! 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 Sword chi rushed out. With a flash of white light, the two men were split into two. They were killed with a single sword strike. How dare a mere heavenly demon imp attack me? Hissed. The two bodies immediately turned into black smoke. Lin Fei was glad that he had bought the manual before. Otherwise, he would have been hit. The heavenly demon imp was indeed difficult to deal with. Most people would not be able to react in time when they suddenly attacked one after another. These two men used to be disciples of the Divine Sword School, but their bodies were taken over by the heavenly demon imp. It was equivalent to their souls being killed, and their bodies being controlled by the heavenly demon imp. The heavenly demon imp could only attack with sound waves and take over bodies. Perhaps these two disciples of the Divine Sword School were unknowingly hit. The heavenly demon imp was also very powerful. It directly disguised itself as a disciple of the Divine Sword School and used the identity of a fellow disciple to sneak attack the other party. However, the heavenly demon imp was not very strong, and its strength was greatly reduced when it took over the body. But even so, the heavenly demon imp was difficult to deal with. The heavenly demon imp has a lot of experience. It has more than 100,000 experience points. I can just accept the task of killing heavenly demons and exchange it for experience points. The system task had already been issued. The heavenly demon realm was the best place to level up. Collect. Lin Fei took out a jade bottle and collected the remaining black fog. After the death of the heavenly demon imp, it would leave behind resentment. If collected, it could be made into a heavenly demon orb, which had a destructive attack. It could also be made into a heavenly demon banner. Because of this, many disciples like to take risks and go to the heavenly demon kingdom to collect this kind of heavenly demon resentment. Not only could they earn a lot of merit points, but they could also train their primordial spirit. Although it was a little dangerous, they still quite liked it. Lin Fei decided to practice his own leveling plan. Fortunately, there are treasure boxes in the system store to store experience points. Otherwise, I would have to kill the heavenly demon king first to level up. In the end, it would be a waste of experience points. Experience treasure boxes cost 100,000 points each, and could store 100 million experience points. When the experience points were not used, they could be stored and released when needed. That was why Lin Fei was so calm and not anxious to find the traces of the heavenly demon king. As for why he did not ask other disciples of the Divine Sword School, he felt that it was meaningless. If a kid in the Profound Emperor realm went to learn about the heavenly demon king, the other party would definitely not tell him. They would think that he was biting off more than he could chew. How could he deal with the heavenly demon king? Not to mention killing it. Lin Fei naturally did not bother to ask. It was better to accumulate experience points while inquiring about the whereabouts of the heavenly demon king, killing two birds with one stone. His hair was not even fully grown, and he already wanted to play with women? Seeking information about the heavenly demon king was actually the same. A few days later, a group of disciples of the Divine Sword School came together to collect the heavenly demon resentment. When they appeared in this area, they could not help but reveal a shocked expression. Originally, there would be many heavenly demon imps in this area, and these disciples all had an impression of them. However, in front of them, there were only a few heavenly demon imps. They couldn't help but be shocked by this. What's going on? The heavenly demon imps are all gone. It's impossible. A group of heavenly demon imps will appear in this place every month. Could it be that someone has beaten us to it? This should be impossible. Although there are not many heavenly demon imps here, there are at least tens of thousands of them. We can only kill them if we join forces. Let's change places and take a look. After changing places continuously, all kinds of puzzled expressions appeared on their faces. In these places that they were familiar with, the heavenly demon imps seemed to have disappeared. Apart from a few scattered ones, they actually could not find a whole group of heavenly demon imps. As the mysterious person in their eyes, Lin Fei strolled leisurely, wandering among the heavenly demons. With a raise of his hand, he killed the heavenly demon imps and the heavenly demon yakshas. If such a scene was seen by others, they would probably be so frightened that they would break out in a cold sweat. Even if it was an essence soul expert, when faced with so many heavenly demons, his scalp would also go numb. He fled in a sorry state. Whoosh! With a magical power, a large amount of black fog was collected. This is so cool, this way of leveling up, Lin Fei beamed. The Heavenly Demon Nation was really a good place to level up. Chapter 432. Inside the Sky Demon Nation, Lin Fei's divine sense was suppressed, but that didn't mean he couldn't sense the changes around him. The energy fluctuation was too obvious. Strange, so strange. Why are people being chased in such a remote place? If Lin Fei hadn't purposely chosen a secluded place to hunt the heavenly demon imps, he would have believed that they were coming for him, and that the ones chasing and fleeing were the incarnations of the heavenly demon imps. Lin Fei was just surprised. He didn't want to get involved in these things. He learned from the manual. In the Sky Demon Nation, apart from the danger of the Sky Demons, there were also sneak attacks from rival sections. There would always be people dying here. God knows how many genius disciples were buried in the Sky Demon Nation. Lin Fei had reason to believe that this was another sect hunting him down. However, he did not know which sect it was that was hunting him down. Shaking his head, he continued to kill the Sky Demon imps. Leveling up was the most important thing. Nothing else mattered. Hua hua, a streak of green light stumbled out. Not good. This is the gathering place of the Sky Demon imps. It was a girl in green. Her face was pale, and there was blood on her clothes. She was obviously the one being chased. When her eyes landed on the depths of the Sky Demon imps, surprise flashed in her eyes. What's going on? Someone is hunting the Sky Demon imps alone? Isn't he afraid that the Sky Demon imps will take over his body? The girl in green observed for a while and confirmed that it wasn't the Sky Demon imps. It was indeed a disciple of some sect hunting them. Ha ha ha, chick, let's see where you can run to this time. A sinister laugh came from behind. They are too powerful. If I keep running, I will run out of Jin Yuan sooner or later. At that time, I won't even have a chance to contact my senior brothers. I can only risk it. The girl in green clenched her teeth and flew toward the Sky Demon imps. Perhaps this was her only chance. Senior brother, help. Lin Fei was happily killing the Sky Demon imps when he heard this voice. He frowned. Damn, don't tell me this chick is trying to harm me. Lin Fei was very annoyed. What does it have to do with me that you are being chased? Why do you have to do this to me? Alright, I will leave. Even killing the heavenly demon imp would not give him a break. What was going on? Lin Fei turned around to leave. He really didn't want to get involved in this kind of thing. I don't even have time to level up. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Fei couldn't help but stop in his tracks. He patted his head, regretting what he had done. Damn it, how could it be so coincidental? This girl is a disciple of the Divine Sword sect? If it was any other disciple, Lin Fei wouldn't have stopped at all. Who cares if you live or die? It has nothing to do with me. However, the disciples of the Divine Sword School were worthy of consideration. The symbol on their chests was the most conspicuous. Forget it, who asked you to bump into me? He still had to be a good person. The girl who flew up was beautiful and could be given 85 points. Lin Fei was a person who could ruthlessly destroy flowers. Most of the time, he liked to admire beautiful women. Moreover, this person was his senior sister. The perfection stage of the profound monarch realm? When the green-robed woman saw that the other party had stopped, a look of joy appeared on her face. Perhaps she would be able to escape from danger. However, when she saw his cultivation level, her heart sank. It seemed that she had chosen the wrong person. Whoosh, a sword light flashed, and the heavenly demon imp that was charging toward the green-robed woman was wiped out with a single sword strike. Senior sister, don't panic. You are a disciple of the Divine Sword School? Yes, I am a disciple of the Divine Sword School. Let's go quickly. The people from the Saber sect are here. We have to quickly inform senior brother. The green-robed woman didn't say anything. When she saw that he was in a daze, she swept up Lin Fei and flew out, causing Lin Fei to be unable to react for a moment. He was here to help. When did he become a burden? Whoosh whoosh whoosh, 6 figures quickly appeared and surrounded the green-robed woman. Little girl, let's see where you can run to this time. Damn, what a pretty girl. We can have a good time later. Us disciples of the Saber sect fighting with the disciples of the Divine Sword School is a great thing in life. The black-robed disciples were all talking at once, and their eyes were filled with lust. Lin Fei heard them clearly. People from the Saber sect. Instantly, Lin Fei was filled with anger. Good heavens, I always run into them. Damn you, the bodiless immortal of the Saber sect. I can't defeat them, so I vent my anger on you. Can't I? You are disciples of the Saber sect? A cold voice was directed at them. The disciples of the Saber sect were instantly stunned. Even when he was about to die, he still dared to shout at them. He must have eaten the heart of a bear or the heart of a leopard. This was the first time they had seen such a bold person. The green-robed woman at the side was also stunned. This junior brother? I will ask you again. Are you disciples of the Saber sect? Lin Fei looked at them coldly. Stinking brat, I am a disciple of the Saber sect. What can the Divine Sword School do to us? Pfft, a black sword intent swept across, and the head of the disciple of the Saber sect flew into the sky. Damn the disciples of the Saber sect. The disciples of the Saber sect were shocked. A stinking brat dared to attack them. This was something that had never happened before. Then, an unparalleled sword intent attacked them, and they saw their heads flying one by one. Lu Dai was dumbfounded. She covered her mouth and revealed an expression of disbelief. You killed them all. Lin Fei did not have a good impression of the disciples of the Saber sect. It would be fine if he did not encounter them, but once he encountered them, he would kill them first. What? I don't dare to kill them? Lin Fei found it funny. Or do you think you can't kill them? Lu Dai had never seen such a powerful junior brother. The weakest of the 6 disciples who chased after her was at the peak of the profound Emperor realm, and the strongest was at the middle stage of the profound Ancestor realm. She was chased all the way and almost died in their hands. But in front of this junior brother, she was killed in one move. What terrifying strength! Ah, junior brother, quickly go and save senior sister and the others. If you don't go now, there will be no time. Lu Dai grabbed Lin Fei, not caring about the difference between men and women. Senior sister? That's senior sister? Lin Fei was stunned. What happened? Let's go. Without any explanation, they flew in a direction. My name is Lu Dai. The shameless disciples of the Saber sect contacted other sects and trapped our sisters from the Pink Rose. Many of our sisters are injured. When Lin Fei heard this, he also realized the seriousness of the matter. Lin Fei knew about the Pink Rose. This was a powerful organization. It could be ranked in the top 5 in the Sword God's Gate. They were all formed by women and were very powerful. Knowing that the other party was from the Pink Rose, Lin Fei naturally had to help. In the Sword God's Gate, it was necessary to build connections. The Pink Rose was a large organization. It was naturally good to have connections with them. Even if it was not, Lin Fei would still help. After all, they were from the Saber sect. You lead the way. It's too slow. By the time we arrive, it will be too late. Lin Fei grabbed Lu Dai's hand and moved at full speed, turning into a beam of flowing light. Chapter 433. Demonic Nation. In a secluded area of the mountain. Long howls could be heard continuously. Everywhere one looked, there was a dense black. It was the demonic imps, demonic yakshas, and demonic generals. At this moment, they were besieging a group of people. The ones besieged were a group of women. They were barely resisting with the formation. The formation flickered, and it could be broken at any time. On the opposite side of the call, a group of people stared leisurely. Fairy Lan Kai, admit defeat. There's no need to continue. Your formation won't last long. Duan Ji, who was dressed in a black robe, smiled and said, "When the formation is broken, you will have nowhere to hide." Among the women besieged, there was a blue-clothed person. It was Fairy Lan Kai. Divine Sword School's core disciple, profound Grandmaster perfection strength. "We would rather die in battle than surrender." Fairy Lan Kai's beautiful eyes were cold. She commanded her disciples to resist the attacks of the demonic nation. As expected of people from Pink Rose. They are so determined even in death. Duanji laughed loudly. "Don't think that I don't know. You sent a disciple to inform us. Maybe our people have already returned. You don't have to rely on this. No one will come to save you. Your Divine Sword School's disciples will all die here today." Another red-robed young man laughed loudly. "This time, in order to deal with you Pink Rose, we have planned for a long time. It's just the right time to wipe you all out. Obediently become our myriad demon sex cauldrons." Fairy Lan Kai's face was cold. "Your saber sect is really shameless. You actually cooperated with the demonic sect. You have lost the face of our first-grade sect. If we weren't despicable, how could we besiege you and kill you?" Duanji smiled and said, "Who asked your Divine Sword School to have so many famous geniuses? I am helping your Divine Sword School to reduce the burden." "That's right, reduce the burden." Inside the formation, Fairy Lan Kai's expression was solemn. "How long can we last? There are too many demonic nations. Especially when they have attracted demonic yakshas and demonic generals. If this continues, our formation will be broken in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Senior sister, fight with them. Even if we die, we must let them know how powerful our Divine Sword School is." Fairy Lan Kai had originally brought them to hunt heavenly demons and collect heavenly demon resentment, but they were ambushed by the people of the Saber sect and lured into this trap. Then, they drove the heavenly demons to act as the vanguard, wanting to exhaust them to death. The void has been sealed by them. Otherwise, we could have informed our senior brother in the Sky Fiend Kingdom. Fairy Lan Kai was helpless. "Let's wait a little longer. Green Butterfly should have brought reinforcements." Fairy Lan Kai didn't really believe their words. If Green Butterfly was really killed by them, they could only fight. As long as one person survived, he would definitely make the Saber sect pay. Fairy Lan Kai was very confused. Why were the Saber sect disciples so fearless? Were they not worried about the sect's retaliation? So a large-scale battle broke out? This was the only thing he could not understand. Furthermore, the Saber sect had joined hands with someone else. This was unprecedented. "Brother Duan, what's wrong with your Saber sect? Aren't you afraid that news of you openly ambushing a disciple of the Divine Sword sect will spread?" the grey-robed young man asked. He was the Myriad Demon sect's bloodlust Taoist. This time, the Saber sect and the Myriad Demon sect had joined hands. "No. There are very few people in the vicinity, and the void has been sealed. There's no need to worry about this at all," Duanji said. "As for why you ambushed a disciple of the Divine Sword sect? Do you need a reason? This time, the Myriad Demon sect has benefited. If you bring these back, they'll all be excellent human cauldrons." Bloodlust Taoist did not continue asking. He had a feeling that it was not that simple. However, this had nothing to do with him. As long as he brought these human cauldrons back, he would have completed his mission. The rest had nothing to do with him. Our first cooperation was so perfect. Next time, if you attack someone from the Pink Rose, remember to inform me. Bloodlust Taoist licked the corner of his mouth. I rarely see such good human cauldrons. Don't worry. You won't miss out on such a good thing, Duanji said. With the Sky Fiend as the vanguard, their array won't last long. As long as the array is broken, it'll be a piece of cake. However, he was also puzzled. The news about the Divine Sword sect had been released by the higher-ups. The Sky Fiend Kingdom was the primary place to attack Essence Soul experts. Once the Divine Sword sect disciples were killed, they would not be spared, provided that no clues were left behind. The Sky Fiend Kingdom was huge. Revenge killings and massacres were innumerable. If the Divine Sword sect disciples died in the Skyfiend Kingdom, as long as there was no evidence, even if the Divine Sword sect was a first-grade sect with many experts, they would not dare to attack. Don't forget. The Saber sect was also a first-grade sect. Its strength was comparable to the Divine Sword sect. Duanji was not interested in understanding what was going on. In order to complete his mission, he took the initiative to contact the myriad demon sect disciples. It was a good opportunity to divert the trouble. It just so happened that the myriad demon sect needed human cauldrons. Naturally, the two sides worked together and joined forces. One side wanted to kill the Divine Sword sect disciples. The other side needed human cauldrons for cultivation. The strong joined forces. Boom! Boom! The Skyfiend continued to attack. Ripples appeared on the array. It was clearly on the verge of collapse. Lon Kai Fairy, stop resisting. Surrender, and you'll have a way out. Lon Kai Fairy sneered. Stop your wishful thinking. Even if I die in battle, I won't fall into your hands. Looking back at her injured sisters, her beautiful eyes revealed a determined look. Sisters, the moment of life and death is here. Later, when the array breaks, I'll cover for you. Everyone, run separately. You must bring back the news. The sect will definitely avenge us. Clatter, clatter. Under the Skyfiend's continuous attacks, the array finally broke. A large number of Skyfiends rushed up ferociously. World of ice and snow. Lon Kai Fairy attacked with her sword. The sword will turned into snowflakes. The sky was filled with sword-will white snow. As each snowflake fell, the Skyfiend imps were immediately killed. Instantly, an empty space appeared in front of them. Go! Lon Kai Fairy broke the sneak attack of the Skyfiend imps with her sword, buying them a chance. Do it! Duanji waved his hand. The Saber sect disciples behind him moved. Capture them alive. Bloodlust Daoist also waved his hand. A group of demonic Qi subordinates swarmed up. Lon Kai Fairy, I heard that your ice snow sword technique is powerful. I'd like to experience it. Maybe I won't have the chance in the future. Lon Kai Fairy frowned. Wind and snow dance. Another attack. A white dragon roared. Everywhere it passed, the Skyfiend imps were killed. Even from the Saber sect and the Thousand Demons sect, many disciples were killed. This attack showed Lon Kai Fairy's absolute power as a leader. It also bought her sisters enough time. Let's go together. Lon Kai Fairy is powerful. She's not someone we can take down in a short time. Let's save ourselves some trouble. Duanji frowned. He stepped out and attacked with his sword. The air was cracked open. Bloodlust Daoist laughed. Sure. Blood Sky Torrent. The blood-colored rainbow charged up. All kinds of howls and howls were heard. It was terrifying. Bang, bang, bang. Lon Kai Fairy fought against two. At first, she had the upper hand. After a while, with the invasion of the blood-colored demonic Qi, she was at a disadvantage. Two profound grandmasters at the peak against one. Of course, she would win. You're so despicable. Boom, with a sword will, Lon Kai Fairy was sent flying. Then, her Qi and blood surged. She couldn't activate her spiritual ether. She glared at Bloodlust Daoist. The Divine Sword sect now knows how despicable we demon sects are. Bloodlust Daoist said. Isn't the demon sects always despicable in your eyes? Since I'm going to take you back to be cauldrons, it's not our style if we don't be despicable. At this moment, the other female disciples were at a disadvantage. It was only a matter of time before they were captured. Seeing this, Duanji became vigilant against the Thousand Demons sect. Even he didn't know when the disciples of the Divine Sword sect had been attacked. Brother Duan, don't be nervous. Bloodlust Daoist smiled. We're partners. You don't have to worry about this. As for them, they have the bloodthirsty demonic qi, which is specialized in suppressing spiritual ether. I've learned something new. So this is the bloodthirsty demonic qi. Duanji had heard of this demonic art. It was specialized in suppressing spiritual ether. Once the spiritual ether was suppressed, there wouldn't be much combat power left. If Brother Duan joins our Thousand Demons sect, you can immediately learn the bloodthirsty demonic qi. Bloodlust Daoists didn't forget to develop the disciples of the sect. There's no need for that. I prefer to stay in the Saber sect. The demon sects aren't suitable for me. Fairy Lan Kai's expression changed. She had been unknowingly infected by the bloodthirsty demonic qi. It would be impossible for her to break free in a short period of time. Would she really end up in their hands and become a cauldron for the Thousand Demon sect? Absolutely not. Body self-destruction. If it was one-on-one, she would have a chance to block them. But now that her spiritual ether was suppressed, the situation was terrible. Body self-destruction was her only chance. As long as her primordial spirit wasn't destroyed, her body wouldn't die. Fairy Lan Kai didn't expect that she would be forced into such a situation. At the very least, she wouldn't be able to recover in 100 years. In order to fight for time, she could only go all out. Fairy Lan Kai, you're the best cauldron here. If I offer you to the elder, he'll be happy. I'll be able to become a deacon. Bloodlust Daoist licked his lips and grabbed down with his huge bloody hand. Stop struggling. Just obediently become a cauldron? The scene of victory seemed to appear in front of Bloodlust Daoist. A disciple of the Divine Sword sect, a rank 1 sect. Every female disciple was a good cauldron, especially the one before him. If he didn't have to offer her up, Bloodlust Daoist wouldn't mind becoming his own cultivation cauldron. He might even make use of this cauldron. He could push his Mystique Grandmaster Great Perfection ability to Mystique Venerable rank. As the huge bloody hand grabbed down, Fairy Lan Kai felt powerless. She gritted her teeth and prepared to self-destruct. A disciple of the Divine Sword sect is here. Who dares to make a move? A sword intent swept over, and the huge bloody hand was instantly split into two. Fairy Lan Kai's dangerous situation was instantly resolved. The second sword intent attacked again. At that moment, the world seemed to quiet down. Everyone was shocked. This was clearly a sword intent that could only be unleashed when one's ability reached an extremely terrifying level. Since when did the Divine Sword sect have such a powerful genius? Chapter 434. The senior brother is here. That's great, we're saved. I wonder which senior brother is here. He looks very powerful. The female disciple who was at a disadvantage sighed in relief when she saw this scene. She was no longer as lifeless as before. Fairy Lan Kai was also surprised, then puzzled. What a powerful sword intent. It doesn't seem like an ordinary sword intent, but it makes me feel a sense of danger. What kind of sword intent is this, and which senior brother is here to help? Bloodthirsty armor. Before the second sword, Bloodthirsty Taoist's eyebrows twitched. He opened his mouth and spat out a bloody mist that enveloped his body, revealing his eyes. It was a rank 5 armor. The sword flashed. Crack. Cracks appeared on the bloodthirsty battle armor of the 5th grade. A rank 5 armor that could withstand a Mystique Venerable fighter's attack lost its effect under this sword intent. Bang! Bloodthirsty Taoist exploded. Bloodthirsty Taoist is dead. Duanji's pupils contracted. Bloodthirsty Taoist, who was at the same level, was killed with a single sword. Retreat. Seeing that Bloodthirsty Taoist was killed with a single sword, a master must have come from the Divine Swordsman's Gate. He cursed his subordinates in his heart for being a bunch of good-for-nothings. They could not even complete a simple task. He could not accept this. He was about to succeed. With Bloodthirsty Taoist's death, the bloodthirsty demonic aura lost its effect. Moreover, there was a mysterious master. Duanji had no chance of taking them down. Just the mysterious master alone was enough to give him a headache. Leaving was the best choice, even if it was with reluctance. Who said you could leave? A figure walked out of thin air. The cold voice sent chills down everyone's spines. The black sword flashed again. The Saber sect disciples who were trying to escape were instantly killed. In front of this sword intent. They were too weak, so weak that they did not even have the ability to resist. It was a one-sided situation. The sword flashes intertwined, accompanied by the aura of death. Senior sister Lan Kai, do you know this senior brother? A junior sister asked with a puzzled expression. She did not know this senior brother in front of her. He was a complete stranger. Fairy Lan Kai had thought that this person should be a senior brother that she knew. She knew that she could not kill Daoist bloodlust with one strike. However, this senior brother in front of her had killed Daoist bloodlust with one strike. There seemed to be only a few senior brothers at this level. On the contrary, he didn't recognize her anymore, revealing a rare sense of bewilderment. I don't know him, maybe he is that senior brother who is cultivating. Fairy Lan Kai thought about it. That was the only explanation. Good kill, senior brother. The people from the Saber sect are too hateful. Seeing the Saber sect and 10,000 demon sect disciples being killed one by one, the enraged girls shouted and cheered. Teleportation talisman, Duanji's scalp went numb. Their strength was not bad, but in front of this person, it was as if they were slaughtering chickens and sheep. This was really beyond imagination. He immediately used the teleportation talisman to fight for a chance to escape. After activating the teleportation talisman, a white dot appeared. It pierced through the void and hit him directly. The expression on his face froze in an instant. What a domineering sword intent. Bang! Duanji's body was torn apart. 2 Mystic Sect Full Circle elites were killed just like that. The 10,000 demon sect disciples and the Saber sect disciples panicked and did not know where to go. In a short while, all of them were dead. No one escaped. Senior sister Lan Kai, are you okay? Green butterfly flew up. Fairy Lan Kai asked the senior brothers of the Sword God sect and she had an understanding of almost all of them, especially the powerful ones. She had never heard of anyone with such a terrifying sword intent. Even she felt great pressure and danger from the remnant sword intent aura, but she couldn't think of anything. Green butterfly, this is? He is Lin Fei, a disciple of the Sword God sect, and also a core disciple. Fortunately, junior brother Lin Fei helped, or I wouldn't be able to see you. Green butterfly told them the details of what happened on the way. What? Junior brother Lin Fei is new? Fairy Lan Kai suddenly understood. No wonder you don't know him. I didn't expect there to be another genius among the core disciples. At this moment, Lin Fei packed up his spoils and flew over. Greetings, Fairy Lan Kai. Lin Fei was very courteous. A strange look flashed in Fairy Lan Kai's eyes. Thank you, junior brother Lin Fei, for helping us. I thank you on behalf of my junior sisters. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid we would all have been killed. Lin Fei chuckled. You and I are both disciples of the Sword God sect. It's natural for us to help each other. Moreover, the Saber sect disciples colluded with outsiders, so they should be killed. Fairy Lan Kai had a good impression of Lin Fei. Although his realm was not high, he was strong and did not have the arrogance of ordinary core disciples. It was rare in the Sword God sect. Usually, all the core disciples she met were arrogant and high-spirited. Core disciples like Lin Fei were very rare. Junior brother, you just killed them and caused a big commotion. Let's leave here first. Fairy Lan Kai was indeed a woman. She attached great importance to this aspect. After cleaning up, the group left the call, leaving behind many corpses. They only slowed down when they were hundreds of thousands of miles away. They were safe and would not be targeted. Junior brother, may I know who your master is? Fairy Lan Kai and Lin Fei walked side by side. Lin Fei said embarrassedly, I just joined the Sword God sect recently. I don't have a master yet. Fairy Lan Kai was surprised. Typically, core disciples would have a master. Such situations were very rare. It was impossible for there to be a mistake. The only possibility was that this junior brother was very talented and the higher-ups had not made a choice. Fairy Lan Kai's impression of him deepened. She had to investigate this junior brother Lin Fei when she returned. He was such a talented disciple, yet she did not know him. Then I have to congratulate you, junior brother. Fairy Lan Kai chuckled. I believe with your strength, you will definitely become a hidden elder or a master. Lin Fei did not think much of it. What was a hidden elder? An itinerant immortal patriarch would probably fight to be his master. Of course, Lin Fei would not say these words out loud. If he did, he would probably give them a huge fright. By the way, it should be junior brother Lin Fei's first time coming to the Sky Fiend Kingdom. You are unfamiliar with the place and people. If you are here to collect Sky Fiend grievances, you can come with us. Fairy Lan Kai extended an invitation. Lin Fei politely refused. Thank you for senior apprentice sister's good intentions, junior apprentice brother appreciates it. I came to the Heavenly Demon Kingdom alone in order to train myself. If senior apprentice sister really wants to help me, I wonder if you can do me a small favor? Fairy Lan Kai was not unhappy. She chuckled. Junior brother, feel free to speak your mind. As long as I know it. I wonder if senior sister knows where there are weak Sky Fiend kings? If it were an ordinary person, Lin Fei would not have asked. Chapter 435. Heavenly Demon King? Fairy Basket Kai was clearly stunned. She did not expect him to ask such a question. Then, she looked surprised. Junior brother, are you thinking of killing the Heavenly Demon King? Once the thought appeared, it could not be stopped. Shock. Lin Fei nodded. I won't hide it from senior sister. This time, junior brother came to the Heavenly Devil Nation to collect the Heavenly Devil Resentment Aura. Killing the Heavenly Devil King is the main goal. Because it's my first time here, I don't know much about the Heavenly Devil King. Please tell me. Do you know that the weakest Heavenly Demon King is a mystique venerable rank great perfection? Even that is not something you and I can handle. Fairy Basket Kai felt that it was necessary to dispel the thought. After a Heavenly Demon King becomes a Heavenly Demon King, it will produce a Heavenly Demon magnetic field. Within the magnetic field, the Heavenly Demon King is invincible. Moreover, the Heavenly Demon King's ability will also be activated. The transition between nothingness and reality will make it very difficult to kill the Heavenly Demon King. Many disciples have died in the face of the Heavenly Demon King. Senior sister, I don't recommend you to kill the Heavenly Demon King. Lin Fei was very strong, but Fairy Basket Kai was still worried. The Heavenly Demon King was too powerful. Many geniuses had tried to kill the Heavenly Demon King, but very few succeeded. Most of them were killed by the Heavenly Demon King, or they were defeated and injured. Is the Heavenly Demon King so difficult to deal with? Lin Fei frowned. The transition between nothingness and reality is not easy to deal with. This ability is really impressive. Lin Fei was very surprised to hear this from Fairy Basket Kai. It was very useful to him. The records in the manual were not as good as what Fairy Basket Kai said. If he really acted rashly, he would be at a disadvantage. The transition between nothingness and reality would turn from an attack to endless danger at critical moments. He had to pay attention to this. Thank you for the reminder, senior sister. Lin Fei was very grateful. However, the Heavenly Demon King is very important to me. No matter what, I have to try. If it was someone else, Fairy Basket Kai would not have asked. However, Fairy Basket Kai had a good impression of this junior brother Lin Fei in front of her. She did not want to die at the Heavenly Demon King's hands. Moreover, he had helped her out, so she would definitely help him. Junior brother Lin Fei had a good future. Just this favor alone was something he had to repay. Junior brother, must you kill the Heavenly Devil King? Yes, this is very important to me. Lin Fei nodded. He still needed the Heaven Demon King for the next level up mission. If he did not kill the Heaven Demon King, it would have a huge impact. After entering the Divine Sword School, Lin Fei immediately felt pressured. The key was to increase his strength as soon as possible. Junior brother, if you must go, there is a place you can go. 10 months ago, a Heavenly Demon King was injured by someone and is now hiding in the Heavenly Demon battlefield. It seems like it hasn't been killed yet. Junior brother, you can go and try your luck. That Heavenly Demon King's strength is around Mystique Venerable Rank Great Perfection. Lin Fei's eyes revealed a look of joy. If there was a place to find the Heaven Demon King, everything would be fine. What he was most afraid of was not knowing where he was. Many thanks, senior sister. This is the map of the Heavenly Devil battlefield. It should be useful to you. Fairy Lan Kai took out a map. However, you have to be careful when you go there. Recently, many people have been looking for that injured Heavenly Devil King. They have set their sights on it. I will. Lin Fei nodded. I'm not a reckless person. If I'm really no match for them, I'll naturally leave. Senior sister, you don't have to worry. Besides, with my strength, I'm confident that I can leave. Fairy Lan Kai gave him a few more reminders, especially the situation of the Heavenly Devil battlefield. Lin Fei listened very carefully and had a rough idea of the Heavenly Devil battlefield. He was not completely clueless about it. Junior brother, if you come out of the Heavenly Devil Nation, you must visit my Sword Peak. I definitely will. Lin Fei turned into a stream of light and headed toward the Heavenly Devil battlefield. Senior sister, the Heavenly Devil battlefield is filled with danger. Why did you let him go? Lu Dai did not understand and could not help but ask. Our little Lu Dai, when did you start to worry about people? Fairy Lan Kai chuckled. Don't worry. Junior brother Lin Fei is no ordinary junior brother. Where have you seen him kill Mystique Venerable Rank Great Perfection as easily as killing a chicken? At least, I haven't. Excluding those top-notch senior brothers, junior brother Lin Fei might not be in danger this time. This was her intuition. At the same time, in the mountain valley, several figures appeared, and the corpse was found. Junior brother Duanji should be dead. Damn, is there even a need to say that? With such a strong sword intent, it would be unreasonable if he didn't die. Shut up. The leading black-robed man snorted. The people behind him shrunk their necks and all quieted down. They knew that once their senior brother got angry, they would be the unlucky ones. When did such an expert appear in the Sword God sect? Junior brother Duanji is a Mystique Venerable Rank Great Perfection. How could he die so miserably? Li Feng's eyes were cold, like a poisonous snake in the dark, and there was a flash of disdain. A guy who can't accomplish anything but spoils everything. Duanji was one of Li Feng's subordinates. This mission was arranged by Li Feng. He did not expect the result to be like this. It was disappointing. Not only did he not kill Duanji, but he also died. Disappointed, very disappointed. Why did he find that stupid pig to complete the mission? Senior brother, what should we do now? Li Feng was very disappointed in Duanji. Since things were already like this and he was already dead, there was nothing to be nervous about. Duanji is no longer a disciple of our Sword God sect. He was kicked out of the sect a month ago. Everyone, remember this clearly. Remember it clearly. Understood. Li Feng was very satisfied. Originally, I wanted to complete the mission given by the higher-ups. Now, it seems like I can only complete another mission. Li Feng frowned. The Sword God sect disciples must be on guard. It will not be easy to continue. It seems like we can only capture the Heaven Demon King alive. It is all Duanji's fault. He can't even do such a small thing. It is said that there is an injured Heaven Demon King in the Heavenly Demon battlefield. Our next mission is to capture the Heaven Demon King alive. Do you understand? Understood. Under the dusky sky, Lin Fei walked at a steady pace. His target was naturally the Heavenly Demon battlefield. I hope that the heavenly demon battlefield will not disappoint me. Then, he smiled. Senior Sister Lan Kai would not lie to me. If I am lucky, my strength will increase by leaps and bounds. It didn't mean anything to others. Each time Lin Fei advanced a realm, he would be able to accommodate more true yuan. His combat strength would increase by more than 10 times. This injured heaven demon king had already become Lin Fei's target. He didn't allow anyone to fight for it. Otherwise, they would be his enemy. Selfish? Of course not. This was the world of the fist. Whoever had the bigger fist would control everything. Awake? Lin Fei's face revealed a happy expression. The little thing that had been sleeping had actually woken up. Since the last time it swallowed a large amount of food, the little thing had been in a deep sleep. If it wasn't for everything being normal, Lin Fei would have suspected that there was a problem. When the little thing was released from the space, he didn't notice any big changes. Instead, it became much fatter and became something like a meatball. Little thing, you are indeed a foodie. If you continue to eat like this, you will definitely become a big hairball in the future. Thinking of this, Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. A space-mutated beast, a fat big hairball? Lin Fei really found it difficult to connect the two together. Even outsiders couldn't connect the two together. Every mutated beast was awe-inspiring. How could it be as cute as this little thing? If Lin Fei didn't know its identity, he would have thought that it was just acting cute. It's quite uncomfortable to keep calling you little thing. I might as well call you hairball in the future. Who asked you to be a foodie? Lin Fei had an idea and finally came up with a name for the little thing. Hairball, big hairball, it was quite a nice name. Hairball, what is hairball? Just as Lin Fei was feeling proud, a sudden sound surprised Lin Fei. His gaze moved and finally landed on hairball. You can speak. Jin Gang could speak, that was because Lin Fei had used his points to buy the medicinal pills. But how did hairball know how to speak? At this time, hairball blinked, I don't know either. When I woke up, there were a lot of memories in my mind, and then I could speak. Hairball was very innocent. Lin Fei's eyes lit up, as if he understood what was going on. Fragments of memories appeared in the depths of his memory, and among them, there was a situation like this. Inherited memories? Lin Fei was shocked. Space-mutated beasts were rare to begin with. Now that the inherited memories had appeared, Furball was just too awesome. Mutated beasts could be very awesome, but they might not necessarily have inherited memories. Generally speaking, those who could inherit memories were definitely very awesome existences. Mutated beasts that could inherit memories existed in ancient times and were passed down generation after generation. But no matter how Hairball looked at it, it didn't feel that Hairball was awesome. In any case, it was just a foodie. Then do you know what you are? Lin Fei knew that he had picked up a treasure. It wasn't a waste to snatch Hairball back then. Its background should be not small. Space-mutated beasts with inherited memories. If the powerhouses outside knew about it, they would probably break their heads to fight for it. There would definitely be a bloody storm. Lin Fei didn't doubt it at all. Hairball thought for a moment, I remember that I am called Primordial Evil Dragon. Primordial Evil Dragon? Lin Fei blinked and looked up and down, the name is very impressive, but you don't look that domineering. Could it be a fake? Lin Fei maliciously guessed in his heart. If it was any other name, Lin Fei wouldn't have any doubts. But this name was so domineering and imposing. It didn't seem to be suitable for a foodie. What kind of inherited memories did you get? Lin Fei was very curious. Inherited memories were memories that were accumulated from generation to generation. Even if one didn't know anything, with these inherited memories, they would immediately have a huge memory. There could be many things in this inherited memory, including cultivation techniques and all kinds of memories. Eat. Lin Fei almost fell. Inherited memories were actually about eating? Is there a mistake? Is this also an inherited memory? Chapter 436. Hairball was a foodie. After a long time, Lin Fei came to his own conclusion. Other than a foodie, there was no adjective that could describe Hairball. However, this foodie was not ordinary. From the inherited memory, the goal of a foodie had always been to eat. She would eat non-stop, even if it was a sky immortal. The age of Hairball, who had opened the inherited memory, did not change because of the memory that appeared out of nowhere. She looked about 8 or 9 years old. The sentence that hung on her lips was, "I will eat." If Hairball was not a dimensional beast, Lin Fei would really think of her as a foodie. On the way, the heavenly demon imps became the best food for Hairball. After the deep sleep and opening the inherited memory, Hairball's ability increased greatly, but it was limited to eating. The heavenly demon imps became delicious food and were eaten in a flash. The originally boring journey became easy to kill time with Hairball. Heavenly Demon Battlefield. The place where the humans and the heavenly demons fought back then became the Heavenly Demon Battlefield over time. There were no treasures here as imagined by the outside world. This place was the ruins of a town, and there were countless stone forests. At first glance, it seemed completely silent, like a ghost town. Maybe it was the resentment of the heavenly demons left back then, or maybe it was some other reason, but this place had become the gathering place of the heavenly demons. There were countless of them. Usually, these heavenly demons did not go out and lurked in the ruins. If someone appeared, then congratulations, they had hit the jackpot. They would definitely be possessed by the heavenly demon and become a humanoid puppet. Usually, very few people came back to the heavenly demon battlefield because it was too dangerous. Unless it was a special situation, they rarely came. Once they were trapped, it was very rare for them to escape. The heavenly demon battlefield had also become a dangerous place. In the heavenly demon kingdom, it was considered a famous place. Danger was one thing. The benefits were also obvious. Because of the large number of heavenly demons gathered here, if you had the strength and courage, you could totally kill the heavenly demon generals and the heavenly demon marshals and obtain the heavenly demon stones. This place is really dangerous. Lin Fei concealed his aura and wandered in the darkness. In his field of vision was a stretch of ruins that stretched as far as the eye could see. All sorts of flute sounds rang out continuously, constantly attacking one's heart. If one's heart was not strong enough, it was inevitable that a flaw would appear under the long whistle, allowing the heavenly demon to take advantage of it. Apart from the rubble, there were also pale-faced corpses wandering in the darkness. Occasionally, they would raise their heads and smile savagely. They were the puppets possessed by the heavenly demon imps. This place is a bit big. I wonder where the heavenly demon king is hiding. Lin Fei frowned. The heavenly fiend battlefield was too big, and there were countless heavenly fiend imps. Even if Lin Fei was powerful, facing the endless heavenly fiend imps, he would feel his scalp tingle. His scalp went numb. After a short rest, Lin Fei activated darkness stealth and snuck into the heavenly fiend battlefield. The heavenly demon puppets seemed to be lethargic as they slowly moved about. However, in reality, the ruthlessness in their eyes was far from what one would normally see. Lin Fei moved at full speed. Like a spirit in the wind, he dodged the heavenly demons one by one, moving deeper and deeper. Sky Demon General, Sky Demon General. As he kept moving, Lin Fei saw more and more high-level heavenly demons. If it wasn't to find the heavenly demon king, he might have to hunt them down. It was all experience points. After half an hour, he didn't find anything. After an hour, he still didn't find anything. After 20 hours, he still didn't find anything. Lin Fei didn't know how far he had come in, but it must be hundreds of thousands of miles. He didn't even see the shadow of the heavenly demon king. Damn it, could it be that the heavenly demon king left? Lin Fei stopped beneath a pile of rubble, frowning in thought. The heavenly fiend battlefield is known as the gathering place of the heavenly demons. The heavenly demon king is injured and has no possibility of leaving. He must still be in the heavenly fiend battlefield. I don't believe that I can't find this guy. Lin Fei decided to waste time here. He would not stop until he found the heavenly demon king. 3 days passed in a flash. Lin Fei wandered in the Heavenly Fiend battlefield, almost turning over a large area, but there was still no trace of the Heavenly Demon King. It was as if the Heavenly Demon King had disappeared without a trace. Lin Fei's state of mind gradually calmed down. It was a fact that the Heavenly Demon King was not easy to find. Let's search for another 3 days. If it doesn't work, I'll just hunt the high-level heavenly demons in this place, so that I don't have to look for high-level heavenly demons everywhere. The Heavenly Fiend battlefield was worthy of being the gathering place of the heavenly demons. The high-level heavenly demons were almost gathered together. If not for Lin Fei's dark sneaking which could avoid the detection of the heavenly demons, no one would dare to rush into the Heavenly Fiend battlefield. Just these densely packed heavenly demons alone were enough to make one panic and lose their way. Whoosh 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 suddenly, 3 shadows passed by not far away. Although their whereabouts were very secretive and almost hard to detect, Lin Fei still noticed them. Lin Fei raised his brows. There are people appearing in this place? Could it be that they came for the Heavenly Demon King? The first thought that came to his mind was the Heavenly Demon King. Fairy Lan Kai knew that the Heavenly Demon King was hiding in the Heavenly Fiend battlefield, so other people must also know. Maybe these people came for the Heavenly Demon King. Lin Fei decided to follow them and take a look. He didn't lack time. If they knew the whereabouts of the Heavenly Demon King, it would save him the trouble of looking for him. Big brother, is the Heavenly Demon King really in the underground world? There won't be any mistake, right? The 3 people in front had similar appearances. They seemed to be 3 brothers. Third brother, don't worry. The Heavenly Demon King is definitely in the underground world. Lu Dao said, this news was personally passed down by the Divine Sword Prince. As long as we capture the Heavenly Demon King alive and complete this mission, we will have enough points to exchange for a heaven-rank mystic technique and increase our strength. The Divine Sword Prince is truly powerful. Other people don't know the whereabouts of the Heavenly Demon King, but in his eyes, the whereabouts of the Heavenly Demon King can't be hidden. Lu Er said with a smile. His eyes were filled with worship. Is there still a need to say it? The Divine Sword Prince is the #1 expert of our Divine Sword sect. It is our luck that we can join the Divine Sword sect. It is said that the Divine Sword Prince will be the next sect master successor of our Divine Sword sect. Lu Er said mysteriously, if that day really comes, our Divine Sword sect will be able to walk unhindered in the Divine Sword sect. We won't be restricted anymore. They were very at ease. They chatted without any precaution and were not afraid of others listening in. This was the Heavenly Demon battlefield. If they didn't have a treasure that could avoid the detection of the Heavenly Demon, they wouldn't be so relaxed. Even if outsiders could come in, they wouldn't be able to reach their level. Divine Sword Prince, Divine Sword Sect. In the darkness behind, Lin Fei couldn't help but frown. He didn't expect these 3 people to be members of the Divine Sword Sect. From the looks of it, they seemed to be following orders. Could it be that the Heavenly Demon King is useful to that Divine Sword Prince? Lin Fei couldn't figure it out, and he wouldn't think about it. The only thing that made him happy was that there was a clue about the Heavenly Demon King. Chapter 437. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan, Waiting vs. Fei Yang, Su Ming Si, Divine Emperor Hao Tian, and Hueds, for their tips. Lin Fei was quite clear about the underground world. On the map that Fairy Lan Kai gave him, there was a note about the underground world. As the name suggested, the underground world was naturally the underground world under the Heavenly Demon battlefield. It was also an extremely vast place. Where did the heavenly demons come from? They were born in the underground world, and when they grew to a certain strength, they would start to come to the surface from the underground world. All the heavenly demons outside the Heavenly Demon Kingdom came from the underground world. The entrance to the underground world was usually very difficult to find, and very few people knew its exact location. This was also why Lin Fei neglected this place. He knew about the underground world, but he didn't know its exact location. Lin Fei also didn't think about finding the passage to the underground world. It was very difficult to find a passage in such a vast place. If not for their words, Lin Fei would have almost forgotten about this place. It turned out that the Heavenly Demon King was hiding in the underground world under the surface. The underground world under the Heavenly Demon Kingdom was much more dangerous than the outside world. The Heavenly Demon Kingdom was very big. The underground world was also not inferior to the surface. More importantly, there were countless heavenly demons in the underground world, and their number was several times that of the surface. Very few people dared to enter the underground world. This was especially so since they did not know about the entrance to the underground world. Very few people would search for the entrance to the underground world. The heavenly demons on the surface were enough of a headache, so who would be stupid enough to go underground? This was the same logic as hanging oneself and having a death wish. Looking at their appearance, they clearly know the underground world very well. As expected of the Sword God Society, they can even gather this kind of information. If not for them leading the way, I might not have found the Heavenly Demon King. Lin Fei had been searching for the past few days. He turned over the Heavenly Demon battlefield several times, but he still couldn't find any clues. So it turned out that the Heavenly Demon King went underground. This time, young Master Sword God specially ordered us to capture the Heavenly Demon King for Fairy Ming Yu's cultivation. He really dotes on Fairy Ming Yu to the heavens. Lu San didn't know that someone was tailing him and said with a smile. Hee, why don't you think about what kind of person Fairy Ming Yu is? She is the reincarnation of an immortal, a true immortal. She was born with a rare constitution, so it would be easy for her to become an immortal again. Second Lu chuckled, who doesn't know that young Master Sword Divinity likes Fairy Ming Yu? Even though Fairy Ming Yu didn't agree to it, young Master Sword Divinity has long treated her as his exclusive property. Look, Fairy Ming Yu is lacking alchemy materials and immediately asked us to help her. In my next life, I hope that I will be reincarnated as a woman. If I have the same abilities as Fairy Ming Yu, I will be satisfied. Second brother, wake up. We don't even know if we can reincarnate. Eldest Lu laughed heartily. Now we should properly complete this matter. With the treasure bestowed by young Master Sword God, capturing the Heavenly Demon King alive will be easy. Lin Fei, who was at the back, listened to every word. Fairy Ming Yu? A reincarnated immortal? After searching through his memories, Lin Fei found information about Fairy Ming Yu. After reading it, he was very surprised. So Fairy Ming Yu is the big sister of the Pink Rose. Lin Fei came to a realization. No wonder the Pink Rose can faintly contend with the Godly Swordsman Association. Lin Fei did not expect to hear such news. This young Master Sword Divinity really thought of himself as a playboy, but from his tone, it seemed that this young Master Sword Divinity had yet to win Fairy Ming Yu's heart. Damn it, I don't care if you're pursuing Fairy Ming Yu or not. This Heavenly Demon King belongs to me. I'll let you pick up girls. Now that he had found clues about the Heavenly Demon King, Lin Fei would not give up the item just like that, even if it was something that the #1 young powerhouse in the Godly Swordsman sect had taken a liking to. Lin Fei would never give up anything that was useful to him, not to mention that this was very important to him. It was the key to leveling up. Even if it required Lin Fei to commit murder and arson, he would not hesitate. Although these three were mystique venerable ones, it did not mean that they could not snatch the Heavenly Demon King. They were out in the open while Lin Fei himself was in the dark. This was his biggest advantage. The passageway is right here. Eldest Lu and the other two appeared in a corner of an abandoned building. No matter how they looked at it, this place clearly had nothing to do with the underworld. Unfortunately, the passageway to the underworld was in this inconspicuous place. Even if one searched 100 times, they might not be able to find the passageway. There was nothing special about this place. It was very ordinary. Eldest Lu's expression was solemn as he made a series of seals. A black passageway opened up in an inconspicuous place in front of them. Let's go. After it opened, the three of them entered the passageway. When they had all entered, the passageway returned to normal. What a mystical passageway. If it weren't for young Master Sword Divinity's guidance, we really wouldn't have known of such a place. Young Master Sword Divinity, you're so knowledgeable. How can you and I know of such a secret place? The underworld was as dark as the surface, but it was even more barren and desolate than the surface. At a glance, the heavenly demons were vast and mighty. They formed groups and blotted out the sky. Whoosh, a layer of black light appeared over the three of them. Their entire bodies blended into the darkness, leaving not a trace of aura, as if they had never been there. The heavenly demon king should be 10,000 miles to the east. Eldest Lu paused for a moment and went straight to the east. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, they appeared 10,000 miles away, outside of a valley. The valley was quiet. The heavenly demons that were originally vast and mighty along the way had disappeared. It was as if this was a forbidden area where no heavenly demons could be seen. Be careful. The heavenly demon king is hiding in the valley. Once there's any disturbance, the heavenly demon king can immediately summon the heavenly demon army. You and I will definitely die. Eldest Lu reminded with an extremely solemn expression. Set up the formation. With young Master Sword Divinity's formation flags, we can quietly capture the heavenly demon king without letting the heavenly demons notice. Flags flew out one after another. Judging from the quality, this set of formation flags was not cheap. It would cost at least 20 to 30 million true essence crystals. Every time a formation flag fell, it completely blended into the ground. After a total of 81 formation flags fell, they surrounded the valley silently. The formation was set up. The 9 heavens 10 earths sealing God formation is finally set up. We can go in and do it. After the formation was set up, Eldest Lu let out a sigh of relief. He had nothing to worry about. In the underground world, heavenly demons gathered. It would be a lie to not be nervous, especially when they had to deal with the heavenly demon king. Even if they had the treasure bestowed by young Master Sword Divinity, if they alerted the heavenly demon king, even if they had the treasure, they would still fail. If they wanted to capture the heavenly demon king next time, it would be even more difficult. After the formation was set up, Eldest Lu finally calmed down. Now, all that was left was the capture. After a short rest, they rushed into the valley. Lin Fei came out from the darkness and looked at the valley that was trapped by the formation. 9 heavens 10 earths sealing God formation. It looks like an amazing formation. Lin Fei stared at the formation and frowned, listening to their words. They seemed to have the confidence to capture the heavenly demon king alive. I will wait here. With the opponent's formation here, Lin Fei didn't want to rush in rashly. He might as well wait outside. Regardless of whether they captured the heavenly demon king or not, they had to come out from this place and go back the way they came. This set of formation flags also had to be taken back. After all, it was expensive and they wouldn't be so generous as to leave it behind. With regards to the Sword Divinity Assembly's young Master Sword Divinity, Lin Fei had another understanding. This person was very generous. If it wasn't for the various treasures along the way, they wouldn't have been able to come here so easily. Even if it was Lin Fei himself who activated Darkness Sneak, he had to be very careful and was almost seen through several times. Lin Fei once again sneaked into the darkness and stared at the valley in front of him. He didn't dare to relax. 1 hour. 2 hours. 4 hours. Inside the valley, it was completely silent, as if nothing had happened. Of course, Lin Fei didn't think that nothing had happened inside. This was just a smokescreen left by the formation on the outside. In fact, there was definitely a lot of movement inside. From this, it could be seen that this 9 heavens 10 earths sealing God formation was a very impressive formation. With such a battle, there wasn't even the slightest sound outside. It was as silent as before. Lin Fei also calmed down. With such a formation, the heavenly demon king wouldn't be able to escape the misfortune of being captured. I really hope that you guys fail. That way, I can take the opportunity to make a move and save myself some trouble. Another half an hour passed. There was movement in the formation. Lin Fei's eyes flickered. Obviously, they had succeeded. He activated Darkness Sneak and quietly moved over. Damn, this heavenly demon king is so powerful. Lu San was the first to come out. His face was a little pale as he had consumed a lot of true essence. Fortunately, we have a formation that trapped the heavenly demon king. Otherwise, we would be the unlucky ones. I didn't expect this to be a profound sage initial stage heavenly demon king. Big Lu was also exhausted of Zhenyuan. He was holding a jade bottle with a seal on it. His face was filled with relief. We have finally captured the heavenly demon king. I didn't expect that after this heavenly demon king was injured, its strength increased by another level. Fortunately, we used a formation to trap it, but it still took almost 6 hours. Big Lu heaved a sigh of relief. Let's rest first and recover our Zhenyuan before leaving this place. They were very at ease with their surroundings and weren't worried that someone would appear. They had relied on treasures to come here, but outsiders might not necessarily be able to, unless the other party also had a treasure that could avoid the heavenly demon's pursuit. This possibility was very small. Therefore, they were very relieved. Second Lu and Third Lu quickly sat down and took out medicinal pellets to recover Zhenyuan. In order to capture the heavenly demon king, they had consumed a lot of Zhenyuan and needed to recover in time. The underground world was too dangerous. Big Lu held the jade bottle and was ready to put it away. After they recovered their Zhenyuan, they would immediately leave this damned place. They didn't want to stay any longer. Their minds also relaxed at this moment. Lin Fei also made his move at this moment. God kill. Punishment Lance. Chapter 438. Ambush. The moment eldest Lu relaxed, he did not expect someone to ambush and kill him. Especially at such a close distance. Sky-flipping palm. At the crucial moment, eldest Lu slammed his palm. The five-fingered mountain condensed from true essence smashed down from the sky, blocking in front of him in an attempt to block this attack. At the same time, he retreated rapidly. Eldest Lu knew that as long as he blocked the opponent's fierce attack, his second and third brothers would attack together to teach the opponent a lesson. The God-slaying technique first shook the primordial spirit. The retreating eldest Lu's figure was unstable and his primordial spirit was injured. Second Lu and Third Lu, who had been meditating to recover true essence, were interrupted. They flew into a rage and smashed 2 upper-grade true artifacts. 3 heads and 6 arms, Lin Fei did not panic and blocked each attack. The punishment spear blasted over. Boom! The five-fingered mountain was blasted open and was forcibly lifted out by the punishment spear. Divine abilities from the era of gods and demons were not that easy to block. Eldest Lu's eyebrows twitched. Even though it was a casual attack to buy him an opportunity, it was still a mystique venerable rank attack. The opponent actually blocked it and seemed to easily break through his attack. The opponent was a mystique venerable rank powerhouse. In a short time, Lin Fei had already arrived. 3 heads and 6 arms, 6 true artifacts smashed onto the opponent's body and sent him flying. Lin Fei's attack was fierce to begin with, and the speed was also fast, catching eldest Lu by surprise. Crashed the pristine jade bottle and his hand flew out. Eldest Lu's expression changed. Oh no, this person wants to steal the heavenly demon king. Second Lu and Third Lu came to their senses and immediately rushed toward the pristine jade bottle. In the darkness, a black shadow darted out and snatched the pristine jade bottle, immediately escaping into the void, 1 step ahead of them. The heavenly demon king they had painstakingly captured was snatched away just like that. The two of them were furious. When they turned back, the person had already left. Big brother, what do we do? From the moment the opponent attacked, eldest Lu thought that he was coming for him and ignored the item in his hand. In the end, the opponent succeeded, and all his efforts were in vain. Eldest Lu's face darkened. We made a mistake. We didn't think that someone would be able to follow us all this time without us noticing at all. Once we made our move, the heavenly demons were already heading this way. Let's return to the surface first and then inform the young master. At the mention of young master, the faces of the 3 were obviously filled with fear. Now that things had come to this, what else could he do? Awesome, too awesome. In a corner of the underground world, Lin Fei carefully wiped away the traces and laid down layers of arrays. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. From the moment he made his move, Lin Fei had never thought of killing the other party. However, the other party might not know it and instinctively thought that Lin Fei wanted to kill him. Lin Fei's little scheme succeeded. The pristine jade bottle was Lin Fei's goal. Caught off guard, Lu De instinctively thought that the other party wanted to kill him. In his haste to face the other party head-on, he subconsciously neglected some important things. This was Lin Fei's purpose. The pristine jade bottle was also successfully obtained. An early-stage profound sage heavenly demon king, even if I personally make a move, I might not be able to take him down. With the heavenly demon king, my mission can finally be completed, and my realm can also step into the profound ancestor realm. Lin Fei took the pristine jade bottle and prepared to kill the heavenly demon king to complete his mission. Master, you must let me eat the heavenly demon king's corpse later. Hairball licked the corner of her mouth, her eyes sparkling. In the end, the one who snatched the pristine jade bottle was Hairball. Her ability to travel through the void was unparalleled. Others could forget about snatching the pristine jade bottle from Hairball's mouth. No problem, I guarantee that you will eat to your heart's content. Lin Fei's mission was to kill the heavenly demon king. As for the corpse, it was completely useless. It would be better to give it to Hairball as a tonic. After all, Hairball inherited eating. When the amount of food she ate reached a certain level, she could cultivate the divine ability of the ancient evil dragon clan, but the premise was that she had to eat to her heart's content. An early-stage profound sage heavenly demon king was truly a good thing. When Lin Fei was about to kill the heavenly demon king, the system's voice came, causing his face to change, followed by a look of joy. Damn, there's such a good thing. My promotion mission is completed? It turned out that the system was reminding Lin Fei that he had successfully completed the realm mission. A warm and familiar feeling rose from his heart once again. This was clearly the promotion mission. He had reached the profound ancestor realm. Lin Fei felt that it was inconceivable. So there was such a small detail in completing the mission. Killing the heavenly demon king was naturally completing the mission. At this moment, the heavenly demon king was sealed in the pristine jade bottle, which was also equivalent to completing the mission. Lin Fei had never thought of such a small detail. If not for the system's reminder, he would not even know of such a trick. Congratulations player for completing the mission and successfully advancing to the profound ancestor realm. Reward, 50 million experience, 10 million points, 5 million energy. Congratulations player for obtaining a lottery ticket. Congratulations player for capturing a heavenly demon king. Do you want to spend 5 million points to tame the heavenly demon king? Lin Fei blinked his eyes. There's such a good thing, 5 million points could tame a heavenly demon king. This was equivalent to having a helper. A profound sage early stage heavenly demon king's combat power should not be at this level. Otherwise, they would not have spent 6 hours to capture the heavenly demon king. Last time when I fought with the scattered immortal old ancestor, I used up all my energy. Unless it's necessary, I must not waste my energy. If there was a profound sage early stage heavenly demon king by my side, it would be a good idea. 5 million points, Lin Fei did not feel any heartache and decided to tame a heavenly demon king. Taming heavenly demon king. Successfully deducted 5 million points, activating heavenly demon king taming. After a moment, the powerful system once again sent a reminder. Congratulations player for taming a heavenly demon king. Do you want to release it? Release it. Walala, a monstrous black fog filled the narrow space. Then, a 2-meter tall little giant appeared out of thin air. All kinds of negative emotions kept breeding. I'll eat. Hairball did not care and activated the first divine ability from her inherited memory. Great Devour. Her huge mouth opened and swallowed the unaware heavenly demon king in one gulp, letting out a satisfied burp. Delicious. Lin Fei jumped up and was drenched in cold sweat. Hairball, who allowed you to eat it? Spit it out quickly. Hairball revealed a wronged expression. Didn't you promise to let me eat it? I'm really hungry. Lin Fei did not expect Hairball to be so powerful that she could eat a heavenly demon king in one gulp. This was an early-stage profound sage heavenly demon king. Could you not be so heaven-defying? I won't eat this heavenly demon king, but the next one will be yours. Fortunately, Hairball was easily deceived and spat out the heavenly demon king. Who dares to eat the great dark light king? I'll make you wish you were dead. Before he finished speaking, the dark light king was kicked away. You want me to wish I was dead? Chapter 439. Needless to say, Hairball's words were very intimidating. In the eyes of Hairball, the heavenly demon king was already her food. Although she was young, she knew what was good and bad with her inherited memory. Things that belonged to her had long been labeled. Master, let me eat him. Hairball cried again, licking the corner of her mouth from time to time as if she was drooling. She wanted to eat, she really wanted to eat. You. Obsidian didn't finish his words. After seeing the black-clothed boy, his face suddenly changed and lowered his noble head. Master. Lin Fei snorted, didn't you make me wish I was dead just now? If I knew earlier, I would have let Hairball eat you. Obsidian's eyes turned again, and his body couldn't help but tremble. He pointed at Hairball. You are the ancient evil dragon. How could it be? Wasn't it exterminated? That scary expression wasn't fake at all. Lin Fei was also surprised. The heavenly demon king knew the ancient evil dragon. It seemed that the ancient evil dragon's situation wasn't very good. Exterminated the roots? Obsidian was indeed frightened. Even if he was a heavenly demon king, his strength had advanced to the profound sage level. That fear came from the depths of his soul. Previously, he fought with a heavenly demon king for territory. As a result, he was chased all the way by the other party. He fled to the heavenly demon battlefield and came to the underground world to recuperate and restore his strength. Who would have thought that his luck would be bad and he would be besieged by 3 human powerhouses? After persisting for 3 hours, he finally fell into their hands because his injuries hadn't recovered. He thought that was it, but he inexplicably had an additional master in his mind. With his early profound sage strength and vast memory, he didn't know how to get rid of it. He was originally planning to find a chance to occupy the body of this inexplicable master. Once he came out, he experienced the edge of life and death. He encountered an ancient evil dragon, a legendary existence, the nemesis of heavenly demons. Ancient evil dragon. An existence that ate everything. It especially liked to eat heavenly demons. No one knew how many heavenly demon kings and heavenly demons had been eaten. The ancient evil dragon was the natural enemy of heavenly demons. Obsidian never thought that he would encounter such a terrifying existence. This was an existence that had been extinct for a long time, but it appeared in front of him now. That drooling expression made Obsidian feel fear. He could only feel that he had to hug his master's thigh tightly. Master, I was wrong. Please don't let him eat me. I have old people and children to take care of. It's useless to eat me. Obsidian began to complain. Shut up. Lin Fei had never seen such a shameless heavenly demon king. Cowardly, timid, hypocritical, thick-skinned, narrow-minded, and ruthless expressions appeared on the heavenly demon king. I know that you heavenly demons are all cunning and scheming, Lin Fei said. However, in front of me, you'd better keep your tricks to yourself. With a thought, Obsidian suddenly rolled on the ground. The pain that went deep into the soul and the constant loss of his soul finally made Obsidian's face change drastically. Master, I was wrong. I don't dare to do anything anymore. Quickly stop, your servant is going to die. Obsidian's head hit the ground and made a loud sound. Lin Fei saw the effect and stopped. If you are honest, I won't do anything to you. However, if you have any bad intentions, I can make you disappear with a thought or let Hairball eat you. I think Hairball will like it very much. Obsidian weakly lied on the ground. I don't dare to do it anymore. I won't dare to do it again. After experiencing the pain once, Obsidian absolutely didn't want to experience it again. Most importantly, the ancient evil dragon next to him seemed to want to eat him all the time. Being eaten by an ancient evil dragon, Obsidian subconsciously shivered. Now, let's talk about the situation of the ancient evil dragon. After completing the task, Lin Fei was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he wanted to hear about the situation of the ancient evil dragon. Obsidian no longer had the intention to resist. The pain that penetrated deep into his soul could definitely destroy his soul. The ancient evil dragon should just be an honest servant. When Lin Fei asked, Obsidian didn't dare to hide anything. He told everything about the ancient evil dragon from beginning to end without missing any details. I'm going to eat you. Hairball flew up and wanted to eat Obsidian angrily. Obsidian was scared out of his wits and desperately begged for mercy, fearing that he would be eaten. Hairball, don't eat him. After listening to the whole story of the ancient evil dragon, Lin Fei revealed a dignified expression. He put Hairball in his hand and comforted her. Hairball, don't be angry. Your ancient evil dragon tribe is the most powerful tribe. In the future, Master will bring you back to kill them one by one and eat them one by one to help you rebuild the glory of the ancient evil dragon tribe. The ancient evil dragons were very powerful, unprecedentedly powerful. They ate everything. The most powerful ancient evil dragon was said to be able to swallow a planet in one bite. They were invincible among the same rank. Since they were a powerful tribe, they aroused the dissatisfaction of the other major races. Thus, they united to annihilate the entire ancient evil dragon tribe. It was a vast war that lasted for tens of thousands of years. In the end, the major races paid a heavy price to wipe out the ancient evil dragon tribe. From then on, this powerful tribe no longer existed. Obsidian was shocked and fearful when he recognized the ancient evil dragon at first glance. The ancient evil dragon tribe still had descendants. As long as they grew up, they would definitely become a peerless overlord, a nightmare for all races. This was the ancient evil dragon that was born with the ability to travel through the void. It could be said that this was the true advantage of the ancient evil dragon. In the past, in order to kill the ancient evil dragon tribe, all the powerhouses joined forces and sealed the space. They barely managed to kill the powerhouses of this powerful tribe. A dignified heavenly demon king was eaten by its innate supernatural power. It was imaginable how terrifying the ancient evil dragon was. There was nothing wrong with not eating anything. Lin Fei didn't expect the ancient evil dragon to be so powerful that it could be killed by the joint forces of all races. How powerful was this? How terrifying was this? If it wasn't for fear, they would never join forces. They would not hesitate even if their vitality would be greatly damaged. How did you know? Our heavenly demon old ancestor also participated in the war. This was passed down by the only remaining old ancestor. How many of your old ancestors were there and how powerful they were? Lin Fei wanted to know the specifics. I remember that there were over 100 heavenly demon old ancestors. It was said that all of them were at the immortal emperor level. In the end, only one immortal emperor returned. Lin Fei took a deep breath. Over 100 immortal emperors, only one came back alive. Looking down at Hairball, Lin Fei found it hard to believe that the ancient evil dragon tribe was so powerful that everyone feared them. Master, try not to let Hairball use the void travel ability when you're outside. Once discovered, the other party must be killed. Once the news spreads, all the powerful forces will take action personally to prevent another ancient evil dragon from appearing. This is an order from the heavenly realm. They don't dare to disobey. My name is also not something you can say. Hairball was very angry and glared at him. Hairball, be good. Lin Fei comforted her again. Previously, he thought that spatial beasts were rare and didn't want to expose it. He didn't expect that Hairball's origin was so terrifying. If the ancient evil dragon tribe existed, Hairball would never wander to the Shantian continent and become an existence that people wanted to kill. It could be said that as long as Lin Fei took Hairball with him, it was equivalent to carrying a portable bomb that might explode at any time. Other people might give up this hot potato, but Lin Fei was different. He was a tough guy and would always be tough. Otherwise, he wouldn't take action against the scattered immortal old ancestor. Hairball, it's okay. Your master is here. When the time comes, I will kill as many as they come. I will let you eat until you are full. Lin Fei was not afraid at all. His eyes fell on Heavenly Demon King. You did well. This gaze also made Obsidian feel like a huge stone was hanging in his heart. I am really going to be unlucky for the rest of my life. An ancient evil dragon, I will definitely become a traitor of the tribe. My life is so bitter. At this moment, Obsidian had no intention of resisting before. This mysterious master was not someone he could kill at all. Even if he was the Heavenly Demon King, he was just a servant now. I must perform well, otherwise this hairball will definitely eat me. Obsidian regretted, how did I offend this little ancestor just now? Maybe she is thinking about how to eat me. Obsidian didn't want to be eaten. It was better to live than to die. I must improve the relationship. Obsidian was worthy of being the Heavenly Demon King. His mind immediately moved. He was ready to flatter this little ancestor and save his life for the time being. If he made the other party unhappy and ate him, he might not even have a place to redress his grievances. He was not as important as the other party. If Lin Fei knew Obsidian's thoughts, he would definitely send a sentence. What a flattering guy. The high and mighty Heavenly Demon King quickly adapted to his position. After getting the specific information about Hairball, Lin Fei became more aware of the importance of strength. Let's see what good things are in the lottery first. Lin Fei was not afraid of Obsidian's thoughts, so he immersed himself in the lottery. The lottery was secondary. The important thing was that he could enter the Great Emperor Senfu. The eternal Great Emperor Senfu. At the Xian Great Sect level, he could get treasures. Lin Fei was very concerned about it. It was guaranteed that there were a lot of treasures. Boss Hairball, don't be angry. I know a place where there is a Heavenly Demon King who is injured like me. Obsidian saw his master went to a cave house next door, his eyes turned, and he began to flatter. After opening the lottery page, Lin Fei didn't remember to draw the lottery. The last two draws were one-time consumables, and their power was amazing enough. The only pity was that they were easily consumed and couldn't be used for a long time. This time, it was best to draw a permanent treasure. It was best to draw a real treasure with great power. Perhaps it was God's help, most of the things in this lottery were permanent items. There was a superb real treasure among them. Start the lottery. Chapter 440. The large disc slowly rotated. Hua hua. Endless, countless shadows. It was so colorful that it was hard to tell where it would land. Lin Fei was not in a hurry. A permanent item would be fine. If only it was a flying sword. After becoming a sword immortal, Lin Fei's understanding of sword intent had greatly improved. He still had enough divine abilities and secret arts for now. This was especially so since he had grasped the 3,000 immortal arts, which was another powerful trump card that surpassed ordinary divine arts and secret arts. The roulette slowed down. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for obtaining exquisite grade upgrade stone. A silvery white stone appeared in the system space. Lin Fei used detect. Exquisite upgrade stone. If you integrate it into equipment, there's a chance to upgrade it by 1 to 5 grades. Lin Fei smiled. Good stuff, really good stuff. It could effectively raise one's rank by 5 ranks. There wasn't a second item better than this. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk with a thought, the killing sword flew out, glowing with a cold light. The intrinsic flying sword was a supreme grade numinous treasure. Due to the difference in materials, its power was not inferior to that of a true treasure. After all, a spiritual treasure was not at the level of a true treasure, and its power was still lacking. Lin Fei beamed with joy at getting such a good item. If it increases by 1 grade, it will become an inferior grade true treasure. If it increases by 5 grades, it will become a peak grade true treasure. At that time, who would be able to block my sword? The higher the quality of the intrinsic flying sword, the more powerful it was. Level up killing sword. Lin Fei opened the system, and a huge furnace appeared on the page. He placed the equipment into the box with familiarity. Ding. Starting to upgrade the killing sword. Please wait for 1 hour. Lin Fei was in no hurry to upgrade his equipment. He closed his eyes to rest. An hour later, Lin Fei opened his eyes. He had reached the critical moment of leveling up. I wonder how many ranks I can raise. If Lin Fei said he wasn't looking forward to it, he would be lying. If he was lucky, his combat power would increase greatly. Ding, killing sword has successfully leveled up. A scout was thrown in. Killing sword, a top-grade true treasure. It contains boundless killing intent, a great vicious weapon that is extremely dangerous. What? Top-grade true treasure. Lin Fei blinked his eyes in shock. A supreme-grade true treasure. It was his first time upgrading his equipment, and it had gone up by 4 grades. Low-grade true treasures and peak-grade true treasures, both were true treasures. In terms of power, 1,000 low-grade true treasures could not even compare to 1 peak-grade true treasure. In front of a peak-grade true treasure, all of these were just scrap metal. Huh, that's great. The killing sword appeared in Lin Fei's hands. Veritable essence energy poured in, and the killing chi turned into phantoms. Ferocious and ruthless auras surrounded the temporary residence. Obsidian, who was originally flattering Hairball, suddenly shuddered. What a sharp killing intent. Why does it make me feel a sense of danger? This mysterious master is truly frightening. I must quickly curry favor with Ancestor Hairball. Retracting the killing sword back into his body, Lin Fei revealed a rare look of joy. A peak-grade true treasure is indeed much more powerful. If it is used with my darkness stealth, I'm afraid that very few people will be able to block my sneak attacks. Lin Fei loved the upgraded killing sword so much that he could not bear to part with it. A peak-grade true treasure. More importantly, the killing sword was not just a peak-grade true treasure. It was a dark heaven spiritual treasure in his past life, the ultimate treasure of the Xiantian continent. This time, Lin Fei was very satisfied with the lottery. His combat strength had increased from around early Mystique Venerable rank to late Mystique Venerable rank. A good true treasure greatly increased combat strength. Moreover, it had been refined into a natal flying sword. Lin Fei was also a famous sword immortal. His swordsmanship was stronger than the average person. Leaving Hairball outside, Lin Fei opened Senfu. He was very interested in the Eternal Emperor's treasure. Opening the passage, Lin Fei appeared directly in the Eternal Emperor's Senfu. Senior Yao. Your cultivation is quite fast. You've reached the Mystique Grandmaster level so quickly. A cloud of black mist appeared. Yao appeared, looking a little surprised. Advancing from Mystique Sovereign to Mystique Grandmaster in a short period of 1 to 2 months. Very few people could do that. I can choose my treasure now, right? Yao nodded. Your advancement to Mystique Grandmaster exceeded the expected time. You're qualified to enter the Hall of True Enlightenment. I wonder what this Hall of Enlightenment is? As the name suggests, the Hall of Enlightenment is a hall refined by the Eternal Emperor. Anyone who enters it can deepen their understanding of the Tao. For example, if you walk the path of the Sword Immortal Tao, you will have a deeper understanding of the Sword Immortal Tao if you enter the Hall of Enlightenment. Do you understand now? This opportunity is not available to just anyone. Lin Fei's brows were full of excitement. The Hall of Enlightenment. I didn't expect such a place to exist. My Sword Tao path has many flaws. If I can understand the Sword Tao here, it will be of great benefit to me. After understanding its use, Lin Fei looked forward to it. Please take me to the Hall of Enlightenment. There was no rush for treasures. They could not run away. In front of a large hall, in front of the Hall of Enlightenment, Lin Fei and Yao appeared. At first glance, these 3 simple words contained a vast and boundless aura. It shocked Lin Fei and he could not recover from his shock. Wake up! Following Yao's shout, Lin Fei's body swayed, revealing a look of shock. It was as if he had fallen into an endless world. You've got guts. These 3 words were written by an eternal emperor, and they contain a boundless Tao within them. Most people would be intoxicated by them for the rest of their lives just by looking at them. In the end, their fleshly bodies would rot away and they would die in meditation. Lin Fei's forehead was covered in sweat. He had almost been in trouble. Thank you, Senior He Yao, for helping me. 3,000 worlds, 3,000 great Taos. You can walk any Tao. The Eternal Emperor comprehended thousands of great Taos. He was the overlord of the Eternal Emperors. When your strength increases, you will naturally understand the true essence of these 3 words. Lin Fei was shocked again. After using the devouring ability, he obtained Snake 7's memories. Many things that he did not know were now clear. Tao. First came the minor Tao. For example, the Tao of water, the Tao of fire, the Tao of ice. Mastering a minor Tao made one a decent expert. After the minor Tao was the great Tao. For example, the sword immortal Tao, the mad demon Tao, the puppet Tao. After the great Tao was the 3,000 great Taos. The Eternal Emperor had mastered thousands of the 3,000 great Taos. Anyone would be shocked. What kind of potential and talent was this? He was indeed the overlord of the Eternal Emperors. The 3 words Hall of Enlightenment contained countless minor Tao, great Taos, and the 3,000 great Taos. Lin Fei's strength was only at the mystique venerable level. How could he emerge from the vast great Taos? If He Yao did not intervene, Lin Fei would probably be lost within. Go in now, He Yao said. You have to be calm inside. It's best to stay for as long as possible the first time. It will be of great help to your sword immortal Tao. Thank you for the reminder, Senior He Yao. Lin Fei walked into the Hall of Enlightenment with his head held high. After he left, He Yao revealed a look of disdain. Chapter 441. What a comfortable aura. Walking into the Hall of True Enlightenment, a comfortable aura rippled from his heart. All 3,600 hairs on his body felt comfortable. It was so comfortable that he squinted his eyes. It was a comfort he had never felt before. All kinds of pressure and restraint seemed to disappear. Is this space? When Lin Fei raised his head, the vast space appeared beneath his feet. Around him, front, back, left, right, there were countless stars. Lin Fei did not expect that the place of enlightenment would be in the vast and most mysterious space of the universe. How vast was the universe? It was boundless and without end. Lin Fei walked forward step by step. His nervous heart gradually calmed down. His heart was as calm as still water. Paths appeared in the sky, moving back and forth. This is the water path. In the sky, a middle-aged man was demonstrating the water path. The continuous water path was sometimes ferocious, sometimes gentle, and sometimes continuous. He demonstrated the water path to its fullest. This was clearly the great accomplishment of the water path. Lin Fei realized the benefits of the Hall of True Enlightenment. This is the fire path. This is the earth path. Lin Fei looked around as he walked. The scenes were all sorts of paths, dazzling his eyes. After finding a place, Lin Fei sat down cross-legged and slowly closed his eyes, feeling calm. When he entered the Hall of True Enlightenment, the Black Demon explained in detail how to gain enlightenment in the Hall of True Enlightenment. The Hall of True Enlightenment was a place for enlightenment. Lin Fei only needed to integrate himself into the Hall of True Enlightenment to gain enlightenment. When Lin Fei closed his eyes, a lotus flower appeared beneath him. The lotus leaves swayed, vivid and lifelike. Sometimes, it wrapped around him, and sometimes, it bloomed. Lin Fei began to gain enlightenment. Heavenly Demon Nation. On a mountain peak, half of it had been cut off by someone's power. You 3 pieces of trash, how are you doing things? You can't even do such a small thing. Eldest Lu and the other 2 lowered their heads. Their expressions were ugly as they endured the torrent of abuse. They did not dare to open their mouths to talk back and were unbelievably well behaved. There was no trace of the arrogance of a mystique venerable one. Young master gave you a task and gave you supreme treasures. yet you still messed it up. Go back and wait for young master's punishment. The newcomer was dressed in a red robe and had a scar on the left side of his face. When he scolded someone with a sullen face, he looked exceptionally ferocious. We are willing to be punished. Luda and the other two shuddered visibly. As a member of the Sword God Union, it was inevitable that he would be punished for such an incident. Coming up from the underground world, eldest Lu immediately reported the news. As for what the punishment would be, they might not know. Before this matter is resolved, all of you must stay here and atone for your crimes, the red-robed man continued. This red-robed man was an expert sent by the Sword God Society. He had the status of a hall master in the Sword God Society. From this, it could be seen how important this matter was to the higher-ups. In the Sword God Society, the hierarchy was divided into outer members, inner members, followed by deacons who were considered to have some status. Then came the branch masters, followed by the hall masters, guardians, and elders. At this moment, the arrangement of a hall master, 2 branch masters, 5 deacons, and a small team of 100 people was very important to this matter. Upon hearing this, eldest Lu breathed a sigh of relief. It was enough to atone for his crimes. No matter who that person is, anyone who dares to snatch young master's things will be killed without mercy. Taoist Master Hongye's words were filled with murderous intent. Now, tell me the details of the situation in detail. Eldest Lu reported everything seriously and did not dare to hide anything. Hall Master Hongye, that person stole the pristine jade bottles. We can find the mastermind by tracking the pristine jade bottles. One of the 2 branch masters, Taoist Shi Yan, spoke up. Presumably, that person doesn't know that all the pristine jade bottles of the Sword God Society have a unique mark. The other branch master, Taoist Master Tianshui, said, no matter where, as long as they are in the same area, we can find them. Taoist Master Hongye shook his head. There's no hurry. Our main task this time is to bring back a heavenly demon king for young master. Dealing with the mastermind is just a matter of convenience. The main task was completed. The 2 branch masters did not raise any other opinions. The main task had to be completed first. There was no hurry to deal with that person. They had a hall master, 2 branch masters, 5 deacons, and a small team of 100 people. Their strength was very valiant. In the heavenly demon nation, they were also a very powerful force. In the Hall of True Enlightenment, Lin Fei was still comprehending the Tao. It was already the 2nd day. The water flame lotus, the Tao of water and the Tao of fire were more realistic than before. It was as if they were alive. One could not see any problems with the naked eye. If someone was here, there would definitely be someone exclaiming. This was clearly the complete mastery of the 2 small Taos. In the Hall of True Enlightenment, Lin Fei completely mastered it in 2 days. At this time, the water flame lotus defense complemented each other, surpassing his previous understanding. When it was truly displayed, it was like a lotus flower in the world. Whoosh 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 whoosh, sharp sword intent rushed out in all directions. The water flame lotus that wrapped around it was instantly torn apart. The sword intent around Lin Fei, who was originally sitting cross-legged, condensed into numerous small swords. Almost all of these small swords contained a sharp aura, as well as a murderous aura attached to them. As a result, these floating small swords gave off a ferocious aura. As the small swords appeared, the aura released by these small swords was constantly changing. At the same time, the number was constantly increasing. The first 10 feet. 100 feet. 5,000 feet. 10,000 feet. After a full 10,000 feet, Lin Fei's shadow was almost completely submerged by the small swords. What a powerful kid. His comprehension of the sword Tao has reached this level. Black Demon was very satisfied. These small swords are purely formed by sword energy. Each small sword's power is no less than that of the profound Grandmaster late stage. It wasn't that Black Demon had never seen a sword Tao expert. They were young, and this level was rare. This successor was obviously more powerful than the previous ones. Kumu celestial immortal's Tao comprehension was not even 1/10 of Lin Fei's. If Kumu had half of Lin Fei's, he wouldn't have fallen after becoming a celestial immortal. Black Demon sighed, this kid's sword intent is very strong, and he has integrated murderous aura into his sword. Mother-child twin ring sword. Whoosh 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 after the small swords were broken, a black sword intent pierced out of thin air. It also erupted with power no less than that of the profound Grandmaster late stage. A sword hidden within a sword, a true sword Tao expert. While all of the small swords within 1,000 feet disappeared, followed by sword silk. Black Demon slowly disappeared. 7 days later. Underground world. The heavenly demon king that young master requested has been successfully caught. After Daoist Red Leaf put away the heavenly demon king, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. In these 7 days, they had been busy searching for the heavenly demon king. There were many heavenly demon kings in the heavenly demon kingdom. Due to the danger of the region, even with their powerful lineup, they had to be careful and could only find a relatively safe location for the whereabouts of the heavenly demon king. In 7 days, they had caught an early-stage profound sage heavenly demon king. They were already very satisfied. As long as the mission was completed. Even so, they had paid a lot. Of the 5 deacons, 2 were killed by the heavenly demon king, and the 100-man squad also lost about 20 people, which was not a small loss. Compared to the harvest, this loss could be ignored. Daoist Red Leaf blamed this loss on the person behind the scenes. If it wasn't for the other party robbing them, he wouldn't have to lose people. All this was the other party's fault, so he didn't have a good attitude towards Big Lou and the other 2. Check if the pristine jade bottle is still in the underground world. Daoist Red Leaf was obviously angry. The 2 Helm Lords didn't look good either. These deacons were their subordinates. Losing them was equivalent to their strength being affected. They were also angry at the person who secretly attacked. Still in the underground world? After the result came out, Daoist Red Leaf was also slightly stunned, then revealed a cold expression, this person is really bold. He actually didn't leave the underground world. It's just right to send him to hell. Whether the person left or not, they had to go over and take a look. If he was still there, that would be the best. If he wasn't there, there was no loss. A group of people flew towards the location with murderous intent. Boss Hairball, there aren't many things in the underground world, but there are quite a lot of heavenly demon kings. I guarantee that boss can eat to your heart's content. If you can't finish it, you can also raise a group of heavenly demon kings. If you want to eat them, just catch one and eat it. In these few days, Obsidian fully exerted his ability and finally curried favor with Boss Hairball. That makes sense. Raise a large group and eat them whenever you want. Hairball had an arrogant look, in the future, you will manage those heavenly demon kings for me. I want you to raise them until they are white and fat. If you manage them well, I can give you a demonic beast to eat. Boss, don't worry. I'm the best at this. Obsidian smiled, at that time, you can raise as many as you want. Rumble the temporary cave house was shaking. Obsidian finally got a good position. Being interrupted abruptly, he felt extremely displeased. Boss Hairball, there is food sent up. This little one will catch it for you right away. Obsidian knew how to rely on his glib tongue, and at the same time, he had to rely on his strength to show himself. If he wanted to live freely in the future, currying favor with Boss Hairball was the first task. Some blind guy came up to make trouble. Obsidian rolled his eyes, and the first thing he thought of was to perform well. After inheriting the memory, the only thing Hairball liked was to eat. Go and catch them. Hairball directly fell on Obsidian, her eyes full of excitement. Hall Master, there seems to be no one below. A deacon disciple said. Following the clues left by the jade bottle, Red Leaf Daoist led everyone to find this place. Without any explanation, he set up a formation and launched a crazy attack. Whoever dares to attack the great heavenly demon king will all die. Obsidian rushed up from the underground with a fierce look. Black mist filled the sky. Everyone was startled. How could a heavenly demon king appear in this place? Moreover, it was an early-stage profound sage heavenly demon king. Hall Master, the one we caught back then was this heavenly demon king. Big Lou was very surprised. Obviously, he didn't expect that the heavenly demon king was the one in front of him. Chapter 442. He wanted to find someone, but it turned out to be the heavenly demon king, which was really surprising. I can't be wrong. Even if this heavenly demon king turns to ashes, I can still recognize it. In order to capture this heavenly demon king, it took about 6 hours. Second brother and third brother's Shen Yuan was almost completely consumed. I remember it clearly. Eldest Lu guaranteed. The heavenly demon king in front of him was the heavenly demon king that he had attacked that day. The only thing he couldn't figure out was how this heavenly demon king came out. The jade bottle was sealed, so it couldn't escape. Daoist Shi Yan said, if I'm not wrong, that person must have opened the seal and released the heavenly demon king. As for where he went, maybe he has been killed by the heavenly demon king. I also think Shi Yan's words are very reasonable. Daoist Tianshui also said, that person is most likely dead. Why don't we catch another heavenly demon king back to atone for our sins? It's not bad to use it as a backup. As soon as Obsidian came up, he immediately recognized Eldest Lu and the other two. Bastard, I'm going to kill you this time. Obsidian roared. The 3 people in front of him were the culprits who harmed him. Heavenly Demon Voice, this was the unique ability of the Heavenly Demon King. Hua hua hua, hua the black mist turned into notes, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves, miserable and fierce, intertwining into one. Formation. Daoist Hongye said coldly, catch this Heavenly Demon King. As said, the person behind the scenes couldn't be found, it was not impossible to catch another Heavenly Demon King back. He couldn't return empty-handed. Obsidian's heavenly demon voice was very powerful. Unfortunately, the team brought by Daoist Hongye was all prepared in advance. Heavenly demon voice only caused small casualties. Heavenly demon blade. The overwhelming heavenly demon blade slashed toward them. Dang 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 dang, the formation was completed. The heavenly demon blade blasted on the formation and was blocked. Damn, I was fooled. After Obsidian calmed down, he regretted it. When he recognized them, he was furious and wanted to kill them to avenge the previous hatred, but he ignored one thing. The 3 of them captured him with the formation. At this time, the number of people was greater than before, and the situation was very bad. It was too late now. The formation was completed, and Obsidian was trapped inside. Advance, suppress the Heavenly Demon King. An early-stage profound sage Heavenly Demon King would never be able to escape from their immortal trapping formation. It would obediently become their sealed object. Charge. The strength of an early profound sage Obsidian was fully exerted. Ripples appeared on the formation, but he was unable to break it. Don't struggle. This is the immortal trapping array. Every time you attack, the array will absorb your strength and its defensive power will increase. Daoist Shi Yan said calmly. An early-stage profound sage Heavenly Demon King was not worth mentioning. Obsidian's attack became even more frenzied. The formation formed by the team of less than 100 people forcibly blocked the attack. The disciple maintaining the formation turned pale. The range of the array formation continued to shrink. When the array formation was completely compressed, anyone would be sealed and become a sealed artifact. So it's the immortal trapping array. Where did they come from? Obsidian had lived for 10,000 years. How could he not know about the immortal trapping array? A formation that could even trap immortals was easily used to deal with an early-stage profound sage like him. Damn it, if there was no formation, I could kill them easily. Obsidian's eyes were almost spewing fire. When his advantage was suppressed, his strength could not stand out. Little Black, you're really useless. Hairball was very disdainful. Obsidian's face and ears were red, and he was very ashamed. A dignified Heavenly Demon King was suppressed again and again. If this spread out, he would be a joke. There's a strange beast. Daoist Tian Shui was the first to discover it. The heavenly demon king actually surrendered to a strange beast. Shi Yan also showed a look of surprise, and his greedy eyes fell on the little fellow. Strange beast, I didn't expect there to be a strange beast here. Daoist Red Leaf realized how precious it was. Just as he said, if it wasn't for the immortal trapping array, they would definitely not be as carefree as they were now. Discovering a strange beast, although he did not know its grade, Daoist Red Leaf thought quickly, if I bring this strange beast back, if I'm lucky, I can identify it as a special strange beast. It will be a great contribution, and I will have a chance to sit in the position of protector. It seems that God is really helping me this time. Hairball had heard a lot these days. Seeing that obsidian was not powerful at all, she was very unhappy. Huala traveling through the void. The immortal trapping array was said to be able to trap all immortals, but it could not trap Hairball, a space-strange beast. Great devouring Hairball, who flew out, swallowed more than a dozen people from the team of 100 people. Delicious, really delicious. Daoist Red Leaf was stunned. Daoist Shi Yan and Daoist Tian Shui were also stunned. The rest of the people were also stunned. Damn, what kind of strange beast was this? It ate more than a dozen profound Emperor sect disciples in one breath. This was something they had never seen before. Quick, catch it, this is a space-strange beast. Daoist Red Leaf reacted, his eyes sparkling as if he had found a peerless treasure. Huala, the three of them were mystique venerable rank powerhouses, so they naturally knew the value of a space-strange beast. Anyone with a spatial beast would be able to enter all the secret realms on the continent and collect endless treasures. Space-strange beasts could travel through the void. They were the favored children of heaven, able to travel through various arcane realms and dangerous places. Human powerhouses could not do this, but in front of a space-strange beast, it was as easy as walking into a vegetable garden. There was no pressure, no danger. The three of them instantly unleashed a formation. Sealing the void. Activating the true treasure, they attacked Hairball. Hairball's only divine ability was the Great Devouring. In the face of a mystique venerable rank powerhouse's attack, it dodged here and there, constantly traveling through the void. It looked pathetic, but in fact, it had the upper hand. I'm going to eat you. No, I'm going to keep you in captivity, and let Xiao Hei raise you until you're all white and plump. Hairball also knew that these three were powerful. After listening to Obsidian, she planned to keep them in captivity. Daoist Red Leaf and the others almost vomited blood. They were all powerhouses, considered powerhouses on the continent. Now, someone wanted to keep them in captivity. It was simply audacious. The three of them attacked even more wildly, gradually forcing Hairball into a certain range. Shi Yan and Tianshui attacked head-on, attracting the other party's attention. Hairball was weak and not adept at combat, so she still could not defend against their schemes. Ding! Daoist Red Leaf shot a red light into Hairball's body. Hairball, who was about to travel through the void, could not use spatial force. Huh, you've been hit by the space-locking needle. Let's see where you can run to. With a flick of his sleeve, a giant palm grabbed through the air. A victorious smile appeared on Daoist Red Leaf's face. With the space-strange beast in his hands, he could also become a guardian. His power would increase greatly, and he would no longer need to bring people out.